to the world. It's day 3 of the first major of the year, the 2026 Australian Open main draw. Well underway. Hello and a very warm welcome to Melbourne Park, the hard-court Grand Slam tournament, which has already seen over 200,000 fans walk through the doors in the first 2 days. My name is Candy Reid, delighted to bring in the Australian national treasure, that is Courtney Walsh. We're at day 3 and we have got some exciting matches in store for us today, Courtney.
We have, and that is such a great welcome, Candy, and I'd love to say that national treasure maybe
you don't think you're quite
maybe
there yet,
a stretch.
maybe
National disgrace, perhaps. I'll try not to disgrace myself on air
You're
today.
You're infamous, not famous.
But no, always a pleasure to be here. It's just such a wonderful vibe when you walk down through the city after jumping off the tram and see so many people around the cafes, and then just walking down from Flinders Street before, people excited. They cannot wait to get into the grounds. Already plenty of people around as the players are going out. I've just walked through the marshalling area which is underground, and you see all the signs up. I suppose the staff is there, ready to lead the players to their courts. So it's like a Christmas day, the festival of unwrapping some presents. But the presents today will be some of these great matches.
I walked through that same tunnel, and everybody's waiting. They've got paddles up for the particular matches that the players are coming. I just walked past Leila Annie Fernandez, and everybody's getting ready, and you can see the adrenaline, the nervousness in their eyes. And I used to play not at this level, but I remember those days where you just really actually don't want to go on court. You're so nervous, there's so much adrenaline, you're so scared. Once you get going though, of course, all that just obliterates and you want to compete. And we've got some excellent matches today. First round play concluding this Tuesday. We've got 20 singles matches in the bottom half of the men's and women's draws here at Melbourne Park. Both reigning men's and women's Australian Open champions are headlining play as well. Twice defending title holder Jannik Sinner, and of course the women's winner for the first time, Madison Keys, will star on Rod Laver Arena. Keys is the opening match of the day, followed by number 8 seed Ben Shelton of the USA, who of course reached the semi-finals here last year. He had a nasty injury sustained at the US Open in 2025 and he's just starting to come back. We haven't seen the best of Ben Shelton for the last month or so. In the opening night session match, number 2, Jannik Sinner, the Italian, begins his quest for a 3rd straight AO title. We believe that is why Darren Cahill is back on the bag for one more season after saying that the end of 2025 was going to be it. But he is signed on for another season with Jannik Sinner. Can he win all 4 majors this year? Wouldn't put it past him. That match is followed by 2019 and 2021 Australian Open champion Naomi Osaka, who of course got the better of Coco Gauff at the US Open last year. So we've got so many great storylines, Courtney. We are going to start though with the match involving Maya Joint, who is an Australian born out of Detroit, Michigan. I believe her father was a fine squash player. She's coached by the University of Tennessee. Whoop, whoop. Great Chris Marnie, must add that. And I'm very excited about Maya Joint. You must be too.
Well, I'd say firstly with Chris, he's also the recent Newcomb medalist for high performance coach. An outstanding performance to guide or assist Maya in what's been a really rapid rise up the rankings. I can remember talking to her about 16 months ago in New York. She was just playing her first Grand Slam. She was at that stage committed to the University of Texas, a Longhorn.
Which she did for about 2 weeks,
For about 2 weeks. She had to cough up about $200,000 in prize money, I think.
Ouch, because she did so well at the US Open, didn't she?
She won a round and she played, I think, Madison Keys.
That's right.
On Arthur Ashe Stadium as her second Grand Slam match. What an experience. And now to see her seeded to the Grand Slam for the first time. Really good to see. I think some of the signs last year were really good. But she's playing a very, very talented young woman. I saw her win the Roland Garros Junior Girls Singles a couple of years ago, beat Laura Samsonova, a fellow Czech. Spoke to her during that run and I was impressed. And then to see her take the strides she did last year, I think this is a really intriguing matchup because Valentova, one is seeded, the young Australian, But Valentova, for mine, is also a player with significant upside.
I was blown away by Teresa Valentova at last year's US Open. I thought she was an incredible prospect. And we talk, don't we, so much about the young Czechias. And she is another with a massive game. But as you said, Maya Joint, the seeded player for the first time in a major. So exciting for Australia because you're waiting for another woman to replicate what Ash Barty did. Can she do that? Can she win majors?
Look, I certainly think she's got the potential to push very deep, and I think I like the way she plays. I like what she's got. I think that's always going to be pressure following through from Ash Barty, and I don't think we putting the burden of a Barty on
that's tough.
on someone as young, because Ash was an extraordinary player and she had every single weapon under the book.
She had something special.
She had something really special. I think Maya's got some really special traits as well.
Yeah.
Whether they're enough to take her to a Grand Slam, I think we'll see. I mean, I think it's the same sort of question we've been asking about Alex de Minaur, who is an exceptional player, extraordinary player. But you do need to be able to take another step forward. So I think to get to this stage is great. This year's going to be tougher for her because players will look at her. She's now been around for 12 months, 15 months as we touched about.
She's got a target on her back.
She's got a target on her back as a seeded player. She's got some points to defend at different stages. So we know it's always not a linear progression towards the top.
Gosh, that's true.
But she has got some really good traits. It's been an interesting summer for her so far. I think she was unwell at the United Cup, and then when she was able to play a match, wasn't quite at her peak, and she was well beaten in that match. Adelaide, good to see her get through to a quarterfinal of the WTA 500. That's a good sort of lead-in, but again was fairly convincingly beating in the quarterfinal. So, the form I think is reasonable, but I think she would have loved to have had a trouble-free preparation leading in.
But maybe that just takes a little pressure off her as she is seeded for the first time in a major, and it just so happens to be a home major for Maya Joint. I saw her in the corridor yesterday, and she looked very relaxed and happy. And for me, her superpower, and she is seeded 30th here at the Australian Open, her superpower is her courage, her bravery, her mental strength, because she's not a massive girl, is she? She is sort of the girl you'd walk past at a shopping centre and not particularly notice her and think, she's very nice, but she's not an Elena Rybakina, Aryna Sabalenka physical presence by any means. She just looks like a very normal teenager, really, who probably should be at college. And she did spend, as we said, a few weeks at the University of Texas before deciding, I'm far too good for the US scene. I need to playing pro, and rightly so. But she is just such an interesting prospect because of how clever and bright and smart she is.
Superpower is a great phrase, a great description, and I think what we've seen, you talk about that courage, she's someone who can learn from her mistakes. I think we've already seen that. She identifies them early on, or identifies areas where she can improve, and by that I remember she won tournaments leading into both Roland Garros and also Wimbledon last year, and arrived.
She won Eastbourne, didn't she?
She won Eastbourne, which is a great win, and she won in Morocco as well.
Yes, at Rabat. That was her first title on clay.
So, I mean, that demonstrates that she's got the capabilities to succeed on all three surfaces. So that's a step in the right direction.
That's
because
incredible.
That means when you're actually going to look for points, or you need to find form, well, she's already got that success. She knows she can play on these surfaces. She's getting ready to serve here. Playing
Teresa Valentova, a young Czech player. Valentova already ranked 54 in the world to Maya Joint's 31. Joint is the Australian number one, making a second main draw appearance at the Australian Open. Her previous result was a first-round defeat last year. Her draw was terrible, though. She took on Jessica Pegula, the then number 7 seed in the first round here 12 months ago. Now she is expecting to win this match anyway, so we will see how she copes with the pressure. It's a second serve coming in. Went for it and missed just wide, so an early double fault for Maya Joint, just the second point of the encounter.
It started the Australian Open with a big ace down the tee and then follows up with the double fault. So I guess it's a 50-50. Let's start again here.
And she's not that kind of player, is she? To me, she is consistent, she's bright, she plays with margin, she plays into the corner. She'll go to plan B, C, D, E or necessary, which again is another superpower that she's got that in the locker, because so many players, in my opinion, and I'm thinking as someone like a Diana Yastremska has a plan A. And if plan A doesn't work, she's in trouble.
Yes, that's right. And she has shown the capabilities to try and change the pace a little bit to see what she can do in terms of unsettling rhythm if she needs to. I think she can absolutely more than capable of going with people from the baseline. I like where she takes the ball. I like that she sort of takes the ball, early off the bounce and is quite an aggressive hitter. Speaking of aggression, that was a lovely forehand from Valentova, off forehand winner.
She's got a big game, hasn't she? Valentova, again, doesn't have the physical presence, not quite so much of a Sabalenka, but she's in that mould to me. She's a big, flat, heavy hitter.
Very strong.
She's from Czechia, from Prague, in fact. Coming up the rankings extremely quickly, making her debut here in the Australian Open. And already, Teresa Valentova has a breakpoint opportunity.
Yeah, just overhit the forehand there a little bit, Joint. One thing I would like, she has to be able to, I think, absorb the power of Valentova, but try not to get too sucked into trying to go toe-to-toe with her in terms of trying to out-hit her.
Yeah, I agree with that. I think we're going to see some shape. We're going to see some slice from Maya Joint, serving as a second serve here. Breakpoint down, first game, first round. The first round will be concluded this Tuesday. Bottom half of the draw will be all wrapped up like the top half is already. They're into a long rally. Joint fires a forehand up the line. She's going to be moving forward here. Drive volley on the backhand side. The ball goes up from Valentova, and it's not struck well enough, so Joint brings us back to deuce.
And that's an example, a demonstration of the assertiveness with which you were talking about what Joint is capable of. That one she could have easily let drop, taken that on the bounce, taken a period. But no, she was forward. She realised she had caught her rival on the run a little bit, take it early, drive it. Nice backhand volley. Well, drive backhand volley there.
First serve is out. Maya Joint is a redhead. My son is a redhead. Very similar colouring. And Maya Joint has gone brave because she's gone with the pink visor, pink dress, and she's just served a double fault. But you usually think as a redhead you don't wear pink. But Maya Joint is throwing that out the window.
Now, look, I'm a little compromised here because my wife is also of a red tinge to the hair. So these are the type of discussions that could well get me in trouble. I'm, these are the things where I don't offer an opinion.
Ball down the centre. Neither player wanting to risk any kind of angle. Teresa Valentova with a couple of big backhands. Her backhand is astonishing. Whose Czechia backhand isn't, though? They just taught it out of the womb, I think.
And there is also that. we call a progression line of champions. But what I think about Valentova is she looks and she sees, well, Kvitova's done it. She's done it. Safarova's done it. And then they keep coming.
That's such a great point.
Like they say, well, if they can all do it, I can do it as well as a talented player. She's got someone right there to aspire to. And
I was speaking to Mikhail Navratil, who's the Davis Cup captain and coaches Yeshi Lehechka. And I was asking him about Czech tennis. Why do they keep producing and producing? And he said the club system is why, because they have central clubs. So you've got Sparta Praha, for instance. As we go into the rally here, it's still deuce. Maya Joint fires a forehand up the line. She looks like she's coming forward on the slice backhand down the line. And that ball, a lob from Valentova, is in. And we got another break point. But he was saying that the club system's so good that at Praha, for instance, Thomas Burdic is just walking around. Petra Kvitova's just walking around. All the Czech greats, and they all want to play with the young and up-and-comers. So when a Valentova arrives, it's not weird. It's not scary for her because she's used to being around these big, big names. I think that helps so much. Maya Joint gets a first serve in now. She's pulled out wide to the backhand. Valentova with that backhand up the line. And it is a break for the Czech.
An exceptional angle on the return took the Australian well out of court. But what we've already seen in this match is that, yes, Joint is the seeded player, but I think Valentova will be looking and going, okay, she's only a year older than me. I'm absolutely capable here. We're effectively peers going through the ranks together. And, it could have easily been Valentova, who has had some really good results already in senior tennis. I like the fact that Valentova threw in some sliced backhands there as well. We talk about Maya Joint needing to perhaps change the rhythm a little bit, try and alter and diffuse the pace or the rhythm of her rival, a 54th ranked rival. I mean, that in itself is an indication that she's someone to watch at such a young age. It's not often you get two teenagers going against each other in the first round of a Grand Slam these days, is it? It used to happen quite a lot, but this is a rarity, or a more rare thing these days.
There's a few more coming up now, aren't there? Just suddenly, we've talked about Eva Jovic, who's just 20. She's incredible. Petro Marcinko and Alexandrialo have just turned 20, so they don't fall into that teenage category. But you're right, at the Martina Hingis time, it was almost like if you didn't become a top player as a teenager, you weren't going to make it. Now those days are long gone. We've got Venus Williams playing at 45.
And playing well.
And playing very well. And she'll, I think, be a bit miffed that she's not in the second round playing Coco Gauff. I mean, what a matchup that would have been.
Would have been wonderful to see. Wonderful, I think, wonderful for tennis more broadly, and the type of clash that would have drawn not eyebrows.
Would have drawn everything
eyes from all around the world.
I love the eyebrows. It would have had a wonderful expression if the eyebrows had gone up. All right, Valentova has a break on Maya Joint, battle of the teenagers. Valentova 18, Maya Joint is 19. Valentova out of Czechia, Maya Joint US born, but representing Australia. She is the Aussie number one. Valentova 30-15, throws in a big serve. Now that backhand cross court is just wide. She just fell off that shot a little bit.
Just trying to get the feet going. So it's been an interesting match so far. We are only a game and a half in. The two players trying to find their rhythm, trying to sort each other out as well. Some beautiful shot making from both, but also some errors. The balls are flying. We know the balls are flying this year, and it will also be a case of them both trying to just find their range a little bit out there. It's a warm morning already, so not surprisingly, they're getting through the air pretty quickly. It's a double fault from Valentova. So we've seen some aces, we've seen some double faults. It's not quite the, I suppose, the consistent start. There is another factor as well, Candy. At this time of the day, and through the next hour or two, the sun will be absolutely in the eye range if you're serving from one end. At this stage, it's starting to creep back towards. If you throw the ball out to the right, for example, as a right-hander, you will catch a glimpse of it at the moment, and then in the next hour, it'll be particularly tricky to position the ball.
We saw that a little bit in Auckland, one of the warm-up tournaments. From one side, the players from about 11:30 to 1:30 could not see a thing. So much so that the Chinese player Zhiyu Wang had to actually borrow a doubles partner's glasses, and we very rarely see a player playing in glasses. Maya Joint is an exception. But she had to kind of take them on and off depending on what was happening. Now, Maya Joint has just struck back. She's hit a beautiful backhand of her own. I think she's the only player that I can think of that wears glasses routinely, Maya Joint.
Sam Stosur used to do it quite a lot.
Right.
Another Australian champion who won the US Open in 2011. Just on that, we saw the positioning there of Valentova on the serve to that advantage court. She started, if you thought, about halfway between, I suppose, the middle of the court and also the singles line, and had to kick serves which allowed Joint. She couldn't throw the ball up properly and go through it. So it's already having an impact.
It's another beautiful day, a warm day as far as us Europeans are concerned. We are delighted to be in the sun and on John Cain Arena for this fantastic first round matchup between two teenagers who have broken each other to start off this match. There'll be an element, I suspect, of nerves for both. Oh,
without a doubt. It's a big opportunity for Valentova. I know she's up against a seeded player, but she will fancy her chances. Yep. I think on her progression, her trajectory, she should be looking at thinking, I can be seeded in 12 months' time, given the way she's rising in her talent. So it's an opportunity for her. And for Joint, there is the little pressure of playing at home.
And being the number one Australian. That's crazy pressure. Just her second time at Melbourne Park. Valentova trying to fire a big forehand into the Joint backhand, but misses it just long. So it looks like the 30th seed will hold here. 30 love, third game, first set.
That's not the commentator's curse, I hope. Just chucked on. My word.
It does happen once in a while, the old CC, doesn't it? Coached by Chris Marnie. We used to call him Chris Mahoney when I knew him at University of Tennessee. Chris's wife, Crystal, was a teammate of mine on the women's team, the Lady Vols. Got to get that in as much as I can. 40 love. Maya Joint started playing in kindergarten. Her local playground was next to the tennis courts. Dad Michael Joint was a professional squash player, so I bet she's good at paddle because you have to play off the walls. So used to take the squash rackets to hit on the tennis court. That is a really good idea, isn't it? Because we know that Brazilian footballers play with the heavy sack when they're younger and just a lot of ball control, and that's what makes them so good in tight corners, the Brazilians. So let's have more tennis players play with squash rackets when they're younger.
Well, it certainly would improve the hand-eye coordination, and we saw the hand-eye coordination come to the fore there on that point from Maya Joint, who rifled an off-forehand winner to hold serve to love. So she has a nose-head in this match for the first time at 2-1. That was a more confident game. And again, serving from an end where she won't have the sun in her eyes. So that's going to be something we'll keep an eye on over the next little hour or so. Just remember, you can write in. We'd love to hear from you listening around the world. Wherever you are, please tell us what you're up to, who you're looking forward to listening to, what matches you're trying to keep an eye on, keep note of, who your favourite player is, what your name is for Lucky Loser, I think it was yesterday. What would you say? What would be the replacement? Would it be a second chancer, for example? You can get in touch with us via the Ask the Booth form on ausopen.com or on email aoradio@tennis.com.au. That's Ask the Booth form on ausopen.com or email us at aoradio@tennis.com.au. Please get in touch. We'd love to hear from you.
And Courtney Walsh knows all about second chances, but we won't talk about that just yet. We will now speak to Josh Herriott, who is watching all the matches from around the court. Josh, we're going to finish up first round action today. So what have we got going on so far?
We are indeed, and a very good morning to you, Candy, and good morning, Walshy. I'm just on Kia Arena watching another young Australian in Taylor Preston, the 20-year-old, taking on Shui Zhang of China, and Preston up a break of serve. She leads 3-1 in the opening set. That's on Kia Arena. And then over the page, if we switch to 1573 Arena, the men's match, Luciano Darderi and Christian Garin. We are on serve there. It is 2-1 currently on 1573 Arena.
Thanks, Josh, and we will be coming round to Josh as much as possible to keep you involved in all the action. I love the first week. It's so exciting, Courtney.
Oh, so many, I suppose, new names, fresh faces. Well, not new names necessarily, sorry, but players. You see the emerging players getting their chances early on. You can identify who might make that progression to the second week, and then it's from the second week where you think, well, hang on, who can make that step to the Saturday, the semi-finals on the Thursday night and the Friday night, and the final on the Saturday and the Sunday. It's great to see, and they are so good. These players, their athleticism, their ball striking. It's extraordinary to watch. If you get the chance to watch in person, try and take it.
My opinion, and it may be controversial, this is the hardest sport in the world. I tried it. I failed miserably. I know how hard I worked. These girls and boys, men and women, are just incredible athletes. They are so mentally strong. It's so taxing and demanding. They're traveling the world. They're playing out on their own. It's very, very expensive to do so. And other than the majors, and the thousands, and of course, if you're top 20, you're doing very well lucratively every week. But for everybody else, it's a bit of a struggle. And I admire them hugely, Courtney.
The definition of success and failure is an interesting one, because I would argue that if you're able to get to a University of the Vols, the Tennessee Vols, if you can play for a college team,
Come on.
If you coach, if you're having a carving out a career commentating and travelling the world, I don't think it's a bad thing to be. And we talk about, yes, we know I suppose prize money is Valentova rifles a forehand down the line to go to 40-15 on her service game as she trails 1-2, but trying to level at 2-all in the first set against Maya Joint. We talk about prize money and players and how what the breadline is, whether you can make it. Alex Jiminor talked about yesterday. We're not being greedy. We know that the best of us are very well remunerated. Lots an even share. But it's also a sport that for so many people, a lot of coaches out there, a lot of club coaches, and I would argue that they're a success as well, that they've made a career out of the skill that they learn as a young person, a young boy, a young girl, to turn it into great coaching. A lot of us here are working at the Australian Open. So I think it's an interesting one when you say, I was a failure. I would argue that.
Self-deprecation, I think, is very important. But a failure certainly in my quest to win 5 Wimbledon championships, which was the goal at 10 years of age, when I had no idea about how difficult it would be.
It was mine as well. not so much the Wimbledon women's championships, but I would have taken a. These
days now it's open to you, Courtney.
Absolutely.
We are on John Cain Arena. It is 2 games all. Maya Joint 15-love in the 5th game of the first set. We will be joining Josh Herriott, who is watching all the matches around the grounds. We've got Madison Keys coming up very shortly. She is going to start things off on Rod Laver Arena against a player that even though I work in the sport 52 weeks a year, I am not familiar with. It is Alexandra Olenikova. She is from Ukraine. This will be their first ever meeting, and we're going to see how Madison Keys gets her defence campaign underway. We do know that her husband and coach, Bjorn Fratangelo, has been consulting with Darren Cahill in a way to bring Madison Keys back to the top of the game. She just lost a little bit of steam, didn't she, after winning Adelaide and the Australian Open last year. But we know what a force she is to be reckoned with.
And wow, she was so impressive. Just such a...
Caught fire.
Yeah, wow. Adelaide into Melbourne. It was a remarkable double.
Yeah, that is something else. And Madison Keys last year, Courtney, was one of 3 players to save 4 match points and win matches in 2025. That is bonkers. It's, 4 times she did it.
It's incredible to have that resolve and that inner belief. Now, again, Maya Joint serving from the end where the sun will be having an impact, and she's facing 2 break points. It's such a challenge. It's not just as Valentova secures the break with a deep return. It's such a challenge for a number of reasons. It's not just the fact that the ball toss is in the sun and you're struggling for a little bit. Yep. It means that takes a bit of your precision off. It takes away some of the options you can hit on the serve if you can't actually see the ball toss. So there are those sort of things. And then from there, it's also, if you're looking directly in the sun, even with the sunglasses that Maya has on, it does take you a second or 2 to refocus. You're not quite seeing the ball coming back as quickly at you. You know, it just takes a little bit to get your perception back. So 3 service games from that end so far. They've dropped every time. Near 2 from the other end, held convincingly. Valentova goes down there. It could be really critical if someone can steer that game from that end. It just makes a big difference, I think, at this stage in the match.
Yeah, and if that sun just moves a little bit and makes it easier, everything changes a bit like the wind, isn't it, when it's blowing one way and then it's swirling and then suddenly it stops and the player's like, right, quick, serve, go, go, go. So we're on Cain Arena. Teresa Valentova, the 18-year-old out of Czechia, Prague to be specific, leads 3-2 with a break on Maya Joint. Maya Joint, the 30th seed, the top-ranked Australian, with a little bit more pressure on her shoulders after winning 2 titles at WTA Tour level in 2025. She won on the clay of Rabat in Morocco, and she won on the grass of Eastbourne in the UK on the south coast. Can she recover here? Teresa Valentova serving now on the sunny side of the courts, so to speak. Cain Arena, it's 23 degrees Celsius, and it will be Valentova to serve next. First serve, well, 170 to 185 kilometers an hour. She's hitting half of her serves that speed. 50%. Maya Joint just at 11%. Second serve for Teresa Valentova. Another talented teenager. She qualified for her first major main draw last year at Roland Garros, and she did it again at the US Open. She's now ranked 54 in the world. A direct entry here. And 2-0 in first round major matches is Teresa Valentova, as Maya Joint cracks her forehand cross court. That second serve not good enough.
And again, I know I'm labouring the point here, but it is
sunny.
It is that direction. Like, they just cannot get the point, the serve exactly where they want to.
Yep.
And these players are so good in return that if the ball is coming directly to them, well, I'll hit a winner more often than not.
I had a coach, Leslie Charles, who played multiple times at Wimbledon. And she taught me a wind serve, which is a very low toss out to the right where you carve around the ball. And I often think in the sun now, and it's hard to do it as a youngster because you don't want to sort of go away from your game, but sometimes you just have to be versatile and adaptable.
And it is a challenge, it's a skill. So it's a similar thing, and effectively that's what we learn here. And look, I'm sure it's the same around the world, but every time someone comes from Europe or from America, perhaps because of the time of the season, they say, God, that sun's so bright.
Yeah. We actually see it, because in Europe right now we're not seeing it as sun. It's unusual.
So you do learn at different stages to basically throw the ball out to the right and hit that lower slice, and then, as we're seeing with Valentova, she's trying to toss the ball way back over her head and hit kick serves, like heavily top-spinning serves to the advantage court, because that will be to try and dodge the ball from the sun as she's throwing it up. So we're seeing her trying to make adjustments, but it's just it's a tricky one at the moment.
Both players love their backhands as well, so they'll be cautious going into that. Teresa Valentova serving at 15-30. It was love 30 in this 6th-game first set. Cain Arena, a battle of the teenagers. Teresa Valentova versus Maya Joint, Courtney Walsh and Candy Reid in the commentary box. We've got Josh Herriott watching alongside. And we will be going to Josh after this game for an update. You are listening to AO Radio. We're live around Melbourne Park, broadcasting to the world, 99.7 if you're on site. We've had over 200,000 over the past few days coming into the grounds, more expected, record numbers, and you can understand why. So much to watch, to see, to look at. The food and drink is top class here at Melbourne Park. The sun is shining. What could be better if you've got a day off as Teresa Valentova serves a double faults. Courtney Walsh right on with the sun. He understands what's going on here. And keep your questions coming. Get in touch. Ask the booth form on ausopen.com. Email aoradio@tennis.com.au. We've got so many great experts, including Courtney. Ask them your questions. If you're not sure about something in the tennis world, let Courtney know, and he will answer to the best of his ability. He is a full-time tennis journo. You do cricket, you do lots of other sports as well.
Yeah, based in Melbourne, which we, with pride suggest it's the sporting capital of the world. Now we know that there's other great sporting capitals around the world. It depends on what you like, but in this fabulous precinct around Melbourne Park, we have the MCG, which home to cricket, but also to Australian rules football. We have soccer or football, depending on where you're from, across the road at Amy Stadium, and we have basketball as well, which is played in Cain Arena when the tennis is not on, and there will be a match next week, I suspect, as well.
Fantastic.
Quite often as part of the Australian Open Ground Pass, you can often get in there and take in some top-flight Australian basketball. So, yeah, here, absolutely, I cover tennis is my passion. It's what I grew up playing and coaching, and before moving into journalism. But if you live in Melbourne, you're covering Australian rules football, you're covering cricket, Ashes cricket, and things like the Australian Open golf, the President's Cup golf when it comes to some of the sandbound courses.
It's a tough life, isn't it? You can imagine Steve sitting at his desk in IT, or the accountant, Mary, tapping away at their computer thinking, I wish I was Courtney Walsh right now. It's 3 games all, it's 15 all. Teresa Valentova has just struck a beautiful backhand. Maya Joint serving from the deuce court. Just missed a first serve. Neither player serving particularly wonderfully as yet, but still time. Second serve coming for Maya Joint, and it's a double fault. Another double fault for Maya Joint, and she's not happy with the way she's playing right now.
That's her 4th for the match. Valentova's double faulted 3 times. So, really, and that's the first time from this end of the court. But they're struggling for some rhythm. And that's the other thing. It can, if you were struggling from one end, it can affect your confidence a little bit if she hits that first
such a good
serve
point.
into the net.
You start losing a little bit of rhythm, don't you? Second serve is good. Backhand from Maya Joint. And she's over again. She can play open stance. She can step in. Can the women in pink. Teresa Valentova in a purple top and a white skirt with white shoes and white socks. After 24 minutes, she is just fist pumped because she's got more breakpoint chances here. Valentova looking awfully solid. The 18-year-old out of Prague. What a player she is. She is 2-0, remember, in first-round major matches. The winner to play either Lulu Sun of New Zealand or Linda Fruhvirtova. Another player from Czechia, Linda Fruhvirtova, of course, a few years ago, making huge inroads, but that progress has since slowed. She is a former champion of Le Petitza, which is the unofficial under-14 World Championship played in Tarbes, France. And the following year, Linda's younger sister Brenda won that. But to me, they are safe players, good juniors, but it doesn't always transition to senior level.
Whereas someone like Valentova, who I think has the weaponry to do some great things. She has another break point here. Joint saved the last one. She's trying to hold serve from the end that so far has been very favourable for serving. And that second serve's nice and deep. Valentova tried to take that early, just overhit it. It's been great. We've got some nice emails coming in, which I'll get to in a second at the next change of ends. And
I forgot to go to Josh. So Josh, stand by. After this game, we will come to you, and then we will go to the emails. There's so much to cover. It's almost easy to kind of carry on with looking around all the courts and what's going on. Teresa Valentova has just missed another return long. That's 2 in a row. And so Joint has fought back from 15-40, has a game point here now, serving at 166 kilometres an hour, joined with the blue racket, the pink outfit, the glasses on. She finds her first serve into the corner, backhand up the line, hits the net cord, and Teresa Valentova doesn't quite get there in time. Not up, so 4-3 to join. That was a bit of an escape. All right, Josh, let's come to you. What's going on around the grounds? What are we going to see?
Yes, thank you, Candy. Over on Kia Arena, Taylor Preston will have an opportunity here to try and take the first set. She leads 5-2. She's up a break of serve against Shui Zhang. Of course, she's had a brilliant start to her 2026 down in Hobart. She made the semi-finals down there, including beating Emma Raducanu in the quarterfinals. So it's been a hot start to her 2026. 5-2 in the first set over on Kia Arena. Garin and Darderi, we are on serve. It is 4-3 on 1573 Arena. And also Janice Jen, and we have Layla Fernandez, the Canadian, on ANZ Arena. It's Janice Jen who will be serving for the first set. She leads 5-2 on ANZ Arena against Layla Fernandez.
Brilliant, thanks Josh. I really like the way Janice Jen plays. Played at US College, very much a serve and volleyer. I saw a lot of her at last year's US Open. I was massively impressed.
Yeah, I saw a little bit of it there as well, and it was really pleasing to see someone really prepared to follow her serving when the chance arose, and I thought she used it cleverly at times as well.
Absolutely, and you know Talia Preston obviously very well. She's beating Zhang Shui 5-2 in the first set, as Josh just told us. What do you think of Preston's game?
Look, I'm really encouraged by what we've seen. She's a Western Australian. She's shown some good signs. Got down to about 117 in the world. Plateaued a little bit last year. Spent the second half of last season playing the ITFs around Australia. Okay. Was coached at the time a very, very good coach out of Western Australia, one of the Dyer brothers.
Oh, yeah.
Now working with a great mate of mine, an old Ballarat. I'm a Ballarat boy, and I spent a lot of time on the court with this man, Brett Hunter, who is a Tennis Australia coach. He was a very good junior in his own right, and he's been working with Taylor for, obviously over the summer into this campaign. She played her rival today in qualifying and went 3 sets after winning her opening round qualifying match in Brisbane. She was beaten in 3 sets, but the team took some notes out of that and thought, we might be able to get her the next time if we come across her. Long way to go, obviously, but it's been a promising start. And then in Hobart last week, to knock off Emma Raducanu, who we know is a Grand Slam champion and has had a goodish season last year, to make it to a semi-final.
Very good.
Played against a very, very impressive young American who you touched on before, Jovic.
Iva Jovic is something special, isn't she? Took
the first set and was beaten in 3, but the camp were pretty positive about what they saw in that match as well. So she's striking the ball really well. Coming to a Grand Slam when you bounce from Brisbane to Hobart to Melbourne can be a challenge, but liking what I'm seeing so far in that combination. And
it's nice to have some good Aussie players.
And she's 20, so she's still very much, and we know that Australian players can take a little longer because of the fact we don't get as exposed as much to hardened junior competition in Europe or in the US. It's a little further to travel.
So. And I think you've also favour education, which we've seen in Great Britain. It's starting that more and more players are starting to go homeschooling at kind of 14, but that's been happening since I ran a tennis academy in the US for 7 years. That's been happening in the US for a long time. And a lot of players by the age of 10 or 12 are going essentially full-time in tennis, which hasn't been happening that much in Australia.
No, we do have some academies which will balance the two, which is good, but it's certainly not as, I think, across the board accepted. And there's also a difference in terms of there are a lot of options in Australia in terms of what you can do in your sporting careers. So these are balances. It's a little broader in terms of professional options for sports. It's not, it doesn't necessarily bring in the big windfalls like the NFL and NBA basketball, or if you're a Premier League soccer player, for example. But they are great options for professional sports. So tennis is clearly one of those, and I touched on what it can do in terms of all the opportunities included in those magazines. So, but we have a note from, I have quite a few notes.
Okay, let's do it.
We'll get through. Now, it's 4-4 in this match.
So we'll keep an eye on Joint versus Valentova. Let's get to an email.
Mary has sent a note.
Hi, Mary.
From, she's an accountant, and Steve, her husband, and I are, I'm assuming husband, sorry. Steve and I are furiously clicking away, getting some work done, even though today was a holiday for Martin Luther King Jr., which of course it was. And I saw Billie Jean King posting about Martin Luther King Day in the US. we do wish we were Courtney Walsh instead. Well,
I think I said Mary the accountant. I'm Mary the accountant. I didn't know you were going to email in.
Keep up the great work. Lovely to hear from you, Mary. Another note is Valentova wins the first point on this joint service game. No one has held serve from this end so far in this first round match on John Cain Arena.
And Mary, I will be contacting you because I need some tax help. Just joking.
Indeed, I need a little bit of help as well. We have a note here. I'm just missing the name, but greetings from a bathtub in Harrisburg, Pennsylvania. Just a quarter mile from the banks of the... this has got me beaten. The Susquehanna.
Oh, well done. Let's go with that.
It's 15 degrees Fahrenheit. That's about a negative 6 or 7 Celsius, I suspect, or a negative 5 or so Celsius. Looking forward to Alex Mickelson, who's a very good player, Mickelson. I like what he brings to the court and hoping he can make a run. I've liked what I've seen from him over about 2 or 3 years.
What a backhand up the line. Best backhand up the line. It's incredible.
Big boy. As some break point opportunities
not surprising
arise again for Valentova. Love 40, same end, causing so many problems for both women.
First serve goes in from Maya Joint into the backhand side. Good backhand from Joint, who's moving forwards, hits a forehand into the forehand and gets the winner. So she saves 1 of 3 break points in this game at the very least. 32 minutes on the Rolex. The Aussies trying to claw her to victory. Storm Hunter, of course, into the second round already. What a win she had. Stormy coming through qualifying after that horrific Achilles injury. Seen how hard she's worked to get back to the game. We've had some Aussie success. Alex de Minaur as well, a winner, as Maya Joint tries to save a second break point. She's coming forward again. Oh, and she nets a backhand. Teresa Valentova with a roar towards her coach. She's just a one-man band and one coach, and she is leading 5-4 in this first round match on John Cain Arena.
It's been a fascinating encounter, hasn't it? Just really impressive from Valentova. Well, basically from one end. Everything is being won and run from one end at the moment, and just such a great ball striker. She moves so well. 5-4 now. She has the opportunity to serve for the match. Serve for the first set. Is this the service game that clicks? Can she find a way close out this set? She struggled from that end so far. Really impressive movement. Joint, a couple of opportunities there, but unable to try and save that break point. She netted that ball when she'd moved forward. It was a short one, didn't quite get her feet around to get up underneath it. So big challenge here for the Australian, the seeded player for her first time in a Grand Slam. Can she find a way to retrieve another break? She's in front, she's been behind.
Now she is trying to stay in this opening set. Teresa Valentova serving from the sunny side. Let's cross quickly to Josh Herriot for an update. Josh.
Yes, over on ANZ Arena, Candy, it was Janice Jen who took the first set 6-2 against Leylah Fernandez. So the first set going her way of the Indonesian 6-2. And also good news for the Australian fans, Taylor Preston taking the first set 6-3 against Shai Zhang over on Kia Arena, rather.
Yes, 6-3 to Taylor Preston, playing on a wild card. So that is a good result for her. Right, let's join the action back again on John Cain Arena. Good first serve from Teresa Valentova. She's 3 points away from taking this opening set against Australia's Maya Joint. Serving in the sun. She has been all business, the 18-year-old from Czechia. Keeping herself very controlled, very contained, not showing any signs of nerves just yet. She's missed her first serve just wide. Coached by Salaba Libor is Valentova. She trains in Prague at Sparta Praha. She loves playing basketball, and she's just thrown in a double fault. She's studying economics as well as playing professional tennis, which I always think is very, very impressive.
It is. I guess there's some downtime when you're not on the court and not training, but a lot of players like to rest. It can be a taxing schedule to focus, but by keeping your mind busy.
I think that's important. It's so hard to have that discipline to do it, but I think it does actually add to the all-round play. And it just takes slightly the pressure off tennis because now you're focusing on something else. 30-15 to Teresa Valentova. Maya Joint has just hit a forehand return halfway up the net, which doesn't bode awfully well here for the 19-year-old's Australian chances in this first set. First ball goes up. Nice first serve, and it's netted on the forehand. Excellent serve from Valentova. Perhaps the sun is just gone behind a cloud or something for a moment because she's landed some good serves despite the one double fault. Set points here for Teresa Valentova, serving against Maya Joint, 5-4. 40-15. It's Courtney and Candy in the commentary box. Josh Herriot alongside. Good first serve and a great first serve. Teresa Valentova. How about that for an ending for that first set?
And a roar of delight, understandably so. Found her range right at the perfect time, the ideal time. Closes out the first set, 6-4. I think her ball striking was really good. I liked her temperament throughout. Yes, there were some challenges serving from that end, but she was seeming to be able to handle that situation a little bit better. Clearly in the last game she was able to do that. Fastest serve, you can tell the firepower difference. 179 kilometres an hour to 168 kilometres an hour. She's a stronger, taller woman, and the average, she's about 6 kilometres quicker on that first serve. So there's some challenges for the Australian. Both women hit 10 winners apiece. On return, Joint was a little stronger in terms of 3 winners off that return when Valentova was hitting those second serves short early on in the match, but wow, she found her rhythm right at the right time. In terms of errors, Joint's been a little more error-prone, 15 unforced errors to 13 from Valentova. But a pretty even match, which is what we saw in the first set, and not necessarily surprising, as we know the Australian's a seeded player, but Valentova, a woman on the rise and not too far away in rankings, and she has the upper hand in what's been a very entertaining match so far.
Yeah, this was one of the matches that really stuck out. We were asking and talking about, weren't we, first round encounters, and perhaps these two aren't quite well known enough to really put them in the headlines, but this had all the makings of a very exciting first round encounter, and Teresa Valentova has taken the first set against the Australian number 1, Maya Joint, on John Cain Arena. We shall be joining Rod Laver Arena momentarily because Madison Keys is about to start the defence of her title won 12 months ago. Finally, Madison Keys, a major champion. Can she defend? We're going to be heading to Rod Laver Arena after a short commercial break.
Kids making a racket? Nothing hits like Hot Shots Tennis. Perfect for kids aged 3 to 12. Book your free trial at a participating club. Hit up tennis.com.au. Hot Shots Tennis. It's different.
If you're looking to reclaim your game, try Cardio Tennis, presented by Chemist Warehouse. This high-energy group class is where fitness meets fun. No competition, just genuine connection. Set to great music, you'll mix tennis drills with constant movement for a workout that never feels like work. And no need to be a pro, qualified coaches tailor the session for everybody at every level, whether you're new to tennis or coming back to the court. An hour of cardio tennis is guaranteed to smash stress, lift your mood and leave you feeling motivated and confident. Reclaim your game with Cardio Tennis, presented by Chemist Warehouse. Book now at tennis.com.au.
Downtime hits different with Tennis Court Hire. Whether it's a friend you want to see, a bit of time for me, or just finding an hour free. Whatever you're into, get out on court. Tennis.com.au.
Player features, exclusive interviews, game insights and much more. That's Australian Tennis Magazine. And this AO, Australia's only tennis publication, turns 50. Join us in celebrating our special milestone by picking up a copy or subscribing at tennismag.com.au.
Message our commentators. Go to ausopen.com/AO Radio and click on Ask the Booth.
You're listening to AO Radio.
You certainly are listening to AO Radio. We're live around Melbourne Park, broadcasting to the world. Hope you've been enjoying our exciting coverage of everything going on around Melbourne Park. It's day 3 of main draw action. First major of the year. This tournament established just after the 1900s, and so much at stake. Everybody wants to win this title. Of course they do, and someone who's already done that is Madison Keys. Courtney Walsh, who was commentating alongside me, Candy Reid. It was a bit of a surprise that she went on that run last year.
It was a little bit of a surprise. I guess we'd identified, everyone knew that Madison Keys was a star. It was just whether she would ever fulfill that promise.
It seemed unlikely she would.
It did. And we'd seen her, the US Open final where she made against Sloan Stevenson.
Yes.
Didn't produce her best in that final going back 2017, I think it was. 8 years ago. To then play with such distinction. And she was under immense pressure in the semi-final as well as the final.
That match against Seeger.
Yep. Just and produced the goods. Life was happy off the court. Very, very popular player, I think, and a very, very well-received triumph. I remember walking into the press conference after she had won, and already by that stage you saw some of her peers and compatriots were on social media just talking about how much they'd love to see her break through because she was such a triumph. And I asked her about them, and she almost started crying. I think Sloan was one of the ones who said this is just so great to see. A couple of others saying she's just so deserving of that triumph. So not to cap the career, but to have a crowning achievement like that, I think was so important because she is a player who's been around for half her life.
She started a pro at 14 years of age, didn't she?
More than half her life. And
it's bonkers.
Yep, a phenomenal ball striker. But she's dropped serve here, so under early pressure as the defending champion.
We've got a little bit of sun today that is bothering players. We are on Rod Laver Arena. We will keep you up to date, of course, with what's happening on Chicanery, where Teresa Valentova has just taken the first set against Australia's Maya Joint. So Josh Herriot is our man around the grounds, and we will be going to him with frequency to find out what is going on. We've also got Taylor Preston on court, who's taken the first set against Zhang Shui, and plenty of other matches. Lorenzo Musetti has stepped onto Margaret Court Arena to play a very talented young Belgian in Raphael Collignon. So lots of action. Leila Annie Fernandez, former US Open finalist, has lost the first set to Yanis Chen, and Ashton Kruger, the big hitting American, also on court. So much action around the grounds. Now we are looking at Alexandra Olenikova, who is a Ukrainian. I'm not massively familiar with this young lady. She's 25 years of age, out of Ukraine, and she is heavily tattooed, including tattoos on her neck and her face.
It's a very, very distinctive look. It's certainly eye-catching, and what I've been noting so far from her match against Keys, it's an eye-catching style as well. She's not afraid to throw in some changes of pace. In the last point, when she was facing a break point, 3 times she chipped, sliced forehands, almost a squash shot, came under, and it worked. It drew the error from Keys. The ball wasn't coming through, and if she's going head-to-head against Keys in terms of trying to hit ground strokes, well, Keys is just a sublime ball striker. If you ever get the chance to watch someone practice and see the sweetest timing you'll ever see, Madison's right up there.
Madison Keys and Courtney Walsh.
I'm a little more shaky off the forehand wing. I think my backhand slice might be enough to at least get her bend in the knees occasionally. But no, she's just such a beautiful ball striker. And then we see the slice forehand again facing a break point, and the change of pace, the high topspin forehand. It's a really intriguing sort of start to this match.
It's how to play Madison Keys. Why would you try and hit hard against Madison Keys? Because you're just playing straight into her wheelhouse. So this young lady, Olenikova of Ukraine, out of Odessa, is playing the right way. Madison Keys, after a long rally, has just hit a backhand slightly wide. And these are worrying moments in the early stages here.
And just seeing her there, I suppose, put her left hand to her, I suppose, the necklace around her throat. I mean, if Olenikova is prepared to stay in here and able to keep the fight. Now, that was some proper high topspin in moonballs is what you might call it. Level between the ITF circuit, where she's played most of her tennis, and the women's premier circuit, from the 250s to the 500s and onwards up to the premier and then the Grand Slams. So she was playing those bridging events and having great success. She wins in Tolentino in September at 125. She wins another one in Tucumán Open in November against Sharif, and then she backs up and wins again in Chile against Jean, the French woman, to move into the top 100. So that's a sign of a player who is clearly got full belief, because they are still exceptionally tough tournaments to win those 125. So some very, very, very good results sort of leading in.
11 straight wins.
11 straight wins, which, again, it's not against the absolute cream of the crop, but it is against those who are exceptionally hungry, and you'll get some good players in that run. And so breaking into the top 100 for the first time in late November, and that earns her a berth in a maiden Grand Slam.
Wow.
It's impressive to see.
And I think it was Sloan Stephens when she won the US Open, which we were talking about earlier, because she, of course, beat Madison Keys in the final. She said, it doesn't matter what level you are, success leads to more success. And it is a confidence sport, this one, isn't it?
Absolutely it is. And if you've got those wins behind you, you will think, okay, well, what's my ceiling? She'll start thinking, where can I get to? What can I do? Well, that rise has brought her a centre stage match, Rod Laver Arena, one of the finest stadium courts around the world, as Keys manages to save a game point on the Olenikova serve by chipping and following the ball in and drawing the error from the backhand. It's brought her an outing against the defending Australian Open champion on Rod Laver Arena. Now, I think probably in October she's thinking, okay, I've finally risen enough to play qualifying at Wimbledon, qualifying at the US Open. They're probably thinking, okay, we're now in the range of qualifying for the Australian Open. 3 wins, that confidence streak, that big streak on clay, bang, you're into a main draw, and it can be a career-changing moment. The prize money itself, it's a significant bump on what she will have been earning when winning those titles. 150,000 guaranteed. She serves at deuce at 1 love and throws up that exceptionally high topspin forehand. Keys all the way back.
And there it is again. And Keys is not enjoying it. She's just thrown a potential high forehand just wide. And these are the nightmare opponents for Madison Keys.
Just no pace, no rhythm. Look, I think Keys, once she settles, based on what we've seen so far, she will be able to find a way. But she needs to sort of try and control that forehand. I would be stepping forward and trying to hit that a little flatter and harder. And the other thing is, when they are moonballing like this, you can drive a volley. Now, it can be a little risky, but it can change the pace. Basically, it's just a matter of having, her coach will be saying, you just need to readjust your thinking here. I'm sure they've seen some video of her, but again, because of her late rise, there won't be heaps and heaps of great footage around.
That is such a good point, as the Ukrainian throws in a double fault on game point for a 2-love start. So still 1 love here on Rod Laver Arena. Olenikova up against Madison Keys, the defending champion. Keys this year seeded 9th here at the first major of the year. She's in a blue dress, is Olenikova, and draws the return error from Madison Keys, who is not settled. She's clearly feeling the nerves, Keys. Keys in a white hat. She's got a very colourful outfit of yellows and greens, a little black on her dress with white socks and white shoes. Far end of the court from us, right side of the umpire, as Madison Keys hits a backhand return off a decent serve. Olenikova just looking pretty contained, happy to respond. She's got more of a defensive style, uses that forehand slice a lot. Just hit a nice backhand, she's on the move. Keys was trying to drop shot, got it wrong, and it's 2-love. 2-love.
So the defending champion under a little bit of pressure here, just a little befuddled, a little bemused by what has been coming her way so far, and that's due credit to the Ukrainian. What a wonderful start for her. Just such a different stage for her to be out here, but demonstrating so far that she absolutely is worthy of belonging. And I talk about that forehand slice. We saw it halfway through that service game where she started throwing in some half-put slice, forcing Keys to come forward, and then throwing those big, high top-spinning forehands, forcing her far back behind the baseline. So she is moving her backwards and forwards as opposed to side, and that's not a bad strategy against Madison.
That is a very good strategy against Madison.
There's a lot on a tennis court, and we quite often think about, yes, you want to stretch them sideways, but equally, if you're able to bring the ball, hit a short slice and make the rival hit up over the ball, well, you can drag some rhythm. There's a lot of ways to play tennis, and we've seen a fascinating demonstration so far from Olenikova.
I think on the WTA Tour, actually, that is the better way to play, isn't it? Because the players are so fast, so athletic. They work a lot on the side-to-sides, comfortable generally at staying at the baseline, but Madison Keys doesn't want to come forward very much unless it's a nice high forehand.
It is one of those ones, having been, I suppose, an Australian who covered Ash Barty's career. She was a very good record against Madison Keys because she was able to hit that slice backhand so well, and the 7 different versions of that slice backhand, and it befuddled Madison. On the way to that Australian Open title she won here in her last professional tournament, she beat Madison convincingly in a quarter-final, and it was because she was able to just unsettle her, bring her forward, etc. Again, love 30 here on the Keys serve, and in that change, she changed the pace. She actually stepped forward and took some aggression here, played with some aggression. So, this might be more of a challenge than what I think perhaps a lot of fans are expecting here.
This girl is good, isn't she? That was a 14-shot rally, and Olenikova actually outpacing and outcreating Madison Keys once again. And I don't know what you think, but we are very close to the players sitting in this extraordinary booth here at Melbourne Park. Madison Keys looks worried to me. She looks a little panicked. Serve coming up from Keys at the far end from us. Throws up that beautiful serve, easy power onto the backhand. And it's a nice forehand from Olenikova. She hits over the ball. Oh, is going for the pass up the line. Just misses it slightly wide. 19 minutes played.
Just a little, look, a little affirmation there from Olenikova after that point. She wasn't that far away, but again, I didn't actually mind that from Madison. If she's going to chip that short, okay, come forward. That will get her feet moving. You know, come forward. Don't be afraid to put some pressure on, because she hits with such a weight of shot that, you know, if she can get it forward.
So it is 15-30, the 9th seed, 2-love down first set. Olenikova is moving forward and doesn't have to hit a volley. That was a beautiful approach shot. It looks almost like she's got freckles, but as we mentioned earlier, she has got tattoos under her eyes. She's got one on her neck, she's got one on her right thigh, she's got one on her right forearm, she's got multiple on her left arm. We're talking kind of Marketa Vondrousova, who unfortunately not able to play this year. Oh, another injury, and I miss her so much. I love Vondrousova's game, full Wimbledon champion. An ace from Madison Keys, that would just relieve a little pressure, but she's facing break points, and Olenikova has just applauded her opponent quite into her face. Well done, you've just hit an ace against me, but not in a nasty way, like a very appreciative way.
And look, there is in that, I think that also can help you stay positive. Sometimes you need to be able to accept that your rival is going to throw up something that you cannot get to. It helps put away some negative thoughts. But the body language from Madison, you touched on how concerned she looks. She is putting her hand to her neck, wherever that necklace is, sort of sitting around her neck at different stages. They send another break point, a second serve.
And that doesn't mean she's choking. That just means, I think, indicating to her team that she's very, very anxious here. And she's got a bounce smash, should put this away. She goes down the middle. Olenikova was there. Madison Keys digs out a low falling volley. Was that in? It was. It's a cross pass from Olenikova. She is 3-love up in this first round match against the defending champion Madison Keys.
And Madison Keys cannot believe it. She half hit that smash, gave her rival another chance. What a staggering point that was. Olenikova is just asking the chair umpire something. That's a new stage for her.
She's probably asking her, what is going on out here?
That was an astonishing... I mean, great defence. Look, she moved really well to stay in the point. Then it was such a short bounce smash. She pivots around, and Keys just drops the left arm a little too quickly, doesn't follow through, straight back to her, comes up with a pretty good volley, a low forehand volley, and I think Olenikova may have even shanked that forehand cross-court, but drops on the line. Keys stretching desperately, not able to make it. A look of resignation on the champion's face. Let's have a look as we get the slow motion on that forehand. Clips the outside of the line. And a look of disbelief from it. And her eyes just open in, whoa, okay, that's a good thing. Just a staggering sort of, I suppose, the contrast in emotions from one end of the court, the disbelief from Keys, the befuddlement that we're seeing so far. I also think that perhaps Olenikova is a little bit bewildered as well. She was certainly surprised by that shot. So a staggering start here. Some messages are coming through.
All right, let's have one message and then we're going to go to Josh Herriot around the courts.
Marcus from Grenonia, the Dutch border, saying hello. Can I write to you again? Great to hear you. Wondering about us covering some of the courts and how we choose between Rod Laver, Margaret Court, John Cain. Has to go to work tomorrow, so can't listen, but he's been loving it. And what we love with AO Radio this year, it's a bigger, broader, expanded team. We try to bring you coverage from all around the grounds, and that's what Josh is about to do for us right now.
Anything exciting. What a great segue. Look at that. It's like you're a broadcasting genius. All right, so yes, let's go to Josh, because we've got lots of action going on all around the grounds. The singles draw first round matches will be completed this Tuesday. Josh.
Yes, that was good timing. Thank you, Candy. I can tell you after 58 minutes, Luciano Darderi has taken the first set via the tiebreak over Christian Garin. So that first set lasting 58 minutes, he takes it via the tiebreak, does the Italian. Maya Joint was upper break of serve as well. That was the match that you were doing previously, Candy. But her opponent has now broken back Valentova. So it is 2-1 over there on John Cain Arena. And Fernandez and also Jen, it's Jen, who is up a break of serve in the second set now. She took the first set against Fernandez 6-2. She's now up a break of serve in the second set on ANZ Arena.
Brilliant roundup, as always, Josh Herriott. We will be coming to Josh with frequency today because there's so much excitement going on all around the grounds. There's slightly fear for Leylah Annie Fernandez, just a little underpowered, the 22nd ranked Canadian, who is, of course, a former US Open runner-up. Right, now we are focusing our attention here in the booth, Candy and Courtney, on Rod Laver Arena, where Madison Keys, last year's slightly surprising winner, perhaps, has lost the first 3 games to a woman that I'm not familiar with, Alexandra Olenikova, who, as Courtney Walsh told us earlier, was just storming through $125,000 level matches last year. She won 11 straight at the end of 2025. She's in confidence and she's, well, doing really well today.
Just the change of pace, the contrasting style. It's a very unique style we're seeing here from Olenikova. And Madison Keys better on that occasion. Last 2 points, she's been assertive, stepped in, crunches the forehand winner to get to 30 all. But in 3.5 games, Candy, she's made 14 unforced errors. Really struggling to deal with the changes of pace. Just such a unique thing for her to be playing someone like this. It's like a high level, I suppose, old man game type thing. The slices, the chips, the lobs. It's quite great to see. I love seeing variety in tennis, and always good to see something different.
I think it's happening more and more. Just suddenly over the last couple of years, I think the younger players are coming in with more versatility. The coaches are realising that you can't play against these top players the way they play. You've got to change things up. And so we are starting to see a little more serve volley. We are starting to see forehand slice. Mira Andreeva has a great forehand slice, and Olenikova is hitting a forehand slice as much as she's hitting over the ball with topspin. We've played 26 minutes, and the Ukrainian has a point here for 4-love, and she's taken it with a wonderful serve. It is 4-love to Oksana Olenikova, who is ranked 92 in the world. She's taking on the 9th seed from the USA, Madison Keys. And I'm just reading about Olenikova, born and raised in Kyiv. She and her family at the age of 8 moved to Odessa, which is where Diana Yastremska and Elena Svitolina is from. And Madison Keys, Courtney, just observing, is going over to a bench.
So, and also the contrast. So no panic in the Keys team. She's just talking quietly back and forth. There are 4 people in these great coaches' boxes that we now have on Rod Laver Arena. But the contrast, again, the gulf in terms of what tennis players have and what tennis players don't, and where their status is in terms of the world of sport. 4 people in the Keys box. You look to the other end, 0. Olenikova is doing it by herself. She walked over, got her towel from the other side, looked down. Madison's talking to her team. 4 strategists there to help her, support her. It's just a staggering contrast. What you know, the haves and have-nots in tennis.
She's coached by her dad, the Ukrainian, who's just thrown in a couple of high moon balls on the forehand. Now a force slice, but hits a ball in the net from Madison Keys. And Madison Keys at this point, Courtney, is just hoping to string a couple of points together. Love 4.
Yeah, it's fascinating. I mean, is it time for panic? I don't think it's yet time for panic, Candy, but certainly
I'd be panicking a bit.
She wants to find some rhythm in this set, so to at least give herself some confidence going forward into the second.
So I was just talking about Olenikova, just looking back at her family background. Her father publicly criticised the presidency of Viktor Yanukovych and had to flee to Croatia when she was 10. So left Ukraine, went to Croatia. They were able to return to Ukraine after the Revolution of Dignity in 2014. So it's all going on. She continued to live and train in Zagreb. 2026, though, she's living and training in Kyiv. Of course, we know what's going on in that part of the world. So a lot of turbulence. And perhaps that is why she's playing such a beautiful match here, because compared to what she's already been through, you know, a big match on Rod Laver Arena is nothing that special. She throws up a lob. That is brilliant defense. And Madison Keys cannot get back. She's topped the attempted smash. It's another point for the Ukrainian.
And it might also explain that I suppose, that turmoil through the youth, or certainly the unsettled nature of having to move around to different places, why it has taken her this time to get through. It's not like she's at Bradenton in Florida, training from the age of 5 or 6 and getting honed. She's changing in different things. I'm sure that as a result of being displaced and not having to move into exile, that will throw its own challenges in terms of financial, family, all matter of things. So perhaps we're seeing something different. What I'm also seeing, the extremes of her grip, they're not. Basically, by that I mean, tennis players, they go more Western now in terms of the forehand to enable that really aggressive topspin. But she's all the way down around, almost to the extent that it's holding, almost an extreme Western grip. So she can almost flick it around and hit a more traditional backhand using that grip. That's how far down. It's such an exaggerated contortion of the wrist, but that's why she's also able to cut under that slice forehand with basically the same thing. It's a really interesting sort of thing. I think if you have a look at her, Candy, I think she's hitting the topspin forehand with one side of the racket and then coming under with the other.
Incredible.
If you know what I mean. As I'm demonstrating, we're on YouTube at the moment. I'm saying she's basically hitting that forehand with one face and then coming under with the other side. So you don't
think she's changing the grip for that? Is that what you're saying?
Have a look. Yeah, I reckon it's almost. I'll have a closer look.
Yeah.
But it's just the way she's holding it. I think she's
coming near to our booth as the players just are taking a quick water break. Madison Keys, it's up and running. We've seen the Rocket is in the house. Rod Laver is here on match day 3 at the 2026 US Open. A beautiful day, slightly cloudy over sky, but warm at 23 degrees Celsius. And we have got a potential upset on Rod Laver Arena.
Absolutely. It's been a very, very, very impressive start from the Ukrainian as she walks down, marches down with some confidence, puts her towel in the booth not too far. She's right down, so you can keep an eye on it. I could be wrong, but just having a look, it just seemed to me that was the way with that forehand. Dan has written in from London in the UK, listening to AO Radio late at night, one of his favourite annual traditions. Always great to have you on, Dan. Wondering who some of the breakout stars of the tournament will be. Well, we've had one go out in terms of Alexandra Eala, but wow, did she draw a crowd yesterday? Extraordinary. And maybe we're seeing a breakout star right now on this court.
I think we might be. Teresa Valentova on John Cain Arena playing Maya Joint. We've been covering a little bit of that. It's definitely one to watch as well on the WTA Tour side of things. On the ATP side of things, Lerna Tien is someone that really strikes me as being a fabulous player. He's just won the next gen and a 5-set winner over Marcus Giron last night.
And what a win that was. And we saw a couple of upsets there. Dan has thrown up Maboko. Well, I mean, certainly she's an exceptionally talented player on the rise, of finalist last week in Adelaide, and had that fabulous success in Canada in hometown. So I would argue she's already there. Hellas, a French veteran, he's cited him as someone who's finally maturing. I remember seeing him on this court many, many years ago and thinking he is one to watch, and a decade or so on, he's living up to his promise. So players can come and go or start making their runs mature at different stages. And we're seeing this here with the 25-year-old playing some sublime tennis.
Olenikova of Ukraine, 25-year-old, just ranked inside the world's top 100, and she's just thrown in the most beautiful backhand drop shot.
At full stride, had to basically slid into that basically on a hard court, which we see some of the top men do, but that was just a nice little slide. And then to be able to come under the ball, what great execution. Wow, knifed underneath that, Candy.
Courtney Walsh would be pleased with that. We're going to join Josh Herriot quickly for a look around the grounds. Josh?
Yeah, Candy, you were interested in this match before. Siniakova wrapping this one up in 59 minutes against Yvardi. She wins 6-1, 6-2 in straight sets. That was on court 14 in 59 minutes,
Amazing.
That one.
Amazing. That's our first completed match. Josh, anything else to be interested in? How's Maya Joint getting on?
Yes, she was up a break of serve in this set. She's now down a break of serve. Valentova has bounced back, so she leads 3-2 in this second set. Of course, she took that first set 6-4. That was the match that you were obviously calling. So Valentova up a break of serve 3-2 in the second set.
So Maya Joint in a bit of trouble here. Maya Joint's the Australian #1, first time she's seeded at a slam. And on Kia Arena, Josh, we've got Zhang Shui of China up against Preston of Australia. How's the young wildcard getting on?
Yes, Preston lost that second set. Zhang Shui taking it 6-2. So set a piece over on Kia Arena. Preston up a break of serve, though, in this third set now.
Very exciting. And we've got Lorenzo Musetti down a break against Rafael Collignon on Margaret Court Arena. João Fonseca, the young Brazilian, another one that I'm very excited about. He's actually going to be my future son-in-law. He just doesn't know that yet. He is second on 1573. I've met his parents, so it's not too weird. And I have a 16-year-old daughter, and this is not going to be for 10 years. So, you know, don't call the authorities on me just yet. But that's how much I love João Fonseca. A little weird, but anyway. Right, we're at deuce, 4-1 to Olenikova of Ukraine, who's just thrown up another high forehand. She's come out with a tactic, a game plan. Madison Keys up to the net, taking it out of the air. She's forced into a high ball, and again, the Ukrainian finds something out of nothing.
Just outstanding defence again, and Madison is really befuddled. Didn't mind that she came forward, but she took too long to get forward on that occasion. So by the time she got there, the ball had dipped. The volley wasn't that bad, but just gave her rival a chance to get there and flick up the lob. It just was not quite, I suppose, assertive enough. So this is her third attempt here to close out this game, Olenikova. She had 40-15. Keys come up with the goods with a couple of rapid returns, but a chance here to go to 5-1 again.
Madison Keys just does not look convincing when she's coming forward. She's sort of reluctantly coming as a slice forehand misses from Olenikova, just hits the net tape. Not quite good enough. It could have been 5-1. It's still 4-1. And Juice, the heavily tattooed Ukrainian with absolutely nobody in the box, is up against the defending champion Madison Keys and has got off to an absolute blinder. We're just looking closely at the grip. It is an extreme grip for the serve, a slight backhand grip, so not the usual continental. She's fired a backhand up the line, now a forehand into the Madison Keys backhand, who's forced to slice. It's a drop shot attempt for Olenikova. Keys up to it quickly, and again she's beaten. It is unbelievable.
Just phenomenal touch, the ability to come underneath the ball, lob her. It's staggering, and Keys is all at sea here. I mean, beautiful touch, beautiful defence to be able to find that depth. But again, Madison just not quite playing it smart when she's coming forward.
Olenikova, though, at full stretch there, Courtney Walsh, off the half volley, one-handed backhand, has just hit a ball. It's just slipped over the Keys racket. Keys is a tall glass of water as well. She was at full stretch. Olenikova, I think, is just having one of those days. But Madison Keys has absolutely annihilated her forehand return down the line.
Was that more fury than... certainly rapid fire. What a situation that she finds herself in. This game now extending to 5.5 minutes.
It's one of those, Courtney, where you've got this player you're not quite sure about, no one knows about, and you're thinking, can she keep this level up? And it's another forehand up the line winner return from Keys. That's two back to back.
140 km/h serve out wide, but not wide enough. That one right into the hitting range of Keys. Now she's just trying to find some momentum in this match, try and get a toe hold. She finally was able to get herself on the board in the last game. Can she break the serve?
Looking at that grip again, it is extreme on the serve. Moves out nicely to her left. No return winner this time for Madison Keys, who's on the move forward. Great forehand into the forehand corner of Olenikova, who throws the ball up high as she can. Keys forced back, watches it, plays a quite conservative shot. Up the ball goes. Moon ball from Olenikova. Plays such a smart match. Leans into a backhand. Madison Keys rifles a forehand up the line and draws the error. And a little fist pump from Madison Keys. She has won her second game.
Yeah. Olenikova had 3 chances there. One of those slice forehands just clipped the tape, fell back on her side. I'm wrong. Just having a look, she does change her grip on the forehand, so it's not with this different face, because I thought that would be quite extraordinary, but it's still an exceptionally extreme grip on the forehand. We have a message from Josh, not Josh Perriott around the grounds, but Josh writing from Cambridge in Massachusetts, just to say, again, happy MLK Junior Day in the US. Snowed so much in Boston. It'll be very, very cold. The snow-capped trees look gorgeous. Excited to watch Ben Shelton play today. And just a couple of little notes here, which we'll get onto as well, Josh. But thank you for the message, as always. Always a pleasure. And as always, you can write. Remember, if you've got anything to ask, get in touch with us via the Ask the Booth form on ozopen.com. Email us at aoradio@tennis.com.au. A pleasure to hear from you. We love to know where you're listening from and what you've got to offer.
First point of the 7th game, first set. Madison Keys has just hit a forehand drive volley. Looks like she's starting to play like a defending champion. Let's head to Josh Herriot for an update on Margaret Court Arena. Lorenzo Musetti, the 5th seed from Italy, up against Raphael Collignon of Belgium. Josh.
Yes, and I can tell you, Kenny, that Collignon has taken that first set 6-4 against the 5th seed in Musetti. So 6-4 going the way of Collignon, the first set.
Musetti had such a good 2025 into the top 10, but in trouble against the big serving Belgian.
Speaking of players who caught fire from sort of late September, he had a great Davis Cup performance down here in Australia.
You remember that one? That was a painful one, was it?
It was a difficult one, and that was in September. Did exceptionally well, and basically from there he had some really good results. So he's someone that I've been keeping an eye on. He was about 83 or so in the world at that stage in September, but I thought with his weaponry, capable of rising far further.
I agree with you. I think Belgium have 2 young Belgian boys. They are Raphael Collignon, who's currently beating Lorenzo Musetti, and they are Alexander Blocks, which is BOLCKX. And apparently Dennis Kudla, who is now coaching but was a former player, called him Block X. That's how he thought it was pronounced. So it's a bit of a joke now, Alexander Block X.
I thought that was what the Fonseca parents were doing to you on social media.
Block Xing me? No, they love me. They're all for a wedding in 10 years or so. Alexander Blocks, he's just a runner-up at the next gen, and he is someone to watch. Very, very exciting young Belgian player. Very, very lovely boy indeed. That's what I love. These guys are so nice and so good at tennis. Madison Keys, 30-15 up in the 7th game, first round, first set, against a player she probably hasn't locked eyes on before, Alexandra Olenikova out of Ukraine, a player ranked inside the world's 92. Courtney Walsh and myself, Candy, reading in the commentary box, very impressed by this 25-year-old Ukrainian.
Oh, it's a fascinating match. It's been great to watch so far. And look, we're seeing the champions starting to find their rhythm here, which, look, it can take some time when you come up against someone you're not necessarily used to. It's also trying to practice for this type of match. You're not going to get players like that. You can get your hitting partners to try and mimic or try and mime what a rival will throw, but again, this will be a little bit different for her. So a better service game, though, in this, in fact, the most comprehensive game of this Australian Open, or Australian Open defence so far, as she gets to 4-3. Olenikova still has the service break, but now a bit tighter. The champion is starting to merge.
Yeah, she certainly is. Madison Keys looking a lot more comfortable in the white hat and the green, black and yellow outfit that she is wearing. Very smart with the blue rackets. 4-3 now to Olenikova. It was 4-love. And just looking at Madison Keys' results from last year, which certainly tailed off. Only played a couple of matches in the Riyadh final. She was injured, so she did make the top 8 on the WTA Tour. If you are a major champion, you automatically make that, even if you're not ranked inside the top 8. She was both. She was ranked 7 at the end of last year, and she lost to both Iga Swiatek and Amanda Anisimova. Talking about Anisimova, twice a runner-up at major finals last year. Can she win one this year?
Oh, I think she can, absolutely. I think her best tennis is exceptional. In fact, similarly to Mira Andreeva last year, I thought Anisimova, going back about 2 or 3 years ago, watching her play against Naomi Osaka here, I think a 3rd round or a 4th round match, and I'm thinking her time is coming. She took a period away from tennis, went to university, I suppose a bit of a break, mental health reasons, and has returned, and I think she's got what it takes to break through. So
totally agree with you. And during that mental health break, she went back and studied, and she created art. If you have a minute, go and look at Amanda Anisimova's art online. It's there. She's really good. How unfair is that to be an amazing athlete and an amazing artist?
Yeah, very, very impressive young woman, as we see Olenikova serving. She won the first 4 games. She's lost the last 3 as Keys has worked back in, and now Keys with a deep approach to start this game. So the champion is starting to surge. It will be interesting to see what happens here with the 92nd ranked Ukrainian. Can she adjust? Can she find another way to try and disrupt the rhythm of Madison Keys?
She's just starting to miss, and I think Madison Keys, I'm kind of the way that Olenikova plays. I play a little bit more like that. I like to disrupt. I'm not a big power player. Definitely not at this level. But the way I would play Madison Keys is exactly how the Ukrainian is doing it. And vice versa, the way that Madison Keys needs to play this match is you have to stay patient. You can't go for the big ball too early, build your way into the point, and you will get opportunities, but you just have to stay really patient. And I think Madison Keys is finding a bit more of that. It's 15 all. It's the 8th game of the first set. We will have the first round concluded. We're finishing up bottom half of the draws today, Tuesday, the 3rd day of the 2026 Australian Open. Keep your messages coming in. We'd love to hear from you. Our fans are absolutely the most important thing to all of us. We're on YouTube, so you can watch Courtney Walsh's beautiful mannerisms and face. Australia's national treasure, as we established in the lead up to today's tennis coverage, as Olenikova serves at 15:30. The momentum shifting towards the defending champion.
Oh, and a great return there from Keys. We heard a squeal of anguish there from her rival. It was rifled straight back at her feet as she landed. Great power, and now a chance to get back on even keel at 4 all. 2 break points for Keys on the Olenikova serve.
We get some terrific memories from Madison Keys, seeing a picture of her with the trophy last year as she breaks again to 15, 4 games all, 4 games on the bounce. But Madison Keys is going over to her bench, just talking with her physio, Kayla, who was actually on my tennis team in Atlanta, Georgia for a few years. She was a college player, sitting in a white cap, a blue outfit. Dr. Kayla there, a fine tennis player in her own right. She's in the front row of 4 box. Bjorn Fratangelo, the husband and coach of Madison Keys, sitting right behind Dr. Kayla, and he's just keeping calm. I think he's such a good presence in the box.
Yes, and that was just watching that conversation there between them. It was just a little explaining about the chopping under, also the rifling over. Keys opens up with a great slice serve out wide, open the court and able to hit that forehand, more measured on that occasion. She moved forward and put the half forehand away. So now in front in the match. 4 all, but 15 love on her serve.
For the first time, Madison Keys is in front, and this will be a massive relief. She said she added a lot of power to her game last year, won Adelaide, and in that final she beat Jessica Pegula, who said she'd never played against someone who had hit the ball so hard against her. And apparently Madison Keys would be training with Ben Shelton's strength and conditioning trainer, and they'd been doing a lot of push-ups and pull-ups, something that Keys said she hates. And I can say I agree with her, but just got a lot more power. And you talked about, Courtney, what a big ball striker she is, as she serves her first serve into the net, just collapsed on that left side. Madison Keys, she's very near our commentary box, very near the Melbourne sign to the left of our chair umpire, Blom. And she's just served a double fault. So now, having been in front for the first time, she's behind again.
Yeah, a forehand error on the second point, pushed that one wide, try and open up the angle, and then the double fault. And again, just wondering here, you get back to even, you've got to keep the foot on the accelerator.
It's easy, isn't it, once you start getting ahead, maybe to relax too much, and Madison Keys cannot do that against the moonballer. But Olenikova has just thrown a high forehand up and missed by a considerable margin under zero pressure. And that's what she wasn't doing, was it, in the first 4 games?
No, that's right. That's a very, very rare error, actually, we've seen from her in this match with that shot. She was a fair way back, tried to play it a bit lower than what she'd played some of the other ones. Keys just pauses on the ball toss at 30 all, 4 all.
And let's quickly go to Josh Herriot. Josh, if you're listening to us, Cain Arena, Teresa Valentova is in a good position here against Australia's #1 Maya Joints.
Yeah, she's got game points here to then go up 5-3 in this second set. She won that first set 6-4, but a game point here to now be up 5-3 with that break of serve. So against the Australian Maya Joint. Hour 20 minutes.
Yeah, keep going, Josh. Talk us through this point and let us know what happens.
Valentova serves to the backhand of Joint, returns to the backhand of Valentova. They exchange backhands from the baseline. Backhand down the line from Valentova. Was that long? I think it was. And so we are at deuce.
Perfect, Josh. Thank you. We will come back to you very, very shortly. We're just seeing if Madison Keys can wrap up this 9th game. It's a big kick serve from Madison Keys, 40-30, 4 games all. Keys, if you're just joining us, was responded from a love 4 start. The defending champion in big trouble against Alexandra Olenikova of Ukraine, who is not massively familiar to most of us, including those of us who cover tennis all year round. So she has come from essentially nowhere, and she was beating Madison Keys, but no, not longer, because Keys has just hit a beautiful drive forehand volley for a win and leads 5-4.
And just the point construction on that occasion. You talked about staying patient, staying calm, choosing the right ball. Madison, she threw in a couple of slices, but she worked the ball around the court in a measured fashion until right at the end the opportunity came to move forward, hit that drive volley, a really well executed point. I think she'll be breathing a little more easily now. Love that angle that she created. So really good sort of response here from Madison Keys. As I said earlier on, the scoreboard wasn't looking flattering. Her game wasn't looking flattering. She was struggling, but there was no sign of panic in terms of her coaching box. And I'm sure they thought, we can work her way through this. She has all the weapons, all the tools, and she's into a good position now. Marcus has written again. Clearly we have a Chris Bowers fan. He wants to know, when is Chris on? Chris is on from 1 o'clock, so I'm sure he'll be delighted, Marcus, to have you aboard in
Is Marcus's surname Bowers?
Could be the burner account. In about 30 minutes or so, it's 12:34 p.m. in Australia on the Tuesday, the day 3 of the Australian Open, the day that we wrap up the opening round of matches. It's been an intriguing tournament so far. More than 200,000 people through the gates in the first 2 days.
A record.
And another massive crowd here in attendance as well. As Olenikova walks up, we'll just quickly get to one more. Lizzie from Utah. Lunatian is a rising star.
Yes.
Very excited to see him play. She saw him at Cincy, and he was so much fun. Shares a name with a Brandon Sanderson character, which makes me smile. I don't know who Brandon Sanderson is, but I'll take your word for it, Lizzie. Hope all's well.
Yeah, we often hear from Lizzie. Lizzie has contributed many, many times over the years. Hello, Lizzie. Let's head to John Cain Arena, because Teresa Valentova is 1 game away from knocking out the Australian #1. Josh.
She is indeed, and Janice Jen is also 1 game away from knocking out Fernandez as well. So just keeping track of those 2 games, but Valentova up 5-3 and Jen up 5-4 against Fernandez. I'll keep you updated across both these matches very shortly, Candy.
Yeah, we're getting close to a conclusion on John Cain Arena. Just to reiterate, Teresa Valentova, an 18-year-old from Czechia, up 6-4, 5-3 against Maya Joint, the 30th seed. And on ANZ Arena, Leila Annie Fernandez, former US Open runner-up, down a set and 5-4 to Janice Chen of Indonesia, who has come out of the US college system and has an all-court game. Right, let's get back to action here on Rod Laver Arena, because Madison Keys, the defending champion, has recovered from a 4-love start. 5-4, and the Ukrainian serving. Courtney, what have we seen so far?
Just a beautiful exchange on the last point as Olenikova moved to 30-love in this game. Keys with the drop shot came around the ball, had the ball sliding out of court. Olenikova good enough to track the ball down, and then with that chip forehand that we've talked about so regularly in this match, because we've seen it so regularly, able to find the line as a lovely rebuttal and draw the error. So it's been a good response here after dropping 5 games in a row. Now has 3 game points at 40-love to level at 5-all.
She's just shaking out that right leg of hers. Perhaps just a little anxiety here from Olenikova, who's just hit her forehand up in the air. She's used that time and time again so that Madison Keys cannot go for it. Madison Keys again pushed way behind the baseline. This one a little long, so 40-love becomes 40-15. You know the phrase stars in their eyes?
Yes, I do.
Well, Olenikova has stars under her eyes.
No doubt, and also some very much on the... She's wearing a blue outfit here, a blue dress, but there's some glitter and glitz on the back straps, isn't there?
It's all going on, really. She's a very exciting character, and hopefully we'll see a lot more of her on the WTA Tour side as she throws in a slice. It's a little long, so 40-love in this game becomes 40-30. She's just keeping herself quite contained. The tattoos up to the neck. It looks like almost bird wings on her neck. Trying to work out all the tattoos. So 40-30, 4-5, first set. up against Madison Keys for the very first time. Beautiful backhand topspin from Olenikova. Draws the error, and it's 5 games all.
And walks with purpose towards the side of the court to towel down. She's been very, very composed throughout this match. Not showing too many emotions, just looking calm and confident. And that is saying something, because this will be by far the biggest court that she has played on. It's one of the big 4 courts around the world, and impressive show of settling in and performing at such a high level. Keys, after a very, very slow start, rattled by a lack of rhythm from the other end of the court. She was unable to adjust her game initially, but then found a way back in and now serving at 5-all.
So this is not a done deal. Looked like when Madison Keys won 5 games in a row that she would take the opening set. That's not the case. She's just dumped a smash into the net. And when she's come forward today, Courtney, Keys has not been very convincing.
No, and I wonder if that's something that the Olenikova camp has seen. That smash, you look at the technique on that one, she wasn't able to get back in anywhere near a position where she would be comfortable. The left arm dropped, which is going to see you drag that ball into the net more often than not, and not the best smash.
Leila Annie Fernandez, Courtney, sorry to interrupt, has just leveled that second set with Janice Chen up at 5-all now, 30-love, and Maya Joint has closed the gap on Teresa Valentova in the second set. So it's Valentova serving for the match. We'll head over to Josh Herritt shortly on Cain Arena. Let's see what happens in this point. 15-all, 5 games all.
Fluke of fortune there for Keys. It favoured her. A let cord dropped dead on the Olenikova side, so she got lucky there, Madison. She would have been under a bit of pressure.
Good first serve out wide from Keys in this 3rd point of this game. Backhand up the line from Keys. Response from Olenikova on the forehand. Push deep behind the Melbourne side is long. 30-15 to the 9th seed from the USA, who's been professional since the age of 14 years of age. Just an incredible story from Madison Keys, working with Bjorn Fratangelo, but she's had multiple coaches in the past, including Lindsay Davenport, who's here commentating and working as a Tennis Channel presenter. Good kick serve from Keys into the backhand side. Olenikova hits a forehand slice. Keys with a backhand slice low to the forehand slice of Olenikova. Now another forehand slice from Keys. Doesn't really want to play like that.
And that's cat and mouse type of tennis, and that's not her forte. She certainly showed, if I'm backing someone with a slice forehand, it's not Madison Keys in this match.
Bingo, I totally agree. 56 minutes on Rod Laver Arena, and we've got Teresa Valentova serving for the match on Cain Arena. Let's head over to you, Josh, for an update.
Thank you, Candy. Yes, 30-15. Valentova trying to serve this one out. She's serving, and that one netted, her first serve. So 5-4 in this second set. She took the first set 6-4 against Maya Joint. Valentova, second serve to the backhand of Joint, and a wonderful backhand right down the line for a winner, 30-all.
All right, we will be back with Josh shortly. Now we're into a long rally here on Rod Laver Arena. Olenikova of Ukraine up against Madison Keys, who's got a short forehand, refuses to come into the net. She's forced backwards to slice, and Olenikova wins the point. The crowd on Rod Laver Arena, which is about 3/4 full, are just delighted with the way the Ukrainian is playing. It's a bit of a Hollywood story, this one. She's got a break point for a 6-5 start.
Exceptional defence, exceptional court coverage, and the longer the rallies go, the better for her. She's the one that's winning the extended rallies. Keys at the end of that just looked a little, well, disappointed would be one way to put it. She just couldn't believe that she'd lost that point from the position where she was in, and now facing a break point.
Valentova beat Maya Joints. It's match point on Cain Arena. Josh, let's go to you, as Madison Keys here just quickly is broken. So Olenikova will serve for the first set next. Josh, let's head to you.
Yeah, 40-30 match point here for Valentova. She's serving right down the middle, and that one just, it might have been a let.
Exciting stuff.
So at 40-30, 5-4 in the second set. Valentova with the first set 6-4 against the Australian Maya Joint, the 30th seed. Valentova just going through her service motion now on Cain Arena. She's serving to the forehand of Maya Joint, and they exchange at the baseline. That one long from Valentova, and so we are at deuce.
All right, thanks, Josh. So Teresa Valentova has had a match point against the Aussie #1 Maya Joint, seeded at a major for the very first time. But Valentova, as we talked about Courtney Walsh, she is a massive prospect, and I suspect she's going to hit the top 20 anytime soon.
Yeah, look, she's someone I think when I saw that draw, I've got to say that despite the fact that Maya was the high-ranked player, I did think that it was absolutely a line ball match, and that, Valentova, given the upside that I think she has capacity, that great success in what was a really strong Roland Garros. You watch the juniors at Roland Garros each year, it's fascinating, and you'll see some very, very good players come from that, and she is one of them. She handled that stage, big crowd in attendance that morning to watch her play that final, and too good here today. Disappointment for Joint. It's been a test in summer. I think, as I said, that illness at the start of the year probably didn't help, and not quite able to find her best form on the Grand Slam stage.
So Teresa Valentova has a second match point. Josh, over to you.
Yeah, she does indeed, against Maya Joint. And the crowd getting behind her now. Trying to close this one out is Valentova. Going through her service motion. And she serves to the forehand of Joint, and that one is long, beyond the baseline. And her Australian Open campaign starts off with a win for Teresa Valentova in straight sets against the Australian Maya Joint. So she takes it out in straight sets on Cain Arena. 6-4, 6-4. Teresa Valentova, the winner.
Wonderful update. Thanks very much, Josh Herriot, who's covering the grounds for us here on day 3 of major action at the 2026 Australian Open. We are on Rod Laver Arena.
Madison Keys under pressure with Olenikova serving for the first set, having regained the lead within the last 2 games, including the break of serve. Love 30 though on her serve. Madison Keys able to come up with a beautiful backhand, a low backhand winner. She was stretched but found the line. Again, drew some applause from her rival. That was too good, and lovely response from the Ukrainian as she's under pressure again in this point. Keys running her around the court. Another one of those lobs, but this time wide. Keys too assertive and now has 3 break point opportunities, trailing 5-6 in the first set.
Olenikova has broken her opponent 3 times. Madison Keys 2 break points from 4 opportunities. Has now got 3 break points in a row to send this first set on Rod Laver Arena to a tiebreaker. Went for a big backhand return, Keys, but missed it wide on the open stance. Something that has really impressed me about Olenikova, as well as her game plan and her execution, is her movement. She's been sliding around, like Courtney Walsh told us, on a hard court, which you don't see too many on the WTA side of things doing that. You do see Jannik Sinner and Alcaraz do that with regularity. But Olenikova's movement has been phenomenal. Serving at 15-40, 6-5 is the Ukrainian. Turning to the Australian Open is Madison Keys for a 12th appearance. But she's been a bit blindsided by her opponent, ranked world number 92. Olenikova making her Grand Slam and tour level main draw debut today. And has she impressed? Under pressure though, Madison Keys does force the tiebreaker.
Fantastic response there from Keys under significant pressure. I think while we've had some bad news from an Australian perspective with our seeded player Maya Joint out, some good news from another very promising young woman, a 20-year-old from Western Australia, Taylor Preston, who secures a very good win. You would think that's a good win, wouldn't you, Candy?
Certainly would. Zhang Shui, a professional, very experienced one. Let's head over to Josh Herriot for more.
Yes, Taylor Preston, the winner in 3 sets. She wins 6-3, 2-6, 6-3 over her Chinese opponent in Zhang Shui. So a great result for the wild card. And that was over on Kia Arena. The Australian fans going wild over there.
Haha. Yeah, thanks, Josh. Courtney, it's not easy, is it? If you're a wild card, you're trying to justify that selection, and Preston has done that.
Yeah, just a great thing. And I think I said earlier, I know the coach well, and he'd taken some signs out of a 3-set loss to Zhang in qualifying going back in Brisbane at the start of the season. They were confident they could turn it around, but it's another matter to put that into practice, and she's been able to do that today, so it's a really positive sign.
So that was on Kia Arena. Taylor Preston, a wild card from Australia, getting the better of Zhang Shui, the experienced Chinese player, in 3 sets, 6-3, in the third. So we are on in a tiebreaker here. First set, Madison Keys versus Alexandra Olenikova of Ukraine. And the Ukrainian has taken the first point of the tiebreaker. She was 4-love up. If you're just joining us here on AO Radio, we're live around Melbourne Park, broadcasting to the world. And I do hope you are enjoying our continuing coverage. Don't worry, Chris Bowers is up next in less than, well, about 12 minutes' time. Chris will be heading into the booth, and he will be taking over the action here on Rod Laver Arena, a match that will be still ongoing, barring anything unforeseen. We did have a player carted off the court due to cramp in Marina Stakusic, the young Canadian player. That was pretty scary, but I did see Stakusic actually leaving the building on foot yesterday.
That's good. She was wheelchaired off. Priscilla Hun, the Australian, showing great concern for her. It was actually quite an alarming scene. She had to lie down on court at 3-all in that third set, and clearly she was cramping at that stage. She tried to continue on, and then 2 games later went down again, and it was all over the white flag, but understandably a really tricky situation. So 3-love, talking about tricky situations. Olenikova leading 3-love in this tiebreaker. Keys with 2 serves to come, but again finding herself under pressure and in an awkward situation in a match where I suspect she was very heavily favoured to win.
And she's just double faulted, hitting a kick serve. The head has slightly gone down. She's trying to stay optimistic, did brilliantly from 4-love down in the first set to come back, so a little bit of patience. But Olenikova, we've been so impressed by this 92nd ranked Ukrainian. Again, making her not only major debut, but also tour level debut. It's just astonishing. Won 11 straight matches at the 125 level last year, so the results were there. But she has come in rather unknown, anonymous, and throwing up a high forehand. 4-love up in the first set, tiebreaker as Ukrainian. And up she goes again. If you're familiar with junior tennis, you will see a few shots like this. Olenikova, she's saying, why not? I don't have much pride. I'm going to go for it. I want to win this match. And Keys has just hit a belter of a forehand winner.
Just returned to a regulation forehand there after 2 high moon balls is what we would call them. And again, a lovely show of applause from her rival. Madison hit the back of the baseline. Olenikova looks at that and goes, too good, but I'm leading 4-1.
And she's done well at that, hasn't she? She gave Madison Keys an applause with her hand and her racket. And I think that's so sensible, just to relieve the pressure and accept that sometimes your opponent's going to be just too good. So first serve into the left side backhand of Madison Keys, who moves back, hits a rolled backhand topspin shot. Olenikova moves back and hits one of those high forehands. Keys forced to go high as well. She can't risk too much here, but Olenikova misses long on a high forehand, so they'll change ends 4-2 for Ukraine over USA.
In some ways, it's not quite as aggressive in terms of this forehand, but it reminds me a little bit of Boisson from France, who made the run to the semi-finals at Roland Garros last year. It is an extreme grip on that forehand, heavy topspin. I think there's a similarity there in, different. I suppose in terms of the size. Olenikova is a bit shorter and not quite as tall.
That's such a good call, though. Louis Boisson, having that amazing run at Roland Garros semi-finals, and you just can't rule anybody out because there's so much depth. We're going to rush over to ANZ Arena. Josh Herrier is watching that match between Leila Annie Fernandez and Janice Chen.
Yes, it's 6-1 on the tie-break, and Fernandez, her backhand is wide, it's out, and Janice Chen is the winner over on ANZ Arena in straight sets. The crowd going wild, and she is one happy woman. She wins 6-2, 7-6 against the Canadian Leila Fernandez. She's got a bright fluoro yellow dress on, and she thanks the crowd who are getting right behind her. That's a magnificent result, beating the Canadian in Leila Fernandez. So Janice Chen, the winner in straight sets.
Yeah, Janice Chen, world number 59 out of Indonesia, first meeting, and Chen, the first Indonesian woman to play the Australian Open main draw since Angelique Huada in 2004. She's just beaten Leila Annie Fernandez in straight sets. Right, Rod Laver Arena is where we are. 5-2 to Olenikova in a first set tiebreaker against Madison Keys. She's just netted a backhand, though, the Ukrainian, when she probably should have hit a forehand. Courtney Walsh?
Yeah, tried to get around that and just not enough space, cramped as a result. point before, she'd again deployed low slice with great effect to bring up a 3-point buffer. Back to 2 with Keys with a serve to come to the deuce court.
This is a 7-point tiebreaker. Win by 2, of course. It's 6-all in regulation. We're into the tiebreaker, 5 points to 3 to Olenikova against Madison Keys, who is, of course, the defending champion, the 9th seed this year. Out of the USA, an experienced campaigner, and she has had everything she can handle here. Madison Keys recovering from a love-for start. It's a kick serve to the forehand this time, does Madison Keys. A forehand into the open court. She's up to the net and hits a lovely little touch backhand drop shot volley. Wins the point, 5-4 now in the breaker.
Yeah, and we talked about her not being as comfortable at the net so far, but on that occasion, really nice shot, because it was a little bit awkward and just handled that well. Just took the pace off. Racket head in a good position, kept it high above the wrist, and a beautiful backhand volley.
So we've got two service points here for Olenikova to finish this off. And she hits a forehand slice, stays very low, forcing Keys into a backhand slice. Now she's got Keys on the run. Great depth from Keys, who's moving forward a forehand. And has she missed it wide?
Wide.
She's missed it wide. 6-4. Good grief. 2 set points for Alexander Olenikova of Ukraine. A player just inside the world's top 100. A player who's not only making her major debut, but also her tour debut. And she has 2 set points against the defending champion, Madison Keys, who's missed a forehand coming forward by about 0.5 millimeter. Can Olenikova hold her nerve?
Some big, deep breaths.
That tattooed Ukrainian, 25 years old, went for a big first serve. 161 kilometers an hour is just wide. Second serve, her arm is going to be so heavy. And so tight. Jamie Forlis and Chris Bowers are waiting to replace us. Massive return from Madison Keys on a very short second serve. It's game on.
125 kilometres an hour straight down the middle of the box. Keys pounces on the opportunity, flattens out on that forehand. 1 set point saved. Now a set point to come on her own serve.
That was like your second serve, 125 Ks.
Excuse me, I believe you'll find that my second serve's got some decent kick on it, Candy. First serve from Keys, beautiful serve.
And a backhand from Keys up the line. She has saved 2 set points.
Rifled that backhand down the line. Olenikova looks towards her. Keys strides purposefully to the change of ends. They have to exchange ends now at 6-all. What a response from the defending champion. 2 big winners, one off either wing to get back to 6-all. So far in this match, she's been able to get level, having been in significant positions of peril.
Wow.
Can she put her nose ahead with a serve to come to the deuce court?
Forlis and Bowers, the doubles team extraordinaire, waiting in the wings. We're not going to just jump out just yet.
Speaking
An hour and 11.
Speaking about 125k serves down the tee, well, Chris
love
Bowers,
that speed.
That'd be, I'm not so sure he'd be able to clock up that level of weaponry.
Oh, the players have just changed ends for the second time in this exciting first set breaker. Good first serve down the tee from Madison Keys. Massive forehand. The defending champion now has a set points.
Rising to the occasion here, deep in this tiebreaker under immense pressure. 3 big winners. In some ways, that's what we saw in the semi-finals and the final last year.
Yes.
Clubbing winners when under pressure. A different situation, a very different scenario, but you're still the defending champion playing your first match now with a set point.
So now facing a set point is Olenikova, and it's a massive roar from Madison Keys. 4 points on the trot. Unbelievable from the defending champion, the cream, rising to the top on Rod Laver Arena.
Just outstanding shot making, and what a time to produce it. 4 clean winners. Now she's just grabbing the umpire in the chair. I think she wants a little bit of a break. Just needs to change. Oof. She's just doing a little uniform change. She's trying to find a way off the court. Do you need a uniform change as well?
I need a long glass of gin and tonic, I think, after that. That was extraordinary. What about you, Courtney Walsh? A beer?
Look, not quite yet. I think I'll wait
Too early.
5 o'clock. I'm back on air in a couple of hours and have a little bit of writing to do. But looking forward to hearing the insights from both Chris and Jamie. Jamie may have even come across this young... She has given me a nod. I think, have you played? But she's certainly seen her. So Jamie, a very, very fine player, and hoping to see her back on court soon. I'm sure she'll tell us. And Chris Bowers, mastering the Masters circuit in the UK, rising up the ranks rapidly in his age group. They're soon to come, and he's got some fans around the world waiting for him to take the airwaves.
It's like Batman and Robin, we're just not sure who is who. All right, Courtney and Candy signing off. We've got doubles team extraordinaire joining you shortly for the second set of Madison Keys versus Alexandra Olenikova, the winner to play Ashton Kruger of the United States. And after an hour and 12 minutes, Keys has just about won the first set on a tiebreaker.
Australian Tennis Magazine has been serving up news, features and game insights for 50 years. Pick up your copy of Australia's only tennis publication or subscribe to have every issue delivered at tennismag.com.au and keep up with all things tennis via our social channels.
Kids making a racket at home? Nothing hits like getting outside and on court. With Hot Shots Tennis, kids gain confidence, learn sport skills and make friends. Perfect for kids aged 3 to 12. Book your free trial at a participating club. Hit up tennis.com.au. Hot Shots Tennis. It's different.
Have you got your copy of the AO 2026 official program? Packed with player profiles, feature stories, stats and souvenir pictures. It's the essential guide to the Australian Open and all things tennis. Pick up your copy at the AO shop, in newsagents or at ozopen.com.
Family time hits different with Tennis Court Hire. From less eyes on screens to more time with your teens or smashing fitness routines. Whatever you're into, get out on court. Tennis.com.au.
Player features, exclusive interviews, game insights and much more. That's Australian Tennis Magazine. And this AO, Australia's only tennis publication, turns 50. Join us in celebrating our special milestone by picking up a copy or subscribing at tennismag.com.au.
Message our commentators. Email aoradio@tennis.com.au.
The sound of the Australian Open. This is AO Radio.
A very good afternoon to you. It's just gone 1 o'clock here in Melbourne. Another beautiful day. Top temperature expected to be, well, like yesterday, up to about 28 Celsius. If you're in Fahrenheit, that's about 82. That's how you remember it, isn't it? 28 is 82. Everything else is a guess. Jamie Fawless alongside me. Currently, I was going to say resting, but that's the actor's term, isn't it? You're recovering from a shoulder injury.
I am recovering. Very excited to be here. Yeah, unfortunately not playing, but in the commentary booth this week, which is still very, very exciting.
Well, yes, and it means you will know what the media does when you get back on the tour.
I know, and I can't wait once I start playing, going out and pointing to everyone that I know in the media, so very excited. But I actually just came back from Taylor Preston's match, so I ran over there, quickly filmed match point, and then ran over here and got ready for this.
So tell us a bit about Taylor Preston's
She had a great 3-set win over Shui Zhang, so incredible for her first round victory at the Australian Open, so good to see. I know she played her 2-3 weeks ago and lost in 3 sets, so for her to be able to come out and get the win in front of a packed Kia Arena was incredible to see, and yeah, she had a lot of emotions.
How old is she now?
I'm not 100% sure.
She's still
very young.
Very young.
Very
yeah.
young.
It's a very good experience. And, you know, to pick up first round ranking points in a Grand Slam makes such a difference to the rest of your year, especially when you're outside the top 100.
Yeah, it does. Like these points are so vital, especially at a Grand Slam. 50 points is huge for her to be able to build her ranking. And yeah, just looking her up, she's 20 years old, so still incredibly young and still so much to learn and experience. But yeah, the way she handled the nerves in the match was pretty awesome to see.
Well, you've missed nothing. We've had no players on court, but they are now back. We'll do maybe after the first game, we'll have a quick update with what else has been happening. We've just picked up on Taylor Preston's win over on Kia Arena. We'll get to Josh Herriott at the end of the first game of the second set. But let's just see what happens here. Keys hits a return of serve off the top of the net. It catches and goes over, and it's a backhand netted from Olenikova. Now, can she keep up the level? Remarkable first set from the Ukrainian. She serves now to the backhand. Oh, caught the top of the net on the way through.
Incredible tennis from both players so far in this set. It's a long set. Starting to also get quite warm out there as well.
It is very warm, yes. It's that kind of warmth where the sun sort of bites into your skin. Olenikova serves off the top of the net, drops back her own side. Second serve from Olenikova. to the forehand of Keys. Forehand Olenikova. Forehand from Keys. Olenikova chops this one, just gets back over the net. Keys goes back to the forehand. A lob, a high lob. Keys will take that on the full, but doesn't catch it well at all. Mid-court, backhand from Olenikova. Comes into the net, but Keys nets her backhand. We saw a lot of that in the first set. Olenikova is very happy to hit these high looping balls and just say to Madison, okay.
Yeah, you see a lot from her game, especially not so much in the women's tour. The more top 10 players love to hit through the ball more, so change of pace is so important for her game.
15 all. Olenikova serves down the centre. A slightly balletic kick as when she tosses the ball. I think 3, 4, 5, 6 times. Now she tosses it, and there's a little her back leg sort of comes forward. It's almost like a ballet stroke. There's a lovely forehand return of serve from Madison Keys.
It's a great return. When Madison Keys hits the ball on the rise and hits through the court, she just overpowers her opponent.
Surely this is the moment where Keys just tees off. I mean, she should be thinking to herself, this is going to be 6-1 the second set.
Yeah, definitely.
Olenikova serves, backhand return up the line. Forehand Olenikova. Again, lots of air on that one. Flattened out by Keys. And she's hit it long. Do you know, she's like, there's somebody like Olenikova at every club. They're the kind of person that gets the ball back, and you come onto court and you think, I'm going to win this easily. I'm going to win this. And they just get into your head.
Yeah, she's type of opponent that just frustrates you. Like, you think you're going to overpower them.
These moon balls that she keeps hitting. Now forehand flat from Keys. Another lofted ball from Olenikova, and it's wide. Now if she starts making errors on those, it could go quickly in this second set. She's just looking up at the screen to see how far that was wide. It was a good ball's width wide. The break point for Keys. 6 of the 12 games in the first set went against the serve. Olenikova serves, forehand from Keys to the backhand Olenikova. She's gone long. That was a poor game from the Ukrainian. She looks frustrated, and I don't blame her.
Yeah, not a great start from the Ukrainian. Tough, always so important to make sure you get the first game of the second set after being in front for so much of that first.
Let's just do a quick catch up with Josh Herriott about what else is happening. A couple of scores from you, Josh?
Yes, good afternoon to you, Chris, and good afternoon, Jamie. Currently on Margaret Court Arena, it is Rafael Collignon against the 5th seed Lorenzo Musetti, and Collignon took that first set 6-4. We are on serve in this second set now, 4-3. And over on 1573 Arena, we've got Darderi, who leads 2 sets to love against Garin. He won the first set 7-6 the tie-break, and that second set 7-5. So a few scores around the grounds.
Thank you very much indeed, Josh. What a great era it is for the Italians. Darderi, one of the Italians. So is Musetti, but he's a set down, and he was runner-up of one of the warm-up tournaments. And yeah, he's a top 10 player. So just a potential upset there, though a long way to go. Madison Keys serves out wide, chopped back, but it won't go back over the net. That's a great slider serve. Comes around the side of the ball and sends the ball wide to the forehand. Both these players right-handers. Were you a bit surprised, Jamie, that Madison Keys didn't use her title here to sort of play freed-up tennis and conquer the circuit?
Yeah, it's a little bit difficult. I think because she had so many points to defend as well from winning Adelaide last year and also winning here, there's a lot of expectation probably on herself. Yeah, always a lot of early nerves, especially going into a match like this, and having an opponent that moonballs the ball and just makes you play and makes you uncomfortable. Yeah, she's probably put a lot of pressure on herself, and she does look slightly stressed out there.
Yeah, she's right in front of our commentary position. She is wearing a white cap, and her outfit is a sort of yellow and lime green. It's a dress, isn't it? It's not a...
Yeah, it's a dress.
Yes, a bit of black on there as well at the front. Backhand return from Olenikova. Backhand from Madison Keys is netted. But she does look like she's not dealing with the heat that well. But then Olenikova has nothing on her head. She hasn't got a visor, she hasn't got a cap. Not even a bandana. Keys at 30-15. Serves, backhand return up the line. Forehand Keys will go up the middle of the court. Backhand from Olenikova. Forehand from Keys. Into out is a clean winner. She's getting these flat shots more in range now.
Yeah, just her margin is starting to come in, not going too close to the line, just trying to hit into big spaces of the court. I'd love to see her just work the ball over until she gets a short ball that's close to the net where she can put it away for a winner.
Keys at 40-15. This for 2-love. Just missed the first serve. She was 4-love down and then won 5 games on the run. Eventually took the first set in the tiebreak, having saved set points. Forehand return from Olenikova. The forehand of Keys just clears the net. A slice from Olenikova. Keys runs around her backhand, goes into out. Backhand down the line from Olenikova. Forehand Keys. Wrong foot Olenikova. Olenikova applauds, which is good sportsmanship. And suddenly we're starting to see the level of play that took Madison Keys to the title here last year.
Yeah, definitely. I think someone like Olenikova, she loves to move side to side, and when Keys went back behind her, just trying to get her to change direction, it's a great play. And now the confidence is starting to build for Keys.
And she's got a margin now. She's got the first set, she's got a 2-game lead.
Drops the shoulders a little bit, looks slightly stressed, but not as stressed.
Yeah, I know what you mean. When she just came right in front of our commentary box, there was something sort of almost a bit shell-shocked in her face. Serve out wide as an ace from Olenikova.
Her team looked pretty relaxed and calm in the corner as well.
Yes, more
Somewhat.
so than about 10 minutes ago, when she was 6-4 down in the tiebreak. Olenikova serves, backhand return. The forehand of Olenikova chops this forehand, sits up for Keys to go up the backhand wing. Olenikova there with a slice backhand, but it's going wide. We're starting to see the power of Keys now.
Yeah, just starting to over-dominate her with power and pace.
15 all on the Olenikova serve. She serves now from the Yarra end to the forehand of Keys. Backhand from Olenikova, deep to the forehand of Keys. Down the backhand wing from Olenikova. Backhand won't get back over the net from Keys. Then she moved, slightly laboured moving to that backhand, Keys.
Yeah, just a little bit slow. She didn't get out there and use her 2 hands. She kind of stuck her racket out with 1 hand.
Yeah, and she stuck the racket out rather than really
then
use the shoulder.
Swing it, yeah.
Yeah. Maybe she's just trying to manage the heat now. Maybe she's just making decisions about what she'll run for and what she won't. Backhand from Keys to the forehand of Olenikova. Lofted deep to the forehand of Keys. Flattened out to the backhand of Olenikova. Forehand Keys off the top of the net. Sits up for Olenikova, who goes cross-court. Backhand from Keys. Chops from Olenikova into the net.
30
Olenikova's now a couple meters behind the baseline. Just so far. Really hard to create any type of pace. Just getting bullied around the court by Keys. And Keys is pretty much on the baseline now, controlling these rallies.
30 all on the Olenikova serve. If she's going to continue any sort of resistance, she has to hold here. Serves into the backhand of Keys. Backhand from Olenikova. It's too long. That was the power of the Keys return. Oh, now Keys was walking to the chair. She thought that was 15-40. But John Blom shouting no, 30-40. And he did say it directly, and Keys realised that she was halfway to the chair. Turned round. That in itself tells you something, doesn't it?
Yep.
As Olenikova serves to the net. Second serve by the Ukrainian. It's to the backhand of Keys, up the line, forehand from Olenikova. Short ball for Keys to put away. She goes to the backhand, and Keys cuts off the volley into the open court. Comfortable play for the defending champion, and having struggled mightily in that first set, she now leads by 3 games to love in the second.
Starting to go really quick here now. Keys all over Olenikova.
I mean, it must be hard. You must have been in matches where maybe you're up against a favourite and you throw in a really good first set, you lose it narrowly. The air must go out of your balloon.
Yeah, it's definitely tough, but I feel like that's when you see the better player will start to step up, and maybe your level isn't quite there just yet, but I'm sure she'll take a lot of learning curves from this match, but also know that she's in it. She can be in it against some of the best in the world with a different game style, because we don't naturally see her type of game on the tour anymore.
And maybe actually that's a big part of what threw Keys, because to have that many, not just moon balls, but really high moon balls, and basically daring Keys to come in and take it on the rise or take it on the full even.
Yeah, definitely. And I think part of it also being their first match of the tournament, Keys coming out having to be defending champion, playing someone that's making her feel uncomfortable, nerves are there. When you get a fast ball, it's quite easy to hit it back, right? But then when you get something that's different and you start doubting yourself and you start missing a few and it's on your racket, that's when you start to get in your own head instead of looking out to the other side.
I wonder how much Keys knew about Olenikova before this match. I mean, I sort of tend to think these days everybody's seen somebody play because there's always, you know, some video online that you can watch.
Yeah, there's so much online now and YouTube and...
Until you actually play them.
Yeah, it's a different story.
You don't know what the ball's like that's coming towards you. Keys and 3-love. Somewhere in the background behind us. Ben Shelton is probably going to be warming up because he's next on Rod Laver Arena for his match against Ugo Humbert, 2 left-handers. And that's a match we will be doing, but we'll probably have a little bit of time at the end of this one to go around the grounds. We pick up a couple of discussion points, and we have a competition we'll tell you about after this game as Keys nets double faults.
It's always really tough playing at this time of the day as well with the sun on Rod Laver Arena. It can start to get in your vision as well when you throw up the ball.
Well, especially from the end that Keys is serving from now, what I call the Yarra end, because the River Yarra is behind Keys. You can't see it because of the stand. He's there. Second serve from Keys. Gets a kick on that one. Backhand from Keys to the backhand of Olenikova. Chipped by the Ukrainian. She chips again, making Keys really earn for that on that forehand, but she hits it beautifully, does Keys. That's an into-out winner.
I think with that serve, that kick serve, she probably just can't see the ball. So because it's so tough to see, you're just trying to make the serve.
But at this level, does a player need to see the ball? Is the serve not just... If you trust your ball toss, surely you know where the ball will be.
Well, I feel like I don't trust my ball toss, so I would love to see where the ball is going.
Yeah. I know it's a... You think because of the amount of times you practice your serve that the ball toss ought to be in the right place, but of course you can get the yips with the ball toss.
Yep.
Keys serves, backhand return is lofted, forehand from Keys down the... Oh, it's the middle of the court, a chopped forehand from Olenikova, backhand from Keys cross court, a slice from Olenikova, pushing Keys back, but the slice is long from Olenikova. And it's rather slipping away from the Ukrainian now. I like the tactics though. I like the whole point about saying, all right, I'm going to give you no pace, you're going to have to generate it all. Keys is starting to do that successfully now. He serves down the centre, backhand return. Forehand from Keys up the middle of the court, backhand from Olenikova is long. I wonder if Olenikova is now struggling with her energy levels. The feet weren't in the right place for that backhand.
No, not at all. Just energy levels, just a lot of loose errors these last couple games and standing in the shade. So I feel like and breathing pretty heavily too. Sun's starting to affect her. But yeah, just too many errors in the last couple games, not making Keys play enough balls. And quality balls too. Her balls are landing pretty short in the court.
Keys at 4-love. Olenikova serves out wide, and that's a good serve. Draws the error from Madison Keys. Love, Olenikova on the President's box end in bright sunshine. She serves out wide, looking for the ace. Second serve is the 400 Keys. Oh, what? Middle of the net. Netted. And Keys slightly loose. Maybe she needs to be loose now. By 4 games to love, second set. Hour and 33 minutes in the first set. Took a while. So out wide from Olenikova. First set took 72 minutes. The second has taken 21. And that includes the 5 minutes or so we had between the first and second sets. Serve into the backhand of Keys. Keys nets that backhand. This is a loose game for Madison Keys. Love on the Olenikova serve. Serving now to the backhand of Keys, up the middle of the court. A pushed forehand from Olenikova, forehand from Keys. Now aggressive forehand from Olenikova, and that goes wide. She thinks about every shot, doesn't she?
Yeah, she tries to sometimes create something when it's not there to be created.
Yeah, that's a good way of putting it. 40-15, Olenikova. Serves down the backhand wing. Slightly fussy serve. I talked about the sort of ballet style kick with the back leg. There's a lot of wrist in it. Served out wide. Keys down to the backhand wing, and a lovely backhand, reflex backhand from Olenikova. So she opens her account in the second set. But it's still Keys leading by 4 games to 1.
And I feel like sometimes she tries to make her opponent feel uncomfortable, but she actually feels uncomfortable herself with the way that she tries to do things so quickly and change up.
That's often the way, though, isn't it? You sort of look to see how you can get your opponent out of their comfort zone and end up actually
making yourself feel uncomfortable.
Playing the dummy on yourself.
Yeah.
Don't forget, you can be part of AO Radio. Contact us either through the Ask the Booth form, which you can get to on ozopen.com/listen, or you can email us, aoradio@tennis.com.au.
And we have a message from James from Bendigo. What is your take on the way top players, Iga, Arena, Madison, have struggled to settle in their first games? And I think that's a really good question. I think the women's field is so open in terms of you have top 10 players that have the ability to win a slam, especially at the Australian Open. And watching Arena yesterday, she didn't feel quite comfortable as well, her first game. And I think that's just early nerves. I feel like the person that's able to settle into the tournament the quickest will, in my eyes, be the winner.
It's interesting. You see, I watched a lot of... I didn't see any of Arena's match, but I saw a lot of the Swiatek match. And I thought the most important thing for her was just to get the win, because she came off 2 defeats. That doesn't normally happen that you have back-to-back defeats in successive days, but you know, Poland won their semi and final in the United Cup 2-1, and she was the one that they lost.
Yeah.
So having lost 2 matches, now, okay, Belinda Bencic played a superb
Incredible.
match, but there was still an awful lot of gifts from Swiatek, so she just needed to get into this. There's an old comment which is attributed to Lindsay Davenport, mentors Madison Keys. That was a double fault for Keys. I don't know whether it's originally Davenport's quote or whether she just used it from someone else. You can't win a slam in the first week, but you can lose it. And that doesn't mean just that you can lose a match and therefore you're out of the tournament, but you can play a match that's too long. On the other hand, you can also play yourself into form. And I do think that start of the year, it's just a little bit... There isn't the rhythm that you have at other times of the year.
Yeah, definitely coming off pre-season. It's tough playing the first slam of the year. Everyone's trying to assess who's playing good, who's not playing good, who's changed things in their game.
Well, especially on the women's tour where the off-season is 2 months. The men's tour, it's only 6 weeks because you've got the ATP finals in the middle of November, whereas the WTA championships end of October, maybe the first couple of days of November. Keys serving at love 30. Oh, she's 15 all, but now at 15-30 following her second double fault.
Just her ball toss is so far to the left, and she's trying to hit a kick serve. I don't think there's any sun affecting her on this side.
No, there shouldn't be at this end of the court. I mean, the sun is pretty much directly above, but that was a much better serve from Keys. Backhand return, forehand Keys into out. That's too good for Olenikova.
That's a very Keys play. Kick serve wide, looks for the forehand, goes off, and essentially hits a winner. It's very 1-2 punch from Keys.
It's a lot easier to do when the return lands on the service line,
yes,
as it did then. Olenikova just taking her time, putting her hand up to say, wait please. Generally supposed to play to the server's rhythm, but I think umpires will give a certain amount of leeway in weather conditions like this. They're in the upper 20s Celsius. Keys serving. Forehand return. There's a lot of air on that one, but it's going to drift wide.
40-13.
It's again part of the arsenal of shots of Olenikova. Lofts that ball with a lot of air. Keys was staying back.
Would like to see a serve and volley.
That'd be interesting here. Out to the backhand, perhaps. He serves. It is to the backhand, but the return is just long. And Keys was staying at the back of the court.
Leads by 5 games to 1.
And she's cut out the double faults until that last game. Those two the 7th and 8th. So now it's Olenikova serving to stay in the match at 1-5. She serves into the body, forehand return from Keys, a chopped forehand from Olenikova, backhand from Keys to the backhand from Olenikova, who hits down the line but long. Good to see her going for that, but she's not really got her range at the moment.
Yeah, it's really hard when you start essentially pushing the ball or moonballing to then trying to step in and hit winners. Again, it kind of messes her own rhythm than anyone's rhythm.
Forehand return from Keys is a clean winner. In the second set, we've seen the real Madison Keys, or the Keys that we saw win the title last year.
He's just so unstoppable when she's on the baseline and hits through the ball.
Yeah. Certainly in the second set. You couldn't say that on the evidence of the first set. And a deep return from Keys, draws the error on the backhand. And Olenikova just takes the ball from the ball kid who retrieved it from the net. I think she knows her race is run here. 3 match points for Madison Keys. Serve out wide, backhand return. Olenikova with a lofted forehand. Keys steps back and plays this to the backhand of Olenikova, who goes cross-court. Backhand from Keys. Deep to the backhand of Olenikova. Backhand Keys. Olenikova is stretching for that backhand. It goes long, and that screen was from Madison Keys. And that's one that she endured. Certainly in that first set. 4-love down in games. Saved 2 set points. A really warm embrace at the net. And Madison Keys overcomes the first hurdle, but in the first set, it really was a hurdle.
Well, what a match. So many ups and downs. Keys able to pull through somehow, found her form, hit a lot of winners in the second set, which is very Keys-like, but Olenikova, incredible fight out here today. Also embracing the crowd.
Yeah, when she shook hands with Keys, normally the loser just goes, packs their bags and walks off.
And gets off quite quick.
She walked back onto the court and waved, so it's almost like we had 2 winners.
It felt like that.
Well, it's great for her. It's good attitude, actually. And in fact, she's now throwing her towels to the crowd so that they have souvenirs. So, and in fact, she's going to do some autographs as well. I like the attitude. How often is she likely to play on a court like this? So she's making the most of it.
And why wouldn't you? What an incredible court to play on. And I think when you have that first set, you have to embrace the crowd. You have to embrace that moment.
I think that's right. It's just that the organisers are going to have to have a quiet word with her and say...
and tell her to get off.
There's an etiquette that we can't really do the interview with the winner until the loser has left. Chanda Rubin is waiting courtside to interview Maddie Keys.
Is that a rule?
It's an etiquette,
okay.
Not a rule. I mean, in theory, she could stay there and say, no, you get on with the interview, that's fine. But I think the general feeling is let's thank the loser. And
Madison's ready to get this interview. She's walking towards the interview.
But Chanda is not coming onto court to do the interview yet. I think normally the stadium announcer would announce the loser. Well, Olenikova is having such a great time here that she's...
still signing autographs.
Yes, and she's completely thrown the etiquette. But I think we're going to have the interview anyway. Chanda Rubin just exchanging high fives with Madison Keys. Here we go.
Madison Keys, this is your 50th main draw appearance at a major. You are coming in as the defending champion. How did it feel? What did it feel like being out here compared to your expectations?
I have been thinking of that moment for basically a year. It was incredible to walk out for the first time since walking off of the court a year ago. So happy to be back in Melbourne. Obviously very nervous at the start, but just so happy to be back. And I love playing here. And I was talking to Lindsay Davenport yesterday, and she reminded me that not many people get to be a defending champion at a Grand Slam. So just trying to embrace it and enjoy it. And as nervous as I was at the start, I'm really glad to be back and that I got through that match.
Well, it is great to see you back, and so many in this crowd enjoyed the effort you put in. You didn't get off to a great start by your own standards, but how did you turn that first set around?
Well, first of all, I just want to say my opponent today was incredible. She started so well, and she's such a great competitor, and definitely made it tricky for me. But I think just kind of being able to settle a little bit and kind of find my way, and then really just kind of trust myself and go after my shots. I think I was playing a little bit too timid at the beginning, so being able to just kind of rely on knowing that I'm a good tennis player, and if I just let myself play, then good things usually happen.
Well, let's talk a little bit about your opponent, because she came out, she was ready to play. It's a tricky style of opponent with the mixes of the spins and the pace. What did you first think in the first game or two, and how did you kind of deal with that and cope with it?
It's definitely not the typical style that you see every day, which I think makes it a little bit trickier, but just the, changes of pace with the higher balls and the slice, and she's also super fast and got to a lot of balls, so really just kind of made me work myself out on the other side of the net today, which I was able to do. And then I think at the end I was just really, like I said, able to just kind of trust myself and kind of take a step back, but then just go for my shots.
Well, let's talk about your team, and specifically your husband. You celebrated a one-year anniversary not too long ago. Did you do anything special? I know you're kind of low-key about these kinds of things, but that's a pretty big milestone. Did you do anything special?
We went to the spa and kind of hung out, and we were both at a hotel, and we were like, this makes me feel like we're at a tournament, let's go home. But it was amazing. It's incredible being able to travel with him and work with him, and in instances like today where it's a really tricky beginning of the match and you're feeling a lot of nerves, to be able to look over and see your husband and have that encouragement means the absolute world to me. So I'm really happy he's decided to stay on the team and still deal with me. So looking forward to the rest of the year.
Now, I'm curious, if he wanted to get off the team, what does that entail?
I feel like we're solid enough that he would just have to say, I think I'm going to stay at home, and I'd say, fair enough. I'll text you, I guess. But luckily, he's still, I think, enjoying it. So we'll keep going until he tells me he wants to stay home.
Well, he had to have enjoyed how you worked through that match. A fantastic victory. You're into the second round. Ladies and gentlemen, Madison Keys.
And we had the weird spectacle of the beaten opponent, who she was talking about a fair bit there, standing there, looking and smiling. And in fact, Keys is about to go off now. She's signing the camera, and Olenikova is still packing her bags at her chair. She stopped signing the autographs. That's not something we see very often.
I don't think I've ever seen that before. So that whole entire Keys interview, Olenikova was signing autographs to the side, and then Keys is now gone and she's still on the court. But I think that's pretty cool, and clapped Keys off as well.
And she's still there, actually, because Keys is signing a couple of autographs. But Olenikova will leave. Normally the stadium announcer will say, please put your hands together for, the beaten player. But I'm not sure that's going to happen. She's still there. She's waving to her team. She's making the most of this.
She's embracing this moment. I love to see this. I feel like sometimes we go out there, it might not be a win, and we're so quick to get off the court, but to be able to embrace this and soak it up, this is an incredible arena to play on.
Madison Keys is also still signing interviews out there. I'm just waiting to see who actually leaves the court first. I wonder whether there's a little bet that she's had with her team that
on who's going to leave first?
I'm going to
try and stay the last?
Madison will leave the court before I do. I know, she's now waving and is leaving the court now. So there's the roar for Olenikova.
That's incredible to see.
So she has left the court. She's still got a big smile on her face. I guess she might have come out here thinking, well, you know, I could lose this love and love. And she made such a good fist of the first set. Ends up losing 7-6, 6-1. Keys through to the second round. Well, we've got Ben Shelton and Ugo Humbert waiting in the wings, but we've got a fascinating match from a former world number one and a former US Open champion, Karolina Pliskova and Sloan Stephens. They're in the first set of their match. We'll be focusing on that in just a minute here on AO Radio, Day 3 of the Australian Open 2026.
Australian Tennis Magazine has been serving up news, features and game insights for 50 years. Pick up your copy of Australia's only tennis publication or subscribe to have every issue delivered at tennismag.com.au and keep up with all things tennis via our social channels.
Kids making a racket at home? Nothing hits like getting outside and on court. With Hot Shots Tennis, kids gain confidence, learn sport skills and make friends. Perfect for kids aged 3 to 12. Book your free trial at a participating club. Hit up tennis.com.au. Hot Shots Tennis. It's different.
Have you got your copy of the AO 2026 official program? Packed with player profiles, feature stories, stats and souvenir pictures. It's the essential guide to the Australian Open and all things tennis. Pick up your copy at the AO shop, in newsagents or at ozopen.com.
Family time hits different with Tennis Court Hire. From less eyes on screens to more time with your teens or smashing fitness routines. Whatever you're into, get out on court. Tennis.com.au.
Player features, exclusive interviews, game insights and much more. That's Australian Tennis Magazine. And this AO, Australia's only tennis publication, turns 50. Join us in celebrating our special milestone by picking up a copy or subscribing at tennismag.com.au.
Message our commentators. Email aoradio@tennis.com.au.
The sound of the Australian Open. This is AO Radio.
With Jamie Forlis and me, Chris Bowers, and let's go over to the Kia Arena, where Karolina Pliskova, former finalist here, she's leading by 5-1 against Sloan Stephens.
Yeah, this has been a really interesting match in terms of Sloan coming through qualifying as well, not being part of the main draw. Beat Olivia Gadecki in the second round of qualifying in 3 sets.
Pliskova serves for forehand return. Forehand from Pliskova, half volley. It's going to land just inside the baseline. Stephens lofts this forehand, flattened out by Pliskova, wide.
Stephens also had time away from the game over the last couple of months, so it's so nice to see her back playing and competing in main draws of Slam.
It's lovely to see Sloan Stephens back, but when you think of where she was in 2017 when she won the US Open, 2018 runner-up at Roland Garros, I sort of feel she should have achieved more, but I don't know. If you have a Grand Slam title to your name, I guess you can retire happy.
Yeah, well, a Grand Slam is better than no Grand Slam, right?
Yeah, I mean,
no matter how good or bad your performance is post the Grand Slam. That's what I think.
I remember sitting here exactly where we are now and commentating on her beating Serena Williams as a teenager, and she just had so much sort of freshness and fun about her. The world has been a little bit more on her shoulders of late, but she hits a nice forehand up the line now to get one of the breaks back. Now is the gap to 5-2. Sloan Stephens.
Leads by 5-2.
Having just got to this match, I have a change of ends. Josh Herriot, are you there? Can you bring us up to date on some of the other scores, in particular that match between Musetti and Collignon?
Yes, that's on Margaret Court Arena. Quite a fascinating match as well. It was Raphael Collignon of Belgium who took the first set 6-4. Musetti has taken the second set via the tiebreak, but it's been a pretty good fight here from Collignon, who we haven't seen much of. Of course, he made the third round of the US Open last year, but he's putting up a pretty good fight against the 5th seed in Musetti. Musetti had the opportunity in the second set to close it out. He was 5-3 up a break of serve, but Collignon forced it to a tiebreak. So a fascinating match there, and a potential match point here as well for Dideri. In fact, he does have match point here as well against Garin. So if you want to stick with this one as well, Luciano Dideri, the Italian, the 22nd seed, he's got match point here against Garin. And Garin to serve. Dideri is beaten for pace there. And we are at deuce. So this, of course, on 1573 Arena. Luciano Dideri, the 22nd seed, Christian Garin. And Garin serves down the middle for an ace. So this too, Chris, has been a fascinating battle between these two. It's been tight. Dideri 2 sets to love, but it has been tight nonetheless throughout the morning and afternoon. Game point here for Garin to try and hold serve and stay in this match. He's serving to the backhand of Dideri. He's coming up to the net now as Garin, and he puts that one away.
Okay, we'll keep an eye on that one for us, Josh. And we'll come to you at reasonably regular intervals. We now have the 8th game of the match. Pliskova
attacking the ball.
And Stevens. And the voice you heard there was Kamau Murray, the coach of Sloan Stevens. They've been sort of an on-off player-coach relationship over the years. Slice from Stevens is too long. A slice should generally be a high percentage shot. She pushed that about 1.5 meters.
Yeah, that definitely flew, and especially with the heat now, the ball is starting to fly, so target areas are so important, and yeah, definitely didn't need to try and hit the ball on the baseline.
15:30 on the Stevens serve. Backhand return. Backhand from Stevens. Deep to the backhand of Pliskova. Forehand from Stevens off the top of the net. Pushed back by Pliskova. Forehand Stevens. Forehand Pliskova up the line is long.
Stevens just getting herself back into this match, making Pliskova play a lot more balls. The previous game, Pliskova's misses were also quite large, especially off the forehand wing, a couple meters outside the court.
Stevens serves out wide to the forehand. That's netted from Pliskova. This is a chance for Stevens to narrow the gap to 5-3, having been 5-1 down. Stevens, I think, has an advantage here, having played 3 matches in qualifying. She's got some good wins under her belt. She serves the backhand of Pliskova, backhand Stevens, forehand Pliskova into the net. Good pair of games from Sloan Stevens.
Playing a qualifier is so dangerous because they've played 3 matches prior on these courts in this environment, whereas you're coming in new, first match of the year as well. It's tough playing a qualifier. And especially someone like Sloan Stevens.
We have the coaches mic'd up. Stevens just toweling off right in front of Kamau Murray. So for the second time, Karolina Pliskova serving for the first set. Serves out to the forehand of Stevens, deep to the forehand of Pliskova. Pliskova goes long. Lost her range at the moment, the Czech. One of identical twins, identical except for the fact that her sister plays left-handed.
That's right.
But that's often the way. I think the assumption is that the babies were facing each other in the womb. Bryans were like that, the Gullicksons were like that. The Ratiwatana twins, who did well for a couple of years from Thailand, they were both right-handers. I once had to commentate on one of their matches, and it was very, very difficult. Forehand from Pliskova to the forehand of Stevens. Forehand Pliskova. Stevens goes down the backhand wing of Pliskova up the middle of the court. Backhand Stevens is mishit and into the net. The only way I could tell them apart was who played deuce court and who played ad court.
I was just about to ask. That would have been so difficult to figure that out.
It was very difficult.
But that also would have been quite fun to call.
It was.
To an extent.
It was. I was a bit on edge the whole time. It was at the Asian Games, actually. Every 4 years they have a bit like the Olympics, but only for the countries of Asia. And the Ratiwatana twins won the gold medal in 2006. Pliskova, 15 all, 5-3 first set, double faults.
15-13.
Stevens just starting to find a little bit more momentum. He has won a couple of the last points.
I just get the feeling that Pliskova's getting nervous. He serves to the backhand of Stevens, forehand from Pliskova, forehand Stevens. Neither of them hitting with great depth. Backhand from Stevens, that's much better depth. Forehand from Pliskova to the forehand of Stevens. Pliskova up the line, off the top of the net, it drops in. Cross court from Stevens. Pliskova up the line, cut out by Stevens for a clean winner volley.
What a point from Stevens, showing her athleticism around the court, going back, coming forward to the net, finishing off with a great forehand volley.
Our Bruce Springsteen imitation team in the crowd at Kia Arena. 15-40, chance for a third successive game. Chopped back by Stevens. Pliskova's at the net, puts that away nicely. Pliskova's sister Christina has retired now. In fact, she's a mother, I think. Retired when he was about to start a family. Carolina still on the tour. 30-40, another point for Stevens to narrow the gap to 4-5. Get us back on serve. Pliskova, 30-40. Retaken first serve. Oh, doesn't like that ball toss. Serves now out wide to the backhand. Stevens just gets that back. Pliskova at the net. A lob from Stevens. Where will that land? It's just in. Forehand cross court from Pliskova. Forehand Stevens down the line. Backhand from Pliskova defensively. That's going to land just over the service line. Stevens goes back to Pliskova. Lobs by Pliskova, but it's long. And Stevens holds. 3 games on the run for Stevens. She's come back from 1-5 to 4-5.
Incredible point there by Stevens, and her team starting to get involved, starting to get a little bit vocal. Herself starting to get vocal as well. Just starting to spread Pliskova into the corners, putting a lot more balls in the court.
Josh, have you got anything to report to us?
Yes, well, Luciano Dideri, he had a match point moments ago against Garin. It was saved by Garin, and then Garin broke back, so we are at 5 games all now in this third set. Dideri quite frustrated. A racket was thrown before it was smashed into the ground. He had to go and get a new racket. A ball was then thrashed into the net. So we are at 5 games all and 30 all in this third set.
Well, if Garin were to win that set, it means that Dideri's got to be very well behaved for the rest of the match, because next time he has a warning, there'll be a point penalty. Fascinating stuff going on. And yes, in a match that Josh was keeping an eye on. They're still very early in the third set. That's Bozzetti and Collignon who split sets. Ben Shelton and Ugo Humbert are warming up on Rod Laver Arena. We will get to that match at some stage, but for the time being we're sticking with Sloan Stevens against Karolina Pliskova. Pliskova looked to be walking this. 5-1 she led.
Thank you.
It's Stevens now serving to level the first set at 5-all. Stevens serves. Forehand return. That's wide from Pliskova.
She's really losing her range now, Pliskova. A lot of balls long, but not close to the lines. They're quite far.
I mean, she's a free hitter, is Pliskova. She's a beautiful ball striker, but when her radar goes off, it can go badly off. Backhand from Stevens off a short return of serve. That's put away by the American.
But because she hits the ball so hard, she doesn't need to go so close to the line. She's going to overpower her majority of her opponents.
We're hearing some thuds in the background. That's Ugo Humbert blasting his serve against our commentary box window. Our commentary box is on Rod Laver Arena. We're,
I've flinched every time.
Jamie is flinching alongside me. Yes, that glass is pretty strong. We've had a few people serving into it over the years. It's always held up to date. Backhand return from Pliskova is netted, and Stevens holds to love. 4 games on the run for the American.
Comfortable hold by Stevens. Not doing anything too special, just making a lot of balls, making Pliskova run. The errors are starting to come from Pliskova's racket.
That's a really good recovery from Stevens.
Thank you.
Just wondered whether, having got back to 5-4, she might be a little bit nervous. It's easy to play free when you're 5-1 down. At 5-4, you've got something to defend, but she's levelled at 5-all. Pliskova has taken the first point of the 11th game with a serve that didn't come back.
It was a great body serve. Sloan didn't even move her feet.
Again, I wonder how much they're feeling the heat. Stevens at least has a visor on. Pliskova has nothing on her by way of headwear. Oh, that was a wild forehand. That was about 4 meters beyond the baseline.
15 all.
Nearly hit the back fence on the full.
Yeah.
She doesn't look too phased by it.
She never looks phased by it. You know, their dad, the twins' dad, who was their coach, used to go take them fishing. I mean, I'm not sure I know any other tennis player, professional tennis player, who has fishing as a hobby. And I think it's just a sign of the sort of, well, just
there's just calmness to it. Calmness.
Exactly. Sit by a river, wait for something to bite on the rod. Pliskova serves, forehand return deep to the forehand of Pliskova. Forehand from Stevens at the backhand wing. Pliskova goes cross-court, backhand from Stevens. Backhand Pliskova, Stevens slices this one. Pliskova comes forward, forehand from Stevens, now forehand from Pliskova down the backhand wing, slice from Stevens. Backhand from Pliskova, Stevens will slice again, but that's going to drift wide. And Pliskova moves to 40-15.
Better constructed point from Pliskova there. Again, wasn't hitting so close to the lines, but just in big parts of the court where she could push Sloan around the court. Get Sloan end range, get Sloan to use her slice.
(40-15) points for 6-5 for Pliskova. Serving into the net. Finalist here, finalist at the US Open. World number 1, one of 3 female players to be world number 1 without having won a major title. Backhand from Stevens is wide. And Pliskova holds for 6-5. Do you know who the other 2 are, by the way? The other 2 female players to be ranked world number 1 without ever having won a major. Both stopped playing now, they're both retired. Pliskova's the only one of the 3 who is still playing.
Well, it was for a while Wozniacki, but then she won the Australian
Wozniacki
Open.
and Halep both got to number 1 before they'd won a major, so it was absolutely right. But there are 3 women and 1 man.
Oh, testing my knowledge here. Tell me.
Safina.
Yep.
And Jankovic.
Yes.
And the man was the runner-up here in 1999, Marcelo Rios.
Yep.
Now, getting to world number 1 is a phenomenal achievement. It attests to phenomenal consistency. But, yeah.
Winning a Grand Slam is that extra.
Well, do you play for the titles? Do you play for the ranking? I mean, you need to play for the ranking to get yourself into tournaments.
Yeah, exactly.
Especially if you're outside the top 100. But at the end of the day, people will talk about, you know, the former such and such winner rather than the former world number, whatever.
Yeah, that's true. And I definitely feel like sometimes, for example, Raducanu winning that US Open, just because her ranking is what it is, or she hasn't, you know, leveled up to that, I think you can't take away that she won US Open.
Absolutely.
Qualied and won US Open.
Yeah, and that's the only title she's won.
But hey, if that's the only title I could win, I'll take it too.
Yeah, I bet you would. Yeah. Right, Sloan Stevens serving the 3rd time to stay in the first set. Goes into the body of Pliskova, taken on the forehand. Forehand Stevens to the forehand of Pliskova. Stevens goes down the backhand wing. Pliskova cross court. Backhand Stevens against the backhand of Pliskova. That's a one-handed slice. Now down the line by Stevens is a clean winner. Lovely point construction from the American.
That's great construction from Stevens. Just uses the pace from Pliskova to move her around the court and ends up hitting that backhand line winner. Pliskova didn't even run for it.
No, I do think there's a certain management of energy, but yeah, she's run for that one. I don't think she'd have got anywhere near it. Stevens at 15 love. Missed her first serve. Second serve. To the backhand of Pliskova. Forehand from Stevens. Backhand Pliskova up the middle of the court. Forehand Stevens. She's looking for more of the angles at the moment. Now a slice from Stevens. It's long. And that ball flying. Notice also its kick serve has been remarkably effective here. The ball is bouncing off this sort of grippy surface.
Yeah, that was the same thing with the Keys match. She was able to use that kick serve to push her opponent out, and it's incredibly important to use, especially when it's so hot. These courts can be so bouncy and so fast, so trying to get that ball out of your opponent's hitting zone.
It's a body serve again from Sloan Stevens, and the forehand from Pliskova goes long. 15 on the Stevens serve. Are we heading for a tie-break? Stevens kicks the serve to the backhand of Pliskova. Backhand Stevens. Pliskova with her two-hander. Backhand Stevens again. Two-hander to two-hander. Now forehand from Stevens. Driving Pliskova wide to her forehand side. A chopped forehand from Stevens. Very much into the corner. Great shot from the American. Pliskova got a racket to the ball, but could only put it into the net.
Just looking a little slow and sluggish at the moment.
Yeah. I also thought that pushed forehand, that flew. Normally a pushed forehand will hang in the air, but that seemed to shoot through. It was almost like a knifed forehand slice. Stevens, 40-15, 2 points for the tiebreak. Backhand return up the line. Backhand Stevens cross court. Backhand Pliskova up the forehand wing. Stevens goes cross court with a winner. The court was open. Stevens found it, and we have a tiebreak.
Starting to find her feet here, and the confidence too. Her body language is definitely picked up. Her coach starting to also get a little bit more vocal in the corner, encourage her.
Keep getting every ball.
Keep getting every ball. Yeah, I think I could have said that to her as well.
It's working.
Well, it's working, and it's also a question of how much is she going to take in. You know, in a way, coaches shouldn't be saying too much. 6-all. Forehand return from Stevens. Forehand from Pliskova to the forehand of Stevens. Now Pliskova goes to the backhand wing. Into the net from Sloan Stevens.
1-0.
At the end of this tiebreak, we'll go back to Josh Herriott and see how Garin Darderi are doing, and Rossetti and Polignon, and anything else that's going on. I'll tell you about the Shelton Humbert. They've only just started. They're 1-all in the first set. So that's right in front of us here. Picking up the match we're focusing on. It's Stevens, kicks the serve out to Pliskova. Forehand from Stevens. Chopped forehand from Pliskova. Sits up for Stevens. Oh, she goes back to Pliskova. She's lost her advantage, Stevens. Now Pliskova on the attack, but doesn't really make the most of that. Now forehand from Pliskova up the backhand wing. That's a lovely forehand from Pliskova. And that is the great ball striking.
Yeah, Stevens had the opportunity to continue to spread Pliskova, but ended up going back behind her into her forehand and just lost control of that rally completely. Pliskova stepping up, hitting the ball flat/sidewards, if you would like to say.
Yeah, no, it was a bit of into-out in that forehand. Stevens serves, backhand return. Forehand from Stevens in the middle of the court. Backhand Pliskova, backhand from Stevens, deep to the backhand of Pliskova. A slice from Stevens. Forehand Pliskova to the forehand of Stevens. Deep to the backhand of Pliskova, the two-hander. Pliskova's hitting the ball better now. She goes up the forehand wing of Stevens, who's defending, but puts her forehand into the net. Just a little bit rushed from... Stevens was rushed by the power of the Pliskova ground strokes.
Yeah, Pliskova's pretty much sat herself on the baseline and did not move her feet off that baseline. Took so much time away from Sloan, and Sloan ended up so far behind the baseline.
3-love in the tiebreak. Still early days, but it's a double mini break. This will be a great tiebreak for Pliskova to win. 5-1 she led in the main body of the set. Serves now into the net to go out wide. Second serve from Pliskova. Wearing orange. Is it top and skirt? Yes,
top
it
and
is.
shorts.
Top and shorts, yes. Backhand from Pliskova to the backhand of Stevens. Lofted deep to the backhand of Pliskova. Slice from Stevens. Backhand from Pliskova across court. She's just pushed that wide. There's a lot of players are in shorts this year.
Yeah, they're very comfortable to play in.
I bet they are.
Yeah, and especially sometimes we also train in shorts,
Yes.
so just to be able to play, it is very easy. Every player is different in terms of what they like to play in and train in.
Yeah. I mean, speaking as a man, I play in shorts all the time, but yes, I know that you have more choice in the women's game.
We're very lucky.
I guess the men have the choice as well, they just choose not to exercise it. Forehand from Pliskova at 3-1, make that 4-1. Beautiful clean winner from the Czech.
4-1, Pliskova.
Pliskova's done a great job of just stepping up to the occasion. Another forehand winner. Incredibly flat, but her margin is just so much better, not going too close to the lines.
4-1, Pliskova leads. One mini break. Sloan Stevens serves down the middle. Good deep return from Pliskova, who's got her range back. In the moment I say that, she nets a forehand.
Is that commentator's curse?
It is the commentator's curse, yes, exactly. But there we go. These are all averages, aren't they? You say someone's playing well and they'll throw in a couple of bad shots. But
I haven't done that yet.
oh well done, yes. The problem is, when you then want to influence a match, if there's a player you sort of secretly want to do well,
it doesn't work.
It doesn't work.
Noted.
You praise their opponent and they play even better. Pliskova at 4-2. Stevens will be encouraged by the fact that she's hauled back leads in this match. 2-4, Stevens serves, forehand return is onto the baseline of Stevens. Forehand from Pliskova, Stevens pushes that forehand across court from Pliskova. Stevens nets her forehand. This is a very good tiebreak from Pliskova.
This is a great tiebreaker. Concentration just better, started to switch on a little bit more. Sloan's court position, I think, is it's too far back. She's getting pushed around in these rallies.
Yeah, the further back you go, the more time you have, but you give your opponent the angle. Come forward, you cut the angle down. Pliskova at 5-2 with two serves. She should hold these two. She takes the first set. And retake her first serve. Pliskova serving into the net. Second serve. The Czech taking her time. It's a languid style, never looks particularly rattled by anything. Backhand return from Stevens, forehand from Pliskova, deep to the backhand of Stevens, forehand from Pliskova, forehand Stevens. Pliskova goes to the backhand of Stevens, backhand from Pliskova. Again pushing Stevens back, Stevens goes wide. And again, you have to credit Pliskova with incredible depth.
Incredible depth from, again, her court position is so close to the baseline where she's taking time and depth away from Sloan. It makes it incredibly hard for Sloan to get herself back into these points. And just the momentum has started to shift as well.
It has, yeah. It shifted back to Pliskova. She serves now. Chopped return from Stevens, forehand from Pliskova, backhand from Stevens, backhand Pliskova, cross court, backhand slice from Stevens. Pliskova goes down the forehand wing. Stevens has read that one. Forehand from Pliskova down the middle, backhand Stevens also up the middle of the court. Forehand is long from Pliskova. The first set point saved, but still three more.
6-3, Pliskova.
Just bending over a little bit, Pliskova. I think she's just
puffed.
Yeah, maybe it's just breathing, taking in some air. The way she leant forward there, made me wonder whether she's either struggling. Set point still here. Back and return from Stevens is long. Let's just go quickly to Josh Herriot for match point. Garin Darderi.
Yeah, 4 match points for the Italian as Garin serves an ace. Right down the tee. So 6-3 in the tiebreak. A tiebreak required for this third set. And Garin has really tested the Italian throughout the afternoon. We saw that frustration from Darderi moments ago with a smashed racket and a ball that was whacked into the net. He serves now to seal the match in straight sets. 3 match points for Luciano Darderi, the Italian, the 22nd seed. And he serves that one just wide. 6-3 in the tiebreak. Darderi, the Italian, to the backhand of Garin, who returns. Forehand now, Darderi down the line. The forehand cross-court there from Garin. Down the line from Darderi, and Garin can't get it back. And the Italian is through to the second round of the Australian Open for the first time in straight sets.
Thank you very much.
7-6, 7-5, 7-6. Back to you, Chris.
Thanks, Josh. Well, Stevens has saved 3 of the set points. So it's now 6-5 to Pliskova. She's missed her first serve, Pliskova. Second serve. To the forehand of Stevens, deep to the forehand of Pliskova. Backhand from Stevens. This is a little bit nervy. Forehand Pliskova, backhand Stevens. Short ball, but Pliskova's there. Stevens goes up the forehand wing. Pliskova back down the backhand wing. Lofted ball from Stevens. Forehand from Pliskova, flattened out, but Stevens is there with a chopped forehand. Forehand from Pliskova down the line. Stevens is there. Throws up a high ball. Where's that going to land? It's in. Taken high by Pliskova, and she's missed it. She took that as a smash. The ball wasn't high enough for a smash.
It was nowhere near high enough, and she could have just gone through the middle because Stevens guessed which way she was going to try and go. Incredible rally, incredible fight from Sloan, scrapping side to side, just trying to make her Pliskova play another point, which is pretty much what her coach said at 6-5.
Play every ball.
Play every ball.
Yeah. Well, no, it was a high stretch, lofted defensive backhand from Sloan Stevens, which landed just beyond the service line. And Pliskova decided to smash it off the bounce, but the bounce didn't come up high enough. Six all in games, 6 all in points. Pliskova, she led 5-1 in games. She led 6-2 in the tiebreak. She's now missed her first serve again. Now she's pausing on the second serve because she's looking into the sun. She gets the second serve in. Deep return. Forehand from Pliskova. Chopped from Stevens. Sits up for Pliskova, who goes to the backhand. Stevens throws up the lob. Pliskova will let that drop, and it's in the tram lines.
Pliskova did go up for the smash again. I did get a little bit nervous, but the wind took it out into the doubles lines.
So a fifth
first one good.
set point.
At least it was deep. The serve speed is really dropping off. Here we go. First serve right here, babe. Come on. First serve.
That's Kamal Murray, coach of Sloan Stevens. She's facing a 5th set point. She serves too long. Second serve from Stevens. It's very slow. Deep return. Forehand from Stevens. Forehand from Pliskova. Oh, it's out from Pliskova.
Stevens just hanging around, making Pliskova play, trying to get her to come up with something outrageous or good.
Well, she's forcing her to go for an aggressive winner, and at the moment Pliskova's missing on all the big points. I'm feeling a bit sorry for Pliskova. Her nerves will be shot if she ends up losing this tiebreak. Forehand return from Pliskova down the line is a clean winner. She can do it when there's not a set point at stake.
8-7.
Serve out wide from Stevens. Pliskova skipped a couple of steps to her right. Beautiful forehand down the line.
Just prepared so early. anticipated the serve was going wide.
So a 6th set point for Pliskova. Stevens has yet to have one. Pliskova serving now. To the backhand of Stevens. It's lofted. It's going to land long. And a clenched fist from Karolina Pliskova. Not a massive reaction.
7 games to 6.
What an absorbing set that was.
What a set, and what a way to finish that set too, with a great out wide serve.
So first set to Karolina Pliskova, former runner-up here over the former US Open champion. We'll be back in a minute here on AO Radio.
If you're looking to reclaim your game, try cardio tennis presented by Chemist Warehouse. This high-energy group class is where fitness meets fun. No competition, just genuine connection. Set to great music, you'll mix tennis drills with constant movement for a workout that never feels like work. And no need to be a pro, qualified coaches tailor the session for everybody at every level, whether you're new to tennis or coming back to the court. An hour of cardio tennis is guaranteed to smash stress, lift your mood and leave you feeling motivated and confident. Reclaim your game with cardio tennis presented by Chemist Warehouse. Book now at tennis.com.au.
Kids making a racket at home? Nothing hits like getting outside and on court. With Hot Shots Tennis, kids gain confidence, learn sport skills, and make friends. Perfect for kids aged 3 to 12. Book your free trial at a participating club. Hit up tennis.com.au. Hot Shots Tennis. It's different.
Have you got your copy of the AO 2026 official program? Packed with player profiles, feature stories, stats and souvenir pictures. It's the essential guide to the Australian Open and all things tennis. Pick up your copy at the AO shop, in newsagents or at ausopen.com.
Message our commentators. Go to ausopen.com/AO Radio and click on Ask the Booth.
Live around the world, this is AO Radio.
Yes, you want to contact us, either go to ausopen.com/listen, I think it is, and scroll down and you'll find the Ask the Booth form, or you can send us an email, aoradio@tennis.com.au. Oh, we're sticking for the time being with the Pliskova-Stevens match. Fascinating match that it is. So it's Sloan-Stevens starting the second set. Forehand return, forehand from Stevens. The forehand of Pliskova. Oh, that's caught the sideline. Good passing shot from the Czech player. Turn your microphone on.
Just starting to find her range again, Pliskova. The Sloan approach shot just wasn't good enough, didn't have enough depth on it. Pliskova, an easy forehand pass.
Backhand from Stevens out the middle of the court. Just too long from Stevens.
Love 30.
Love 30 on the Stevens serve. Can't afford another slow start. Forehand return from Pliskova is long.
15-30.
.30 on the Stevens serve. Going out down the centre, forehand return from Pliskova, forehand from Stevens, forehand Pliskova. It's off the frame, you can tell she didn't hit that cleanly.
30 all.
When she does miss it, she misses it by a lot. The ball just flies off her racket.
Back to 30 all. Stevens serves, forehand return, forehand from Stevens is a clean winner. Wrong footing Pliskova.
40-30.
Stevens. Points on the run. Serves to the backhand of Pliskova. A slice from Stevens up the forehand wing of Pliskova. Cross court from Pliskova. Really good use of the whole court.
Juice.
It's such an important first game here for both players, especially Sloan to get on the board and put the pressure back onto Pliskova. But for Pliskova to break here early and continue with the momentum and the confidence that she had in the tiebreaker.
Backhand from Stevens to the backhand of Pliskova. Forehand Stevens into the net. And loose.
Yeah, just not moving her feet fast enough as well. Intensity's dropped.
Stevens. This long pause before serving. Down the centre. Forehand return is deep to the backhand of Stevens. Stevens is long. And Pliskova breaks in the opening game of the second set.
First game, second set.
Pliskova must be feeling very, very good about the way she came through that. I mean, it would have been such a blow to her confidence if she'd lost the first set, having been so far ahead.
A little more sigh of relief, I would say, in terms of winning that set and yeah, having so many opportunities throughout it.
Can she keep up the consistency though? And that's been her big problem. It's the lack of consistency.
Yeah, and that's probably been also her lack of match play as well, coming from injury. It is her first couple tournaments, starting back up again, just trying to find that belief and intensity every point and that concentration factor as well.
Pliskova serving into the net. Second serve from the Czech. Down the centre, backhand return is lofted deep to the forehand of Pliskova. Backhand from Stevens into the net. The ball bounces off the Kia sign and back to Sloan Stevens, so she's able to hit a practice backhand.
She got that one over the net.
She did get that one over the net, yes. You know, having a bad day when even the practice shots don't go in. Pliskova serves to the backhand of Stevens. Backhand Pliskova. Stevens with a slice, but doesn't get anywhere near to going in.
30 love.
Shot. Here we go. Let's go shot. Let's go.
That's the sound of the Sloan Stevens box. Pliskova at 30 love. Serves down the centre, just missed it. Second serve from Pliskova is long, double fault.
30-15.
Just looking to see if the wind's getting up a little bit. No, I don't think it is.
Doesn't look too bad.
Been very calm this week after a very, very windy weekend. Well, Friday and Saturday were particularly gusty. A forehand from Stevens, the forehand of Pliskova. It's long from Pliskova. So the all on the Stevens, on the Pliskova serve. Pliskova hitting the ball twice, now ready for her serve. Out wide, forehand return. Forehand from Pliskova up the line, backhand from Stevens, making Pliskova move to her backhand side. Backhand from Stevens down the line. Chopped forehand from Pliskova. Stevens goes to the backhand. Pliskova's read it well though. Backhand from Stevens. Pliskova's backhand goes cross court. Down the line from Stevens is a clean winner. That was a lovely shot from Sloan Stevens.
What a great point, and also the reaction from Stevens. Intense, trying to get herself pumped up, trying to get herself back into this match. Clean ball striking from both players, and Sloan Stevens' ability just to change direction off a backhand for a winner line.
Break back point for Stevens. This for 1-all. Pliskova waiting. I think the wind is picking up, you know. Just rustling her skirt a bit more than it was a few minutes ago. Forehand from Pliskova to the slice backhand of Stevens. Forehand from Pliskova up the line. That's a great shot from Pliskova, beating Stevens for pace.
I think there might be a helicopter above. I think there was a helicopter.
Yeah, well, they have a hell of a lot of wind that they generate. I've seen helicopters used to dry cricket fields.
Really?
Yeah.
That's interesting.
When you have a big storm in the morning and an awful lot of moisture has got onto the field.
And they just like circulate around the oval.
Exactly. Yep.
That's cool.
Pliskova at deuce, serves too long. Which just tells you how much wind is generated underneath a helicopter. Backhand return from Stevens. Backhand from Pliskova has gone long. Stevens with another point to get back.
Advantage, Stevens.
Level terms. This is a point for 1-all. Second set, first set to Pliskova. Pliskova serving. Down the centre, forehand return is chopped, just clears the net. Pliskova goes to the forehand wing, a lofted shot from Stevens, backhand volley. Stevens is there, but nets her backhand. Really good defending by Stevens. In the end, the backhand angled volley from Pliskova was angled enough. Deuce, second game of the second set. That Ben Shelton has a break on Rod Laver Arena. The next change of ends, we'll get some updated scores from Josh, in particular on the Mazzetti-Collignon match. Stevens with a backhand down the line, picked up by Pliskova. Lovely defensive backhand by Stevens, picked up by Pliskova. Stevens is there, goes to the forehand. It's a lob from Pliskova, and Stevens completely misses the smash. She'd done so much work.
Pliskova.
What a point by both players. Pliskova taking a break at the back of the court, head down, hands over knees, just trying to get as much air in as possible, taking her time between the points. The sun does start to become a factor on all the outdoor courts at the moment, and we see the shot clock ticking down, 7 seconds, 6 seconds. Hopefully she doesn't get a time violation here.
I hope not, because I hope the umpires are a little bit lenient on that. Serve is good. Backhand from Pliskova up the line. Stevens with a chopped forehand. Forehand from Pliskova off the frame and well wide.
Deuce.
That ball went straight into the crowd. She shanked it off the top of her frame. Wonder if someone caught it. Again, back to deuce. Both players just taking their time between points again.
Pliskova serves. Misses the serve. A very long second game of the second set. Chopped return from Stevens. Now she gets a bit of topspin on this one. Into out from Pliskova. Backhand from Stevens. This long.
Pliskova hit the ball into the crowd after that point. We have a fan has definitely caught it by that sound. Both players just starting to show a little bit more emotion, get a little bit more frustrated.
Backhand from Pliskova to the slice backhand of Stevens. Backhand Pliskova. It's a good angle from Pliskova, but Stevens is there with a good defensive backhand. No, it just drifts wide.
Pliskova leads by 2 games to love.
Pliskova takes the 2-love lead. She's again not quite bent over double, but she's certainly taking in some air. Hasn't call for the trainer. I think it's just a question of dealing with the heat. We've had hotter days than this, and they're now talking about Saturday being 38 Celsius.
38?
A couple of days ago they were talking about 35. Yesterday they were talking about 37. They're now predicting 38 this Saturday. Stevens at love 2, forehand return. Forehand Stevens to the forehand of Pliskova. Stevens with a forehand to the backhand of Pliskova. That's deep to the forehand of Stevens. It's good hitting by both women. Now cross-court from Stevens and Pliskova. Lovely cross-court forehand. She met that so well. Beautiful movement from Pliskova. Stevens, love 15, forehand return. Forehand from Stevens, deep to the forehand of Pliskova. Forehand Stevens, backhand Pliskova off the top of the net, and well, is it a clean winner if it hits the top of the net?
Love touching.
Yes.
Yes, I think it is, because it didn't touch the opponent's racket.
Yep. It would go as a clean winner in my stats.
Yeah, if you'd hit it.
If I hit it. If
yes.
they hit it, no.
No, exactly. Yes. If I hit it, well, that's what I was aiming for. If they hit it, they were so lucky. Again, just, I don't know, she's rubbed that left hip quite a lot. I suspect it's just having to deal with pretty warm weather. I don't know what the current temperature is. I mean, 28 is the shade temperature. She's not got any shade in the middle of the court. 26 apparently is the current temperature. Top of 28 today, but again, that's shade temperature, so it'll be a lot warmer out in the middle of the court. My players frequently go to the towel, because the towel's in the shade. Stevens serves, forehand return to the backhand of Stevens. Forehand from Pliskova to the forehand of Stevens. It's a short ball. Pliskova thinks of coming to the net, but retreats to the baseline. Now how to play a defensive forehand. Forehand Stevens is netted. Oh, that was slack by the American, which is at 15-40.
Stevens just starting to lose a little bit of her width in the points, just trying to play too central. Someone like Pliskova likes the ball in her hitting zone, so trying to get that away from her and trying to get her to stretch is definitely the way to play Pliskova.
15-40. Serving to the backhand of Pliskova. Forehand Stevens to the backhand of Pliskova. Chipped to the backhand of Stevens. Backhand Pliskova. Forehand Stevens. Oh, it's missed. And it's 3-love. Now you could say, oh, well, that's pretty much job done for Pliskova. We know from the first set that that's not the case. But it is a double break for Karolina Pliskova. Let's go to Josh Herriot now for some latest scores. What's going on in particular, Josh, in that Musetti-Collignon match?
Yes, it's an absorbing battle here, Chris. 6-5 in the third set. Musetti will be serving for this third set. If you are just joining us, it's a set apiece. Collignon took the first set 6-4. Musetti took the second set via the tie break. So Musetti now serving for the third set.
Thank you very much for that. We will at some stage go to the Shelton-Humbert match. It's 5-2 Shelton first set, but just the one break of serve. Penny for the thoughts of Karolina Pliskova. She's had a real roller coaster. As usual, hasn't shown much emotion.
No, she really doesn't. She likes to keep it quite to herself. Amazing crowds the last couple days.
Yes.
Yeah.
It's been growing and growing and growing. In fact, Sunday was the biggest day session crowd ever, 73,000. But this is it's no longer just a tennis tournament. There's a whole load of other bands playing.
It's an event.
People come for a day at the Australian Open and often don't see that much tennis. Well, I often no. I mean, there are some people for whom you can come here.
And there's so many other things to do besides watching tennis.
So you can say, I'm not a great tennis fan, but I'm still going to go for a day at the Australian Open. It's become such an event, and it's so central to the city centre. We think of these world cities like London, Paris, New York, and the other three Grand Slam venues are at the edge of the cities. There's Pliskova mishits a forehand. Let's just go back to Josh for a set point in the Musetti-Collignon match.
Yeah, 3 set points here for Lorenzo Musetti, and he's serving here for the third set. He's serving down the middle, and it's just wide, so he'll come back and take his second serve. 3 set points here for the Italian. Musetti to Collignon, to the forehand of Collignon, and his forehand is wild, it's wide, and Musetti takes the third set 7-5, so he leads 2 sets to 1.
Well, one has to assume, given Musetti has a number of wins under his belt from last week, that he will go on to win that in 4 sets, but we'll keep you across that one. Stevens has got herself to love 30. Of course she has. On the Pliskova serve. There's got to be at least 2 or 3 more twists in this one. Pliskova serving off the top of the net. Just dribbles over.
Don't you like twists in a match?
Of course you do.
Twists and turns.
Of course. Yes.
Keeps it interesting.
It keeps it interesting, yes. Nothing's guaranteed. That's why we come to these things.
15-30.
With an unreturnable serve. Got it back to 15-30. Pliskova now. Serving down the centre. Top return from Stevens. Forehand from Pliskova. Forehand Stevens. Off the frame and wide.
30-all.
Stevens wearing a sort of primrose yellow dress. Pliskova. 30 to 30 all. Serving at 30 all. Forehand return is wide. Just back to what you were saying, Jamie, about the Sloan Stevens has lost her range. She wasn't going for so much. Wasn't going for the lines as much, and now she goes for the lines and misses them.
Yeah, just very far for the lines, but going for the lines when it's not necessary.
Forehand from Stevens is long, and that's a very good game for Pliskova, having been love 30 down.
Stevens' intensity has just dropped quite a lot. Feet are not working in the way that they should be. She's not moving up to the ball. She's kind of just standing and delivering a little bit.
Josh, do you want to come in?
Yes, 3 set points here, Chris, for Ben Shelton, the American, against Ugo Humbert. And you guys will be heading to this match after the Pliskova match. But Shelton with 3 set points here. And his first serve is netted on centre court here, Rod Laver Arena. Beautiful day here in Melbourne. Shelton serving with 3 set points down the middle to the backhand of Humbert. The off forehand from Shelton lands right on the line. And he takes the first set, 6-3. A hearty roar. Ben Shelton on the board.
So it's important that Sloan Stevens holds serve here. She hits a forehand into out, nice shot. To make it 15 all.
15 all.
A 4-game deficit is nothing, as we saw in the first set. And Madison Keys was love 4 down as well in her match before winning it 7-6, 6-1. 15 all. Stevens will serve. Hasn't served just yet because she's not happy with her ball toss. Now she is. Backhand return. Forehand from Stevens. Forehand from Pliskova. Stevens nets. And there's no footwork in that from Stevens.
Not at all. Just try to stand and deliver. She's done that the last couple of points as well. Intensity's dropped. I'd love to see her in between points, you know, get the feet moving, get up and about. But just looking slightly sluggish at the moment.
Stevens serves into the net. If you try to play points just using your arm and don't use the whole body, it's not going to work. Get away with 1 or 2 perhaps. Backhand return deep to the backhand of Stevens. Backhand from Pliskova. Forehand Stevens into out. Misses. Wasn't necessarily the bad choice of shot.
15
She pushes it wide. Good sort of 2 balls widths wide. It's 15-40. This match is rapidly slipping away from Sloan Stevens. And the serves into the net. Second serve. The backhand of Pliskova. Forehand Stevens to the backhand. Pliskova goes down the line, but wide.
30-40.
Still a break point for Pliskova. This to lead 5-love in the second set. To move within a game of a place in the second round. Stevens serves, backhand return off the top of the net. Stevens through the backhand up the line. Forehand Pliskova, cross-court winner. Stevens left a very big gap open. Pliskova found it with ease. And she's making the second set look very, very easy. 7-6, 5-love.
Pliskova just knew that short ball was coming to her forehand, didn't really react in any other way, had so much calmness to that passing shot.
Yes, looked very, very comfortable. And again, we were saying it's so good to see Sloane Stevens in the main draw of a major. And yet, this was an opportunity for her that she's let slip.
Yeah, definitely. But I think there's a lot of positives to Sloane and to her game at the moment. Having qualified, I think that's quite big in itself to be able to get her in main draw. And I'm sure now there's so many things that she can build on from this match and to help her for the rest of the season as well.
We're speaking as if the match is over. There is always time for a player to come back.
True.
As those of us who work in the industry know, plenty of dinner arrangements have been completely scuppered by a match that we thought was about to end, and then an hour and a half later was still going.
Yeah. And I think from a player's perspective as well.
Oh, yes. Give you a very sort of relaxed attitude towards time.
Yep, that's so true. Just.
Thank you.
Pliskova serving for the match. Just being held up by Stevens, who is waiting for the crowd to settle. James Kjothavong, the umpire, trying to get people to settle. Pliskova serving into the net. Second serve. The check is off the top of the net and long. Double fault. Love 15. Pliskova serving into the body, backhand return. Forehand from Pliskova to the forehand of Stevens. Backhand Pliskova, backhand Stevens at the middle of the court. Backhand Pliskova, oh, just misses.
Love 30.
I spoke about this actually when we were on RLA watching Sabalenka. So there's the two red posts on the side that light up. We do not have this on Key Arena.
That's true, we don't, no. It's only on the main courts, isn't it? Pliskova serves. Yes, the red lights are quite useful for seeing what we used to look for with the arm of the line, line umpire. Forehand return from Stevens to the backhand of Pliskova, backhand Stevens to the forehand of Pliskova. That's forehand to forehand at the moment. Pliskova digs this out but goes long. And it's 40-love.
Love 40.
Love 40. Pliskova. Serves out wide, chips back from Stevens. A drop shot by Pliskova. Oh, it's a winner. And Stevens didn't even move for that one.
She didn't even run for that. The drop shot probably landed just before the service line. Sloan just looked at the ball and said, maybe not.
Yeah. 15-40, Pliskova serves into the net. Second serve. It's to the backhand of Stevens. Backhand is into the net from Pliskova. And Stevens opens her account in the second set. I suspect it'll only be to make the score respectable. Well, Stevens has made up some pretty big deficits in this match. That should be a very big deficit. Why is it the Aussie chant when you have an American against a Czech?
No idea.
Stevens serving to the forehand of Pliskova. Backhand Stevens up the middle of the court. Backhand Pliskova. Chop shot from Stevens. Forehand Pliskova. Stevens goes down the line. Volley from Pliskova into the net. The unconvincing volley by Pliskova.
Pliskova hitting that volley from service line area, just didn't push close to the net. Didn't move fast enough to cover the angle.
Stevens serving down the centre. Forehand return. Forehand Stevens is long.
15 all.
Stevens at 15 all. Serving now. Some slightly in her eyes. That's a good body serve, and Pliskova nets.
32.
Never over till it's over. There's one particular gentleman in the audience who's making himself very well known. Good body serve again, backhand return. Forehand Stevens is a winner.
Incredible angle from Sloan.
Maybe she needs to be on the brink of losing a set or losing a match before she actually starts playing. It's quality play from Stevens. Stevens serves into the body, forehand return. Sorry, backhand return, forehand from Stevens is long.
40-30.
No one can consistently win 2 or 3 points in
No,
a row.
it's a good point, they can't.
Or even play 2 solid points. There's a lot of errors.
40-30, Stevens serves, backhand return, a slice from Stevens. Forehand from Pliskova, forehand Stevens cross court, Pliskova making ground to her forehand, chips it, backhand Stevens, doesn't get the angle, and Pliskova goes down the forehand wing. Stevens off the top of the net and wins the point. Again, Pliskova not really running for that one. So 5-love to 5-2. And this match continues. Continues to be interesting.
Here we go again.
Let's get some scores from Josh Harriet. Josh.
Yes, thank you, Chris. John Cain Arena, and Karen Hatchinov has just taken the second set 6-4. Young Alex Mickelson, he's playing the 21-year-old, and Mickelson took the first set 6-4. So set a piece on John Cain Arena.
Just catching a couple of pictures of the people who are cheering for Sloan Stevens. They're dressed in very American outfits, and they've contributed to the Australian economy, at least that part of it that makes amber nectar.
At least they're cheering for someone.
They are
or they're enjoying their day.
Absolutely. Well, this was the court that Nick Kyrgios and Thanasi Kokkinakis made their sort of home court.
Yes.
When they won the men's doubles title here 3 years ago.
Key Arena is one of my favourite courts to play on also.
Well, it's the newest show court, isn't it?
Yeah.
And it's really settled in very, very quickly. You played singles on it?
I've practiced singles on it, but I've played a couple doubles and
matches.
mixed doubles.
Okay.
Yep. We actually beat Sam Stosur and Matt Ebden on that court.
You and?
Jason Kubler.
Okay. Very good. Well, if you're playing with Jason next year, we'll come out and call you a match.
That would be pretty cool.
Got a couple of ex-AO radio commentators out there. Kimberly Birrell joined us 1 year. She did a bit of commentary with us, now back playing again, top 100.
Yep, she plays tonight against Madison Inglis.
She does. Who is Jason Kubler's fiancée?
Yes, correct.
Pliskova serving for the match for the second time. 5-2 second set. 15-love, forehand return, backhand from Pliskova, forehand from Stevens. Chopped forehand from Pliskova is going to drift long. Good forcing forehand from Stevens, who seems to have a range back.
Seems to have a range back, and just the positivity as well. Starting to fist pump, get the feet moving a little bit more. All
on the Pliskova serve. Serving down the centre. An ace. Beautifully placed serve, just inside the centre line, pretty much touching the service line.
Didn't even take time between the point. Pretty much grabbed the ball from the ball kid and has started her action.
I like to see that. I think there's too much time wasted between points. Forehand from Pliskova, a lob from Stevens. Should be put away by Pliskova. It's not. Stevens is there, throws up a lob, but it's just long. And here are 2 match points.
Took the volley slightly casual. Slightly, but did enough to get the ball bouncing away from Sloan.
Very casual, that volley. Match point for Karolina Pliskova. She serves just too long. Second serve from the Czech. Ready for it now. Tosses the ball and a double fault. It's not over. Could end right here. Could still be going in an hour's time. Pliskova, match point number 2. Serves down the centre, forehand return. Backhand from Pliskova, backhand from Stevens up the middle of the court. Forehand Pliskova, both playing a little bit cagily at the moment. Stevens goes to the forehand of Pliskova. Pliskova with more of an angle. Stevens goes cross court, misses! And the scream you hear is from Karolina Pliskova, former world #1, former runner-up here. She has come through a very, very edgy match, a fluctuating match. 7-6, 6-2. Jamie Fawless?
Incredible match by both players. A lot of momentum swings throughout that match. We didn't really know what we were going to get, but for Pliskova to come out and, you know, take that second set on and finish it the way she did, I think that's a lot of confidence towards her next round and starting the season.
Yes, and of course, being a player of her calibre, the question will be asked, is this a springboard to greater things? I suppose the answer is it's far too early to say. It might be. We know she's a great ball striker and she moved quite well today, but can she be consistent? We know Sloan Stevens struggles with consistency. Won 3 matches in qualifying, but out against a quality player, has to be said. And that roar is for Stevens leaving the court.
Yeah, I think in terms of Pliskova, consistency is the key throughout her career. And even when she plays matches, concentration, and we see a lot of big misses from her, just trying to rein that in. She's always going to overpower her opponents, but it's just about making them play enough times.
So, Pliskova through. We're going to go fairly shortly to the match between Ben Shelton and Ugo Humbert. But let's just hear in from Josh Herriot. Josh, give us some scores from other courts that we may not have looked at for a while.
Yes, over on 1573 Arena, João Fonseca and also Spazziri, and it's on serve at the moment. Fonseca 3 and Spazziri 4, so on serve in the first set on 1573 Arena, and also on serve at Margaret Court Arena as well between Lorenzo Musetti and Collignon as well. Chris?
Thank you very much, Josh. Right, we are on the Rod Laver Arena. The match between Ben Shelton and Ugo Humbert. 6-3 the first set to Shelton. It's 2-1 to Shelton in the second. He has broken. 56 minutes played so far. Ben Shelton playing in what I think you refer to here as the muscle shirt, don't you? The sleeveless shirt.
The sleeveless shirt, yes.
Time's been called and he's already just ripped off the shirt and he's walking back, putting on a clean shirt.
Whilst he's trying to get the balls from the ball kid.
Exactly. It's multitasking for you. Who says men can't do it?
I was waiting for that.
I could say it, you can't. I like the pattern of the shirt. It's quite a nice design. Sort of dappled black and white. It's essentially a white shirt with it's a little frosted pattern. Sprinkles, more intense as you get towards the neck. Minimal material, I have to say. Shelton serving at 2-1. He's at the Yarra end. Ugombert is in front of our commentary position. Shelton serves, and ace. Second serve ace, just drifting away. Great movement in the air.
How often do you see a lefty play a lefty? Not very often.
And they don't tend to like doing it.
No. Well, as a righty, I do love playing a lefty because it suits my game.
Okay.
Yeah.
Why?
Because I can use my off forehand into their forehand.
Right.
So I can channel it that way and use my backhand cross
to their forehand.
To their forehand.
Good return from Humbert, but Shelton is there with the defensive back forehand. The rally continues. A slice by Shelton. Backhand from Humbert goes into the net behind it. Plays a low volley. Shelton is there with a forehand. Looks for the lob. It's far too short. Humbert puts. Oh, he doesn't put it away. He's missed it.
Yep. Our lights indicated that he did miss that.
Yeah, we have our lights now.
We have our lights.
It's on Rod Laver Arena. Yes. Again, excellent defending from Ben Shelton, but that was an error from Humbert. He should really put that backhand away comfortably, actually in the middle of the tram lines. Or the alley, as our friends in America say. You say tram lines here in Australia?
Yeah.
Yeah.
The
Americans,
or doubles lines.
The Americans don't use the word tram. They talk about streetcars in the few cities that still have them.
Okay.
You know, Tennessee Williams' play, A Streetcar Named Desire.
Interesting.
Or you've seen the film Who Killed Roger Rabbit?
No, I haven't.
No? Yeah, it's a long time ago, but that was all about a plot to close the tram or the streetcar network. Forehand return from Humbert. Drop shot from Shelton. Now Shelton goes cross court. Lovely cut-off volley from Humbert. Read that one well.
It's a great play by We're taking away time from Shelton coming into net, hitting a volley into the open court. But I think it's definitely started with the depth of the return.
40-15 on the Shelton serve. Let's see if he can win this one. And then we will see if we can get a little bit more information from around the grounds. Shelton misses his first serve. He's powerfully built, Ben Shelton. That's why he wears the muscle shirt, just to let the opponent know just how powerfully built. Backhand return. Forehand from Shelton. Forehand Humbert. Shelton's made good ground to his forehand. He's gone long though.
40-30.
He's played exactly an hour. Gosh, have you got something of urgency?
Yes, just to let you know, Chris, Rafael Collignon has retired against Lorenzo Musetti. So a couple of times he did require the physio to come out, but he has retired midway through the fourth set, unfortunately. So Musetti now progressing to the second round.
Well, I'm not surprised that Musetti's won in 3, but I'm surprised it's happened that way. Shelton smashes, won't come back from Humbert, and Shelton holds to consolidate the break and lead by 3-1 in the second set.
Shelton leads 3-1.
People often ask the question, who will be the next person to win a Grand Slam outside Sinner and Alcaraz? It wouldn't surprise me if it was Shelton. I'm not sure he's ready for it yet, though.
Yeah, I think in terms of his level, it's there. He's shown us on the big stages that he can perform, but just trying to play that consistent tennis for 2 weeks straight, it's tough.
It is indeed. But also, it comes down to little things. The return of serve, I think, is the weakest part of his game. And sometimes it's just a question of knowing how to read someone's serve. Just see a fraction of a serve, a fraction of a second earlier, so that you could be in position. That's a good serve from Humbert. Back and forehand return from Shelton, and Shelton now nets his forehand.
Yeah, that's an interesting question you pose, because sometimes as a returner or like players, their serves are getting bigger and bigger, but their ability to hit all spots from one ball toss, I think, has improved, especially on the women's side as well.
Yeah, so it means that
it's harder to read.
Your eyesight has got to be very good. You've got to be looking for the serve, looking for the indications earlier.
30-11.
Yeah, or just trying to react a little bit better. Sometimes you do have to guess, but yeah, definitely from a returning perspective, it's hard to read serves.
Maybe just be telepathic.
I'll try.
I think he's going to serve down the tee here.
Okay.
Easier said than done. Humbert at 30 love. Already a breakdown in this second set and a set down. Humbert serves too long. Second serve from the Frenchman. There's to the forehand of Shelton. Shelton really trying to take that early and takes it too early and balloons it long.
Not sure why he tried to rush to the net there from that return. Didn't really need to lose that much.
Yeah, I think sometimes it's just that need to show aggression. Forehand from Shelton now. Goes cross court to the forehand of Humbert. Shelton throws up a very high ball. That's going to come down with ice on it. Hasn't come down yet. It's in. Smashed off the bounce by Humbert. Wrong foot Shelton. Goes behind him. A fantastic lob that was.
What a great lob.
Would have, I think, gone above roof height. It might even have hit the roof had the roof been closed.
I reckon it would have.
So Shelton remains ahead with the break, 3-2, but Humbert hanging in the second set. We'll be having a commentary change in about 5 minutes. Not sure who's in next. Courtney Walsh is coming back. Not sure who's with him. But this is the time yesterday when the cloud cover came over and it got a lot cooler, but it's still quite warm out there.
Yeah, there's a lot of people out there with fans.
Fans with fans.
Fans with fans. Waving their fans, trying to get the cool air. Who are in the sun. Directly.
Now we've talked about having a competition on AO Radio, and we have one. We have a $50 voucher to the Australian Open shop to give away to the listener who has the most creative response to this question. We've talked about which actors would play tennis players if they made a movie of their life. Well, we're turning the tables. We want to know which tennis players would play famous movie characters and why. It could be any genre of movie, any era. Who would be a great Marvel character, for example? We want you to be creative with your response. Movie could be from any era, anywhere around the world, although you might want to give us some more information if the movie isn't particularly well known. The voucher can be used online, so you can enter from anywhere around the world, because you can get the merchandise from the AO shop sent to you. You can enter via the Ask the Booth form on ozopen.com, or you can email the usual address for sending comments to us. That's aoradio@tennis.com.au. And please remember to give us your name and where you're listening from. Entries close at 5 p.m. on Sunday afternoon, Melbourne time. So 5 p.m. Melbourne time. If you wanted to know what time Melbourne time is, it's just coming up to 3 o'clock now. So whatever it is now, plus 2 hours on Sunday. And the winner will be announced on the evening serve, Wyndham Edwards, that evening. And check out the great Australian Open merchandise online at australianopenshop.com. Because if you enter the competition, you might want to know what you'll get if you win. And if you don't win, you might still decide to treat yourself to something. And if you are mixing up AO Radio with watching on television, as we know some people do, you'll see a lot of the merchandise out there. Fans have it. Some of the players have it. AO towels which you could buy. So have a look what's there
40-50.
and work out what you'll treat yourself to if you don't win one of our prizes. But just to ask you that question again, we've talked about which actors would play tennis players if they made a movie of their life. We want to know which tennis players would play famous movie characters and why. Any genre, any era. If it's not a particularly well-known film, do tell us a bit more about it. Help us with that one if necessary, if it's like an art house movie or something a bit offbeat. Shelton has held serve comfortably, as I suspect he might, which is why I chose that moment to tell you about the competition.
That's a great call. Good moment.
I could have got it wrong, couldn't I? I could have come back and sort of said, oh, Shelton's lost his break. But he hasn't. So we have Ugo Humbert serving at 2-4 down and a set down. Serves to the forehand of Shelton, backhand from Humbert. Forehand Shelton, big forehand from Humbert, sliced by Shelton. It hangs in the air, generating a lot of pace is Ugo Humbert off the top of the net from the Frenchman, but the rally continues. Ugo Humbert pushes Shelton wide. Shelton misses the forehand and looks at his father, Brian Shelton, as if to say, what went wrong there?
I think he was actually looking at the line. I think he thought that ball was out.
Oh, what, the ball from Humbert?
Humbert, yeah, we're getting a video replay.
Ooh,
just hit the edge of the line.
It did look like the very far edge. He's right by Brian Shelton, who got to the 4th round at Wimbledon in 1990-something. 96, 97, that kind of time. Forehand from Shelton, forehand into the net from Humbert.
15
all. Comes from very good genetic heritage, does Ben Shelton, because his uncle, Todd Whitskin, was a player on the ATP Tour. Died very early, died in his mid-30s from a brain tumour. He was just setting out as a tennis administrator. I think he was tournament director somewhere and showing some real skill as a tournament administrator, having been a very accomplished player. And Todd Whitskin's sister is Ben's mother.
Wow.
So not just his dad having played, top-level tennis, but his uncle was also top 30 player, I think. I think he got into the top 20 at one stage.
Oh, that's
top
pretty
30 at one
incredible.
stage. Yeah. So he's grown up around tennis as Ben Shelton. Went through the American University route with the Florida Gators. Our colleague Jill Krabus was also there. University of Florida, their team is the Gators. Teams, actually. All their sports teams are the Gators. It's a good ace from Ugo Humbert. And 2 points to narrow the gap to 3-4 in the second set. Shelton spinning his racket on the butt of his racket.
Just casually?
I've never seen that done before. Very clever.
Might try that when I get home.
Yeah, exactly. The racket was vertical, spun it basically on the tip of his finger, spun the butt of the racket. It's sort of like one of those spinning globe type things. Forehand from Humbert to the forehand of Shelton. Humbert with a lofted forehand. Shelton's going to take this on the rise. He plays a drop shot and it's a terrible shot. Drops into the net.
Ball change, please.
Good for all of us who play at whatever level we play at to see the top players making a
4 games
complete
to 3.
mess of a shot that ought to be fairly straightforward. Jamie, it's been a pleasure. It's now time for us to make way for Simon Cambers and Courtney Walsh.
It's been great. Thank you for having me.
That's Jamie Fawless. I'm Chris Bowers. Stay with us on AO Radio. We'll be back with Simon and Courtney in just a minute.
Downtime hits different with Tennis Court Hire. Whether it's a friend you want to see, a bit of time for me, or just finding an hour free. Whatever you're into, get out on court. Tennis.com.au.
Kids making a racket? Nothing hits like Hot Shots Tennis. Perfect for kids aged 3 to 12. Book your free trial at a participating club. Hit up tennis.com.au. Hot Shots Tennis. It's different.
Australian Tennis Magazine has been serving up news, features and game insights for 50 years. Pick up your copy of Australia's only tennis publication or subscribe to have every issue delivered at tennismag.com.au and keep up with all things tennis via our social channels.
If you're looking to reclaim your game, try Cardio Tennis presented by Chemist Warehouse. This high-energy group class is where fitness meets fun. No competition, just genuine connection. Set to great music, you'll mix tennis drills with constant movement for a workout that never feels like work. And no need to be a pro, qualified coaches tailor the session for everybody at every level, whether you're new to tennis or coming back to the court. An hour of cardio tennis is guaranteed to smash stress, lift your mood and leave you feeling motivated and confident. Reclaim your game with cardio tennis presented by Chemist Warehouse. Book now at tennis.com.au.
Family time hits different with Tennis Court Hire. From less eyes on screens to more time with your teens or smashing fitness routines. Whatever you're into, get out on court. Tennis.com.au.
The sound of summer. AO Radio.
Well, welcome back to AO Radio, day 3 of the Australian Open. Thank you very much to Chris Bowers and Jamie Fawless for the last couple of hours. Simon Chambers and Chris Bowers, he's gone. Simon Chambers and Courtney Walsh with you for the next session of day 3. Lovely weather, a lot of people fanning themselves in the crowd. It's not roasting hot, but it's still warm. And there's plenty of pretty hot tennis going on here on Rod Laver with Ben Shelton taking it to Hugo Humbert, leads by a set and 4-3 with a break. Courtney, Ben Shelton, one of these players that maybe, just maybe, could be breaking through to a Grand Slam final.
Oh, I mean, I think we've seen already with his very deep Grand Slam runs in what is still very much the infancy of his career that he has potential to go a long way. That serve, it is just a magnificent beast to the serve. It's not just the pace, it's the fact that it just moves all over the place and then on landing kicks like a mule. So it's just such a multifaceted delivery and really an exciting play to watch. And I agree with you. I think he's got absolutely the capabilities to challenge.
Arguably the best serve on tour, as you said. All the movement, the spin, the speed. It's like an uncoiled power. It's absolutely amazing the way he just uncoils the strength coming in off the serve. That's a cracker of a return from Humbert, right up the line. Two-handed backhand, flat as you like. Steady 15.
That one, he's standing about 1.5 meters behind the baseline, maybe 2 meters behind the baseline. He moves all the way out. It jumps all the way well beyond the doubles line. So it does open up the angle, but you have to be good enough to be able to make that shot. Magnificent backhand return from the French lefty.
Two left-handers up against each other. Shelton serves at 30-15. Good return from Humbert, straight down the middle of the court. Goes down the middle again. There's a chip from Shelton. It's short, doesn't do much, and leaves Humbert the opportunity to attack, which he takes. And it's 30-all.
Yeah, nice movement. He really skipped around that forehand pretty well. Didn't really crack the forehand, just sort of guided it back down the line. But I suspect, given the way he'd moved around, I suspect Shelton was thinking he might go to the backhand wing. Instead, a little bit surprised by that, draws the error.
Good body language from Humbert, considering the scoreline. Good return as well on the backhand. The forehand is loose from Shelton. And all of a sudden, pretty much out of nowhere, Humbert has a chance to break back.
This was a match that I was really looking forward to because, yes, we know the potential, not the potential, we know what Ben Shelton brings to the court. It's dynamic, it's explosive, it is exceptional shot making. He's got all the tools. He's such a weapon on the court. But Humbert is a really, really talented player as well. He's had some good results, someone that's very capable of threatening the best.
He's got a breakpoint chance here as Shelton serves out wide. Full stretch on the return from Humbert is good. He's back into the point. Down the middle he goes with his backhand. Straight down the middle of the court. Here comes the slice from Shelton. A bit better, a bit deeper. That's a brilliant backhand from Humbert. Unloads the forehand, catches the tape. Shelton's back in the rally. He's on the forehand side, goes long, way long. And there is the break back for the Frenchman who pumps his fist. Back in this set, 4 games apiece.
See him as he's going like that, as he walks along the baseline towards his towel. Now he's gesturing with his racket, a couple of affirmative nods towards his team. Ben Shelton, you could see the grimace, the disappointment on his face after he overhit that forehand. That he's thinking, I'm a couple of service holds away from being a 2-sets-to-love lead on this court. Now I'm back in a fight.
One of the streakiest players on tour, Hugo Humbert. He tends to either play lights out for a week or lose first, second round. But when he's on, he is really tough to beat. And that was a cracking returning game from him with a lot of good returns. Hits the ball very flat on his backhand side. Now he's trying to consolidate by holding serve. He plays a little chip to the forehand of Shelton, who's on the run as he chips back a backhand. It's short. It should be put away by Humbert. It is. And Humbert is on a streak here.
Yeah, 5 points in a row. He was all over that serve from Shelton. We talk about how good it is, how potent it is. He hit 4 really crisp returns from 30 love down in the game to break. And now, some beautiful ball striking in that opening point. Moved well, got round that forehand, whipped it back cross court. Let's see what he can do here, because if he's able to level, well, then we might really have a proper match. Well, not a proper match, but more to the point, a contest that could go either way, because, as you said, Humbert, very talented player. When he's on song, it's beautiful to watch.
They're standing very wide on the ad court to serve. He thinks he's made the
15.
forehand, but he hasn't, just long. 15-0, giving himself a bigger angle. Interesting move from him.
It's intriguing because that left-handed serve normally will swing away to the right-hander's backhand, and you know, it takes them out of court. Facing another lefty, Shelton, you know, he's not the shortest man out there, is he? He's got good height, he's got good stretch himself. So you've got to try and find a way to bring your weapon into play.
All 15-0. Body serve from Humbert. Got back well by Shelton, who hits with good depth and good spin. Now the backhand slices into the net. A bit of a nothing shot from Shelton. There's neither drop shot nor normal slice, just slightly mistimed. And 30-15 to Humbert.
After each point, you know, the body language between the two, there is a significant disparity. Now, it could just be because Humbert's on a tear at the moment, but the affirmation, he is pumping his fist. He's trying to keep his energy running high.
Well, that's what I was saying was impressive when he was still the breakdown. He had that energy. His massive serve from Humbert is too good for Shelton. Gets his racket to it, but it flies long, and it's 40-15. Yeah, I mean, when you're down, it is sometimes hard to keep yourself upbeat and, you know, strong and believing. But he is certainly in the zone right now. That last serve, 198 kilometres an hour. Almost 125 miles an hour. He's got a chance to move ahead in this set for the first time. He does so with a fine serve that is chipped into the net by Shelton. And from staring what would have been a 2-0 deficit in the face, he's very much in this set, Humbert. He leads 5-4.
Really impressive recovery from a position of peril. We see both players sitting down. The shields, the shadow protective, one of the points there, I suppose the screens go over their heads to provide them a bit of respite from the sun. As you said, it's not the warmest day in Melbourne, but it is certainly, you know, certainly testing out there.
I mean, what is it, the 28, 29? It's still warm, it's just that the sun's been coming in and out.
It's like you are the Bureau of Meteorology.
Oracle.
The Oracle. 28 degrees at the moment in Melbourne. Sunny, absolutely it's sunny. It's
when the
bright
sun's
blue
out,
skies.
When the sun is out, it is genuinely hot. I was talking to someone earlier about the difference between the heat in Australia and in other countries. Talking to an Indian journalist who was saying, you know, in India it often gets hotter than here, but it doesn't feel that way because the strength of the sun and the lack of, or the relative lack of pollution compared to where he's from, means that, you know, it feels that much hotter.
It's a 45% humidity at the moment. No rain. Wind is quite calm. 14 kilometres an hour, but you know, a couple of gusts in the 30s, but nothing that will cause any problems for the players. It's really ideal conditions for playing, from my perspective, as someone who's grown up in this fine country.
This is very nice. But the thing is that the weather in Melbourne can be anything, as we know. If you look at the next few days, there's a 21 in there, and then there's a 38, 39 on Saturday. So there's going to be some changes. Bit of air conditioning required. Massive serve from Shelton to start this 10th service game as he serves to stay in the second set. Took the first 6-3. Dressed in, how you would describe that, sort of mottled grey singlet. His on clothing. One of the first, he with Iga Świątek was one of the first on tennis athletes that they signed. Very much someone they see as being a future star, and he really is. He's got that star charisma.
He does have the star charisma. He, even just in the way he walks around the court, there is an assuredness. You know, there is a confidence that, well, if you saw him walking along the street, you'd know he was an athlete.
He's a big guy, isn't he? From our position here, we're right down low the back of Rod Laver Arena. What a serve that is. So much shape on that ball. They drive volley to put it away. huge sort of kick serve, but almost like a 2/3 speed serve. So much control over it, so much movement in the air. Amazing when you're looking right behind Shelton as he hit that ball.
Yeah, it's a wonderful thing to watch, I've got to say. I mean, it would be a nightmare of a thing to return. Absolutely nightmare. Although, as we said, Humbert did a really good job in that last game. But, wow, it's got some, it's just got so many different aspects to it, this serve.
Would love. Looking to level up at 5 games apiece. Another massive kick serve. Humbert does a good job on the backhand of getting it into play. Then he goes up the line, too long, and it's a love hold for Shelton. And we're level at 5-all. I think we have a quick check-in with Kate. Kate, what else is happening around the grounds?
Good afternoon, team. Chris O'Connell is the wild card playing Bassavaretti, the qualifier. And it's an interesting tussle. We're a set apiece and 1-all in the third. O'Connell actually had the break in the second, but Bassavaretti got that back on even terms and won a very close tie-break, 9-7. Mapeshi Pericard, well, he is in a little bit of trouble, but he has the fight back here on court 5 against Baez, and he was 2 sets to love down, won the third 6-3. We are on serve. He's just broken back in the fourth, so we'll keep an eye on that. That's getting really tight.
Thank you very much, Kate. We'll come back to you very soon, no doubt, as Shelton running around here, hit a whipped forehand so fast, but Humbert's court coverage is good. He's not going to get that, though, because he's wrong-footed. And on the opening point of the Frenchman's serve goes to Shelton. Love 15. Just a quick note, sorry, Courtney, before we get there. I see that Joao Fonseca has dropped the first set. Lots expected of the young Brazilian. I know he's had a couple of injuries coming in here, so maybe not totally fit, but he has dropped the first set to Elliot Spitzieri of the United States. Looking to get an early break back, though, Fonseca in the second set. Maybe a long way to go yet.
I'll be interested to tap into your insights there, Simon. I believe you had a chat with him late last year about his goals and aspirations for this season, given what's expected. As you hear the roar of delight there from Shelton. Humbert in at the net, forehand volley. The pace beat him and he's punched that wide. So all of a sudden, a half window again opens up on the Humbert serve. Love 30, 5-all.
Yeah, chance for the American to get ahead by a break again. Humbert just got cramped, as you said, beaten for pace a little bit. Couldn't control the volley and put it wide. Love 30. Humbert serves ace out wide to the backhand of Shelton.
Yes, we've been raving on about the lauding the various strengths of the Shelton serve. But Humbert has got a huge serve himself, and that was a magnificent delivery. Flat, wide to the juice court, 200 kilometres an hour. Beautiful serving.
Shelton was expecting it on his back, on his forehand. That one is on his forehand. Somehow he gets it back into court. He's not going to get that next one, though, or is he? Well, he gets the ball, but it's wide. Great speed from Shelton, but he was out of position after another phenomenal serve out wide from Humbert.
Exceptional angle, 179 kilometres an hour, so 20-odd k's slower, but that's what happens when you're trying to put the cut on the ball like you did then. Shelton paused in mid-court, trying to guess which way he'd go. Didn't quite guess correctly, and back to 30-all. Pivotal game in this match.
Done well to get back from love 30 to 30-all with a couple of fine serves. Needs another one here. Gets it out wide, but it's blocked back by Shelton on the backhand side. Now he's at full stretch on the forehand with a pass. Humbert's at the net, puts the volley short. Shelton gets there, and it's a good pass. And he gets the break points. Just low enough to force Humbert to net the volley.
Just great movement there from Shelton, because he was well behind the baseline when he started off chasing that. He did well to defend the backhand down the line. Humbert with the drop volley, not a bad... I suppose the execution may be a little deep, but still it was had his rival scrambling to chase it down and then just whipped up over the ball to get that angle, given the speed he was on. Beautiful shot.
Break point, Ben Shelton. 5-all, second set. Having taken the first. Good serve from Shelton. Good return, but from Shelton is the backhand slice to the Humbert backhand. He goes long with his two-hander. Shelton pumps his fist. He's got the break again. His dad is standing, cheering his son. And no surprise there, because Shelton leads 6-5 in this second set, having taken the first 6-3.
And you just saw Humbert there 2 games ago, delighted at having fought his way back into this set. Just the nod of resignation after he overhit that backhand. Didn't necessarily play a bad game.
Didn't do a lot wrong.
Just Shelton really stepped up to the task. So really impressive response there from Shelton after dropping his serve at 4-3 when in the position of strength. Now a game away from serving for a chance to lead 2 sets to love.
Yeah.
Almost 90 minutes in terms of how long this match has been going for. It's been an entertaining match so far.
Certainly has, and there's an awful lot to come too, because in the evening session here on Rod Laver Arena, we have the 2-time defending champion Jannik Sinner, seeded 2 this year, up against Hugo Gaston, the drop shot king from France, followed by Naomi Osaka, the 2-time former champion here, up against Antonija Rusic of Croatia. The evening session on Margaret Court Arena has Belinda Bencic, number 10 seed in red-hot form, former Olympic champion, against Britain's Katie Bolter, followed by Stefanos Tsitsipas against Shintaro Mochizuki. Still to come today, we've got Elena Rybakina just starting her first round match. First round will be completed by the end of today, just as a reminder. And we have Grigor Dimitrov fit again, which is great to see, against Thomas Mahatch in a cracker of the first round.
Really looking forward to that one. I was having a look at that and thinking, I don't know which way that one's going to go necessarily. I think Grigor is fit and firing. He is capable of beating most, if not all. We saw that at Wimbledon when he was in such a great position against Jannik Sinner, only to suffer that unfortunate injury.
Absolutely. Shelton serving for the second set. Starts with a forehand wide off a good return from Humbert, getting the ball back off a heavy serve. Mahatch won Adelaide, beating Humbert in the final. So that will be a tough one for Dimitrov, but it is great to see him back after that chest injury that he had. Massive serve from Shelton, blocked back brilliantly though by Humbert, and the ball's going to drift long. That serve was 222 kilometres an hour, and Humbert made it look easy.
And he was right up at the baseline with that as well. Just a short, sharp jolt with the double-fisted backhand. I think Shelton was stunned at how quickly that one rocketed back at him.
Almost 140 mile an hour serve. Love 30. Good serve though, Shelton, just enough cut on the ball to get away from the racket of Humbert, who read it but couldn't quite get his middle of his strings on the ball.
And we talk about returning positions. Humbert has to be pushing forward because Shelton is capable of getting such angles. If you're standing back for this, even though he's firing that serve at a rapid pace, you stand too far back, well, that ball is going to be sliding and sliding wide, and you're not going to get a racket on it. So
Humbert likes to take the ball early if he can. He's an aggressive returner. It's 15-30 second serve. Big second serve. Good return though from Humbert, deep to the forehand of Shelton. But Shelton doesn't have to worry about the next one because Humbert overhits. Missed opportunity for the Frenchman.
He was being aggressive. It was the right call to go after that ball, but just not enough topspin.
Again, another great return. He's really returning the ball well. But Shelton just a couple of points away from 2 sets to love lead. He serves at 30-all. Kicker out high to the backhand of Humbert. Humbert adjusts quickly though, and he's back in the rally, and backhand from Shelton is just long. And we've got another break point.
And we've been talking over the last 3 days, the warmish conditions in Melbourne, the balls are flying, and a few times with Ben Shelton here, he has overcooked ground strokes in the last sort of 3 or 4 games, and now faces a position of peril.
Another break point. Succession of breaks late in this second set. Serves out wide to Humbert, who gets it into play. It's short though. Shelton flicks it cross court. Humbert back in position on the forehand. He's a little deep behind the baseline. Is being attacked by Shelton, but Shelton now backhand from Humbert is good. Forces the error from Shelton into the net, and we're going to have a tie break. And I think we deserve it.
Fascinating encounter here. Really gripping scenes late in this second set. Now, Simon, we're sitting right on the court side, as you said. We are just behind the baseline at the end that Humbert is serving from. And we can see him walking really close range. It's an amazing view. What we can't see necessarily is the sun shining. Now, I talked about this earlier today in terms of a couple of the women's matches. At that stage, it was clearly having an effect on the right-handers given where the sun was positioned. coming from the east to the west. I think it's no coincidence that in the last few games down that end, now looking towards the sun, they're dropping serve from that end where the left-handers are having some issues.
At least they're both left-handed, so it's fair.
Yes.
Not one player being hampered more than the other. Little slice rally between the two. Short slice from Shelton, pulling Humbert forward, but then Shelton made the opportunity and missed the pass in the net. 15 love. Bit of cat and mouse there as Humbert wanted to come in, thought about it, and then eventually did.
It's returned so well in the last 4 games, particularly from this end.
Yeah, especially given the speed and brilliance of the Shelton serve. Body serve is blocked back by Humbert, who has a chance at, well, it was going to be a pass, but Shelton's gone backwards when he looked like he was going to come to the net. Shelton gets the backhand back into play, has a pass attempt, high backhand volley from Humbert, and he's missed it. It wasn't a sitter, but it was pretty easy for somebody like him.
He walks back, I suppose, a shake of his head. Even now, the tongue's poking out of his mouth. He's disappointed with that one. A golden opportunity to edge ahead 2-0 in this tiebreaker. 2-love. Not to be. You could hear the gasp of disappointment from the crowd on Rod Laver Arena.
Right smile.
And what a crowd it is.
Yeah, it's absolutely, with the exception of a few seats in the glaring sun, it's absolutely full. People riveted by this match. Massive serve from Shelton. Out wide to the backhand of Humbert. The Frenchman can't get it back, and it's 2-1 on serve in this tiebreak.
We'll get to your messages very soon, perhaps at the end of this set. But as always, you can get in touch with us via the Ask the Booth form on ozopen.com or email us at aoradio@tennis.com.au. Let us know where you're from, what you're doing, and whether you're taking in this fine match.
Interesting tiebreak record as Humbert begins serving at 1-2 into the net. Shelton's tiebreak record 72-68 and Humbert's 82-84. For 2 attacking players, that's not as good as you would expect. Double fault from Humbert is not going to help his cause either. 3-1 Shelton. First mini break goes to the American.
And that one missed by quite a considerable margin as well. Really overcooked that second serve. Trying to get it deep into the backhand wing. So now down 1-3.
Humbert is 3-1 in tiebreaks this year. Shelton, this is his first tiebreak. Shelton standing almost in the shadow, shade at the back of the court so far, behind the baseline as he... Another first serve because it was a let. 1-3. Humbert serving. Second. First serve. Down the tee, it's good. This is short ball to attack. Pummels it down the line, but there's a pass cross court from Shelton. It's a beauty.
Wow. And you heard Shelton there, the extended roar of delight. Spectacular backhand. Flattened through it. He read the right way, and he was able to just use that power, that strength in the right arm as much as the left hand that he plays with, to be able to whip that one back across the path of the incoming Humbert, who would have fancied himself at that stage, given it wasn't a bad approach.
Yeah, it was maybe not wide enough and maybe not deep enough. You're picking holes in it. Big return from Humbert. It's just long though, and Shelton pumps his fist. And the 2 men cross with the American leading 5-1 and very much in command now in this tiebreak. These tiebreaks can get away from you pretty quickly. This one going in the way of Shelton, it seems.
And having twice led and was serving 4 this set, I'm sure he'd be very, very, very keen to lock down here and try and make sure he walks to the chair with 2-set-to-love lead. A serve to come, leading 5-1, walks back, grabs 1 ball from the ball boy, has a look, examines it closely, picking out which one he wants, which one he thinks will probably fly through the air the quickest, give him the most on the serve. Now ready to deliver again.
5-1, the players have changed ends. Shelton serve, huge ace out wide, 218k. You can hear what he thinks of it. And it's 5 set points.
I think he chose the right ball there, Simon, the one that said ace flat, hard, wide. Yes.
was a pretty spectacular serve from Shelton. It's been a good tiebreak from him.
218 kilometres an hour. It looked like you could see it was about as quick as a bullet being fired from a pistol.
We're right behind that serve, the angle we have. Humbert serving at 1-6. Just long. Second serve to come. To the forehand of Shelton, who hooks it deep. Forehand flattened out by Humbert, and the backhand is also flat cross-court. A bit more air on the ball from Shelton, and it's caused him problems because Humbert attacks it and saves the first of the 5 set points.
Good transition there, moved forward, took the opportunity to pounce on the shorter ball, then followed up with a really nice flat, hard and deep approach. Still 4 set points though to save.
One at a time, that's what he'll be telling himself. That's all he can do. 2-6, Humbert serving. This is off the top of the net, long. Ball forgets to get the ball. Now gets it. She's just looking at it. Oh yeah, I've got to get it. Second serve to the forehand of Shelton, down the middle goes, and in the forehand is in the net from Humbert, and that is indeed the tiebreak. In the bag and in the hands of Ben Shelton, who pumps his fist once more, and he sits down on his chair with a very comfortable 2-0 lead.
If you're looking to reclaim your game, try Cardio Tennis, presented by Chemist Warehouse. This high-energy group class is where fitness meets fun. No competition, just genuine connection. Set to great music, you'll mix tennis drills with constant movement for a workout that never feels like work. And no need to be a pro, qualified coaches tailor the session for everybody at every level, whether you're new to tennis or coming back to the court. An hour of cardio tennis is guaranteed to smash stress, lift your mood and leave you feeling motivated and confident. Reclaim your game with Cardio Tennis, presented by Chemist Warehouse. Book now at tennis.com.au.
Kids making a racket at home? Nothing hits like getting outside and on court. With Hot Shots Tennis, kids gain confidence, learn sport skills, and make friends. Perfect for kids aged 3 to 12. Book your free trial at a participating club. Hit up tennis.com.au. Hot Shots Tennis. It's different.
Have you got your copy of the AO 2026 official program? Packed with player profiles, feature stories, stats and souvenir pictures. It's the essential guide to the Australian Open and all things tennis. Pick up your copy at the AO shop, in newsagents or at ausopen.com.
Message our commentators. Go to ausopen.com/AO Radio and click on Ask the Booth.
Live around the world, this is AO Radio.
Welcome back to AO Radio. Simon Cameras and Courtney Walsh with you. We are on Rod Laver Arena watching Ben Shelton, who's sitting very pretty with a 2-0 lead now against Hugo Humbert of France. He was under a bit of pressure late in that second set, but despite not serving it out on 2 occasions, he played a great tiebreak. He leads 2-0. Humbert has left the court, which means I can give you details of our AO Radio competition for week 1 this year. A $50 voucher to the Australian Open shop is up for grabs for the listener who has the most creative response to this question. Now, we talked about which actors would play tennis players if they made the movie of their life. Well, we're going to turn the tables. We want to know which tennis players would play famous movie characters and why. It can be any genre, any era. Who would be a great Marvel character, for example? Be as creative as you can with your response. The movie can be from any era and anywhere around the world, although you might want to give us some more information if the movie isn't that well known. Now, the voucher can be used online, so you can enter from anywhere around the world. Enter via Ask the Booth form on ausopen.com, or you can email it in on aoradio@tennis.com.au. And remember to give us your name and where you're listening from. Entries close 5 p.m. on Sunday, Melbourne time, with the winner to be announced on the evening serve with Nat Edwards that evening. While you're at it, you can check out all the great Australian Open merchandise online at australianopenshop.com.
And that is very good timing because we've had quite a few competition entries coming in, and that's
Excellent.
Always great to hear.
Excellent.
Aaron, living in Hoi An in Vietnam, which is a fabulous place. Roger Federer to play Tim Robbins' role of Andy Dufresne in Shawshank Redemption. I like that one, Aaron.
Andy Dufresne. Wow. I don't know. I've seen Rogers acting in those Swiss commercials, and it's not the best, is it?
Well, I mean, he's prominent. Absolutely, he's prominent.
That's very true.
We have Faris riding from Malaysia. Novak Djokovic as the Joker. Well, in the movie The Dark Knight, he thrives in chaos. He recalibrates the script mid-match and makes his opponents play his game rather than their own. He brings the same disruptor energy to tennis that mirrors Heath Ledger's Joker. Speaking about Australian greats.
Yes, exactly. That's a good one.
I really like that. That's very, very good. There's a lot more to that email, Faris, but I love the thinking. Well played. Just in terms of some other messages, whilst there's a breaking play on Rod Laver Arena. We've got one bear off the court.
So carry on.
Vishal, just not an acting question, just in terms of an observation from the tour, riding from India. Good to hear from you, Vishal. His Perricard has taken John Isner's place on the tour. He serves aces, and most of his matches are long and go into tiebreakers, and he is a tall man, so absolutely spot on there. Tremendous serve there, Perricard, as we wait for Ugo Humbert to return to the court. We just reading through some messages whilst we can.
Yeah, we'll bring you the schedule in a minute for tomorrow.
Sam has written from Winder in Georgia, in the USA. As a relatively new tennis fan, he only just learned that tram lines actually refer to the doubles alley. When I hear commentators refer to them, I picture an actual tram line running along the grounds. Yeah. You'd have to miss really badly to hit that. That's a fair point. And look, I refer to them as the singles lines and doubles lines, but absolutely you hear tram lines. I think there might be others who refer to them as trolley lines. We have trams in Melbourne, so perhaps in Melbourne it's fitting.
Who would refer to them as trolley lines?
Well, I think people who would call trams trolleys. There are certainly
San Francisco.
San Francisco could be a one.
I think I would say tram lines.
I think you'd go with tram lines?
Yeah, I think so.
Well, I'll tell you who would call them trolley cars. Mayank, who lives in Delaware in the US, said, here in Philadelphia, they're called trolleys, not streetcars. So I call them doubles alley or trolley lanes. Admittedly, some cities like Boston and New Jersey call, which is close to New York City, of course, call it the light rail. We have a light rail here as well.
True.
Down to St Kilda Beach, a fabulous spot.
Why are we talking about tram lines? I'm sure you do know this, that all tennis courts in the world, professionally, are laid the same way.
Yes.
Yeah, why is that?
The sun.
Exactly. Good thinking, isn't it? We've sort of something easy to forget, but they're laid north-south so that the sun doesn't cause as much fuss as it might otherwise.
There you go.
Good thinking by tennis people there.
Yeah, when did that one pop into the brain? Just in the last
I was having a conversation with someone this morning, Colin Fleming, the Scottish pro and now a commentator.
Very fine player and very, very avid golfer.
Very good golfer.
I believe he landed in Melbourne and ducked off to play two of Melbourne's finest courses, Royal Melbourne, Kingston Heath, back-to-back, 36 holes without taking a break on jet lag. I would have thought that was
that's not bad.
A very, very, very good indication of A, his passion, but B, his endurance.
Yeah, exactly. Humbert is back on court, so we'll be underway soon.
Do you want to run through
let's go through the schedule for tomorrow. Tomorrow in general, interesting. Tomorrow night's night session on Rod Laver is very Australian, because it's Alex de Minaur against Medjedovic of Serbia, and then that will be followed, as I've just moved it from my screen, by Patricia Hon up against Jovic in the last match at night. So big stage for Patricia. That's Priscilla, sorry.
Who made the third round of the US Open last year in a bit of a breakthrough into the top 100. She was told a few years ago by a surgeon she would never be able to play again. And she walked out and was devastated by that, but sought a second opinion, and here she is playing centre stage on Rod Laver Arena tomorrow night against a very, very talented young American player.
Indeed. Jovic is one of those players that everyone thinks is going to be right up at the top pretty soon, but great chance for Priscilla Hon to get the adoration of the crowd in the night session, which is a huge experience.
Absolutely. Jovic made a final in Hobart last week, one of the leading tournaments, so comes to Melbourne in good form.
Yeah, it'll be a tough one, but she'll certainly have the crowd on her side. Dade's session in Rod Laver Arena. Arena Sabalenka kicks things off, then it'll be Carlos Alcaraz On Margaret Court, it's Rublev, followed by Goff, followed by Maria Sakkari, and then Francis Tiafoe at night. You've got Svitolina, Medvedev, Tomljanovic. On John Cain Arena, and the night match is Zverev against Muller. And from a British point of view, Emma Raducanu is on ANZ Arena in the third match of the day. You're up to date with those. And as Humbert flicks up a lob over the head of Shelton, who gets back brilliantly athletically to smash it. Very impressive. 40 love quickly for Shelton in this first game in the third set.
You heard the crowd gasp in awe at his athleticism there. That was
just me.
Indeed. That was actually quite an impressive effort from...
Good lob.
Good lob and great work by Shelton to get back. That was an outstanding effort.
He's serving volleying, and he does an amazing job. There's a lot of luck involved in that volley. The return was low at his feet, but almost carved underneath it with the help of a little bit of frame. But he sort of deserved it, I think, coming forward like that, and he's held to love.
I'd be claiming that as a perfect
There'd be no apology from me for that shot.
None from me. That was outstanding by Ben Shelton. A good start to the third set. After a little break, it's always a challenge to try and refocus, recalibrate immediately. Yeah. Side spin on that one. It just jumped away magnificently.
Let's check in with Kate. Fonseca's hitting back over on 1573, I see, Kate.
He certainly is, Simon. Fonseca has taken, well, he hasn't taken the second set, but it looks like it's in the bag. He's 5-1 up, having dropped against the first set against Spaziri. That was 6-4. So a little bit of a battle. I know the score's 5-1 in that second set, but the games have been quite tight. Out on John Cain Arena, Hachinov, the 15th seed against Mickelson, the American. And Hachinov is now 2-1 up, and we're just early stages of that fourth set. So he's starting to find some form out there on John Cain Arena. And Sweeny, the qualifier, up against Gael Monfils. Of course, it's his farewell tour this year too. I feel a little sad about that. A little bit of me dies every time I think about it, because he's been such the entertainer over the last... how long? 15 plus years.
20 years, yeah.
I think I saw him, Kate, here in about 2005. We kept a close eye on him because we just knew that this excitement machine was coming out of France. And look, you're not alone either, because we have a reader, Bill, who's written from Dublin in Ireland to say, shout out to Gael Monfils. Always a treat to watch. Excited to see him here, and he's going to wish him well in retirement. And I think that's going to be a very popular sentiment across the...
There's really no one like him on tour.
No, we're going to miss him, because he's one of those players that you would happily pay money to watch every day of the week. Always gives you entertainment.
And just and just quickly on Margaret Court Arena, Rybakina is taking on Uvan from Slovenia, and of course Rybakina, she is clearly one of the women who can win this tournament. She's got such a big game, feels very comfortable on these courts. But we're at 3-all, and the two have played before, and they met here on second round at the Australian Open in 2023. Rybakina won that quite easily, 6-2, 6-1. But it feels like a different game today, and Rybakina having to work really hard.
Great rally between Shelton and Humbert. Thank you very much, Kate. Huge rally, long rally with big hitting from both. Finally, Shelton upping it even more on the backhand and finding the baseline, great depth, and forcing the error from Humbert. And it's 30-all on the Frenchman's serve, love one.
An illustration of why I think we both think that he's very much capable of challenging the two stars of the present in Sinner and Alcaraz and contending, becoming a Grand Slam champion. That was outstanding work from the baseline, and we know that he's working very, very hard on his fitness. We know the weapons he has with the serve, the power from the ground strokes, staying in points for longer and being able to dictate terms from the baseline. It's something he identified. That was a great example.
There's a much slower change of pace return with more height on the forehand, and he chips a couple of backhands straight down the middle, just asking Humbert to create his own pace, which he doesn't mind, to be fair, and he lallops a forehand cross-court. Shelton annoyed with himself as he nets it.
Just wanders over to have a chat with his dad, Brian, sitting courtside. Exchanging some words back and forth. He'd be disappointed with that because he'd played such a great point the point previously.
Also, even in that point, he's playing very nicely, very calmly. Little chips, changes of pace, and just missed the last ball. So game point for Humbert. quarter 30 in his first service game. Shelton standing a good 8 feet behind the baseline, maybe 7 by the time he cracks the return on the forehand side. Little slice approach, but thinks about coming in and doesn't, and actually ended up being in no man's land as Humbert pulled the backhand cross court for the winner.
Yeah, beautifully struck shot there from Humbert. He had to move forward. It was low. The slice was low, so it wasn't the easiest one, but just lovely timing, flat, hard, had Shelton skipping, but to no avail.
If I had the serve of Ben Shelton, and
you suggest you don't,
and the physique, well, yes, that's a good point, and the physique, which I definitely don't, I would serve and volley every single time. Now, I know that in today's tennis, returners are so good, strings are so good that returners can whip the ball down low at the feet, but would you like to see him use the serve and volley a little bit more than he does?
I think a little bit more. I think a little bit more. I think Humbert late in that second set gave an indication as to why he wouldn't use it exclusively, because he was all over it, even though it was as good a serve as Shelton has. But certainly, I think there's moments where he can do it and can do it effectively.
Another rally of big hits from both men. Eventually, Humbert misses the backhand.
Plus, I think his hands are quite good.
Yeah,
like we saw. I mean, he was a little bit lucky in that previous service game to close it out when he came forward and undercut a drop volley. But there's no reason why he shouldn't be hitting volleys at a decent height. Rafa Nadal used to be able to get, volley forward and he was very effective at the net by using that left-handed advantage to take rivals out of quarters.
225.
Shelton pounds that serve down the middle at 225 kilometres an hour.
See if that's the fastest serve of the match.
Had some significant pop. 30 love.
Fastest serve. Oh, well, that's not very convenient, is it? Because on the stats, it's all in miles per hour. We'll have to do conversions in our head. Well, his fastest of the match, Shelton, is 140. As he gets wrong-footed by a nice little play from Humbert.
30-15.
Which is pretty impressive. 140 miles an hour is fastest serve. That is about 225, close to, I would say. We'll find out in a minute. But yeah, I mean, he's just bombing down these serves. And then he mixes it up as well, so well. That's what's tough for Humbert. But actually, Humbert is returning very well. So there's not much in this match, even though Shelton has the 2 sets to love lead. Serve out wide, slapped return from Humbert, goes just long.
Fastest serve for the match is 226 kilometres per hour. That one was struck, of course, by Ben Shelton. Humbert at 210, so just a little extra pop on the serve, which, the physique, to be fair there, just a little bit more muscle behind the Shelton serve, and that one there, just a magnificent placement. Impossible to return that. It is we talk about unreturnable serves. There is no way that's coming back.
Well, only if you know where it's going, and you've gone already. 172 kilometres an hour, not fast, but so much shape, so much dip, so much spin, that it made it very, very difficult for Humbert. When you don't know where it's going, it's even more difficult. So 2-1 Shelton in this second set, third set on serve.
And Shelton served 10 aces, Humbert 4. First serve percentage, that's the other thing about it. It's a very powerful serve, and he's making 71% of those serves.
Well, it's interesting because Shelton's one of the players who's played in the UTS format of the game, which is the sort of exhibition event run by Patrick Mouratoglou, former coach of Serena Williams and Simona Halep. And it has lots of innovations in it, where it's one serve only, 8 seconds between points, 15 seconds between points, short 15-minute quarters, lots of other little things involved. And with the one serve format often means trouble for a lot of players. They can't go for big serves, but he has what you'd call sort of a 4/5 serve, or a three quarters, or maybe a tiny bit more than 3/4. So he can hit that with so much spin, still a lot of power, but a lot of margin for error. That's why he does well in that format.
I mean, it's the ideal serve, the 3/4 pace to 4/5 serve, because if you can be precise with it, it's a really effective serve, and you'll often see that with professionals. I mean, I think Federer is a classic example of that. His first serve was never the fastest serve on tour, but it was, it was such precision and so much spin and pace, and he could drop that thing on a dime. And I would be staggered if he was ever going to that frequently more than about 80% on that first serve.
Well, he never really served more than 125 miles an hour. That was his top speed, pretty much. So that's 200 kilometres an hour. As Shelton's banging them down at 226. big difference. So I'm sure if Federer was playing today, he'd find a way to block those back.
Yeah, I suspect he'd find a way. The greats always problem solve a lot on the run.
Turn from Shelton down the middle of the court. Didn't have anything on it at all. And Humbert was able to move him into his forehand corner, and Shelton just missing. 15 love.
And Louise has written to ask, what is the sign noise she's hearing when the ball is called out? I think that's just the automated line calling coming through the microphone.
Yes, I would think so.
From the on-court microphone.
I don't think it was me.
Well,
let's see when the next one comes in. So about wide from Humbert is very good. Yeah,
it's the out.
It's an unusual. You're right. It is quite unusual for out. It's not actually saying out. It's just saying huh, which is a bit odd. But you know, all these different, all the slams have different things. The different, all of them now have automated line calling, which has come in the last couple of years. No longer have lines people on court. It would be funny now, wouldn't it, to see a match with lines people on the court?
I mean, I think it was part of the charm, but I understand that progress happens in tournaments.
Yeah. Serve down the middle on the second serve from Humbert. Whipped back down the middle by Shelton, but a much better forehand from Humbert. Inside out, quickly to 40 love.
Just great redirection using the pace of the Shelton forehand and able to ease around the ball, and it rocketed off for a winner.
133 kilometres an hour, that winner. It's not too shabby. 3 game points. This is the first serve.
It's his 20th winner for the match, Humbert. Then Shelton's struck 25.
Second serve, again standing quite wide on the ad court to get a better angle. Return from Shelton forces Humbert back. Now he's on the baseline going after the forehand. Slice from Shelton, drifts wide into the tram lines. And it's a love hold for Udo Humbert, who levels at 2 games apiece. Humbert wearing a sort of light green shirt, white shorts, white and green shoes, and a white baseball cap. White hat, cap, worn with the Lacoste on the back. Wrong way around. Back to front.
Back to front.
No judgment here. Although I could never wear it that way around.
Why not?
I don't know, it's very weird. I found it very weird to do that. You?
I mean, we try and protect ourselves from the sun here as much as possible, so you would often, depending on which team you were standing,
Yeah, or the Legionnaires hat made famous by Ivan Lendl. The back of the neck protected.
I have one of those at home. Not the Lendl, and certainly not Ivan, so the just a little tenuous now in terms of their condition, I suspect 30 years on from...
Probably. When he was last playing. Shelton begins his service game with a brilliant whipped forehand cross court, and then a thunderous serve on the tee. 222 kilometres an hour. Just keeps cranking them out over 220.
There's not much you can do when that's coming your way.
Not sure Humbert even saw that one.
What a rocket launcher of a serve that was.
Down the tee, so the fastest part of the court to hit that serve. And then more shape on it. That 4/5 serve.
14.
Once more, 3/4 serve. So hard for Humbert to get into a rhythm on return when you've got different serves to look at.
And we talked about the difficulties late in the second set. Both men from that end have now seemed to have found their range early in the third, which suggests, again, the sun's probably moved a bit further away and now not necessarily in their eye line.
Second serve for Shelton. Looking to stay ahead in the set. It's a double fault. Not seen many of those from Shelton.
No, I'll double check that, but
just his second of the match.
It is just his second. Humbert has served 6, so 11 aces and 2 double faults for Shelton. 6 double faults for Humbert, 4 aces.
Good serve to the backhand of Humbert, who whips it back on the backhand side and then misses a really easy forehand. And Shelton jogs to his chair, moves ahead once more in this set. He leads 3-2.
3 games to 2.
Just perturbed, I think, by the fact that Shelton had guessed the right way and
running over there.
Overhit it a little bit. We have a message from Felicitas in Heidelberg in Germany. Good morning from beautiful Heidelberg. Great to wake up with you. It's 5:30 in the morning, and I'm getting ready for school, where I will listen to you as long as possible. How do you decide which matches to cover? Have a fantastic evening. Have a fantastic day, Felicitas. Simon, I'll let you describe that.
Felicitas, are you a teacher or a student?
That's a fair point, because if you're...
for a teacher, just, get on with it, kids.
We'll let you go. And
turn to page 6.
Absolutely tune in and listen to some of the experiences. How do we choose the matches,
How do we
Simon?
choose the matches? Well, I mean, it depends. I mean, there are sort of big names that you generally follow, and you might follow... As the tournament goes on, definitely you'll be following the bigger names. But sometimes we'll switch to a court where it looks like it's an interesting match with some players from different countries. But generally it's the bigger name players that we're looking at because, of course, they're the ones expected to go a long way. But as I said, if there's a match, for example, like the Fonseca match, which is a set all over on 1573, once this one's done, maybe we'll switch to that. We have very, very good producers that help us.
Exceptional
producers. And have a little word in our ear and tell us what to turn it over to, or have a chat with us about what we think is the right thing to do.
And of course we can scurry over to those courts and bring you the coverage live.
Absolutely, and we have people looking at all the courts, keeping an eye on things. So that's what we try to keep you across everything. And thank you so much for all your messages. Just a reminder how to get in touch. You can ask the booth, use the Ask the Booth form on ozopen.com, or you can email us at aoradio@tennis.com.au. So, Humbert serving at 2-3 in this third set. 2 sets to love down. Going after a forehand, he's up the net, plays a volley straight down the middle. Shelton's got there, he's going to whip it cross court. Good hands from Humbert at the net, but he's a sitting duck now. Well, he did well to keep that rally going as long as he did, but in the end, backhand was too hot to handle.
A great exchange, excellent reflexes. I think a couple more, and that would have been on the highlights reel. Whether it's enough, maybe not, but it was certainly a good control from Shelton to try and draw the, I suppose, the one that he could put away. Great, I suppose, reflexes from Humbert to keep the point going. 11-shot rally, and in the end, 15 all.
About 5 of them were aimed at him. 2-3, 15 all, first serve in the net. Humbert trying to change things up on the serve a little, taking some pace off. Didn't quite work. Second serve from the Frenchman. Kick down the middle to the forehand of Shelton, who hooks it high and deep. It wasn't sure if it was going to land in. It does, because there's so much spin on it. And Humbert eventually nets the next forehand. Shelton just wanders over to his dad, where his towel is in the corner. And of course, players now are able to have conversations with their coaches. They weren't allowed to do that until a couple of years ago.
So just a half window of opportunity opens up here. 3-2 ahead in the third set, leading 2 sets to love. 15-30 on the Humbert serve.
Shelton again standing way back. There's a huge angle on the serve. Oh, and Humbert nets the forehand. He was trying to go back cross court on the angle. And suddenly it's 2 break points for Shelton. And this, you would think, would be curtains, because with a 2 sets to love lead and a break midway through this set, that's an awful long way to come back for Humbert. 15-40. Bounces the ball 7 or 8 times. Serves down the tee. Shelton sticks out a racket. It's going to land just long.
And that's one recovered. A decent swinging serve, 196 kilometres an hour. Good response. He wanders over, towels down, has a quick chat to his team. Desperately trying to stay in this match. He hasn't been far away. It's been a really tight match, compelling match, but still a very important point. Moves wide to start, serve into the advantage court.
Still break point. Serve is wide. Shot back into the net by Shelton. Good serve from Humbert. Saves it. Back to deuce.
And we talk about how wide he had drawn his rival there. If we talked about the tram lines, the trolley lines, if that's what you prefer, or the singles and doubles lines. But on that occasion, it was effectively an airport runway. That's how wide Shelton was. It felt like he was almost in the sponsorship audience trying to return that sliding serve.
He didn't have much chance of getting it back, and he didn't. Deuce. Flat serve out wide, chipped back by Shelton's going to land just in. Backhand cross court from Humbert, and the chip from Shelton pushing Humbert back. Gets good depth with his forehand, and then Shelton just a bit loose. A little bit loose on the forehand and puts it long.
He'd done so well to push Humbert onto the back foot with that slice that just kept floating in deeper and deeper and deeper. Nice response from Humbert. It was a fairly regulation forehand from Shelton, as you said, quite loose. Didn't quite get the feet moving. He's looking at his racket. It's time.
Racket's fault.
Racket's fault, but just needs to retain his focus here because things can happen quickly, and half chance gone begging.
Big serve down the tee from Humbert. Somehow Shelton gets it back into play. He's at full stretch on the forehand, and he nets the forehand. And from 15-40 down, that is a good holder serve for Ugo Humbert, levels at 3 games apiece.
He did really well there to fight his way out of trouble because, as you said, that's curtains if you, just about curtains if you lose that service game. I thought that was a nice return from Shelton.
It was good.
Given the quality of the serve. Admittedly, the angle it's coming from means it's not quite as flat and straight, coming from a little wider in the court.
Shelton won his first Masters 1000 title last year in Toronto. And in the slams, he did pretty well. Semis here, quarters at Wimbledon. 3rd round at the US Open in the end, having made, I think, 4th round at Roland Garros. He lost to Alcaraz in a pretty good match. So pretty consistent in the slams and becoming more and more consistent.
Yep.
Which is, I think, a key. You're not rare to just come out of nowhere and win Grand Slams these days. You've got to sort of work your way up.
Just have that experience on the big stages because invariably when you get deep into Grand Slams, the players you were coming up against, well, they've been there and done that. And that'll be an Alcaraz, it'll be a Sinner, it could be a Novak. He's been there and done that 10 times here in terms of winning them, 24 times overall. You're going up against the big guns.
Yeah, it's not easy to win a Grand Slam title at the moment, or any time really. Big sliding serve from Shelton. Quickly to 40 love. He's whipping through his service games. No trouble at all. Throws the ball to the ball girl, quickly back into position. Some natty shoes, the ball girls. They're Ralph Lauren Polo, big logo on the side. They're very colourful, sort of blue and yellow at the front, yellow at the back, pink laces. Serve from Shelton up high on the backhand of Humbert. Humbert puts it long. And another love hold for Shelton, the American, cruising along on his own serve. And he moves ahead 4 games to 3. Let's check in with Kate. Kate, what's happening elsewhere?
Yeah, nice timing, Simon, because Mapeshi Pericard has just gone down in 5 sets. It's the Argentinian, Sebastian Baez, that's won in 3 hours and 11 minutes. 6-4, 6-4, 3-6, 5-7, 6-3. What a great win. He got the break early in the 5th set and really piled on the pressure. So a great win for the Argentinian.
Kate, Venus is on court, I think.
She's in a doubles match, so which is great because I think with Alexandrova, they're the wild cards. And they've dropped that first set, 7-6 in the tie-break against Arango and Giacomo, who played in the singles earlier in the, I think it was yesterday actually, we called that match. And I'm just having a look, 5-4, and unfortunately for Williams, that's a break. So the other team serving for the match, so we'll see how that plays out. Yeah. But of course everyone's wanting to see Venus go. Well, is she playing in the mixed?
Not that I know of. The mixed draw hasn't been done yet, or hasn't been published yet, I don't think. Usually comes out Wednesday or Thursday.
Yeah, match point here for Giacomo and Arango, so yes, and that's the match, so 7-6, 6-4.
Okay.
For
that's
that.
a shame.
Yeah, well, for Williams, but not for Arango and Giacomo.
Not at all. That's good win for them. Thank you very much, Kate. We'll keep up to date with you and everything else that's happening all around the grounds. But we are on Rod Laver Arena here on AO Radio with Ben Shelton in a commanding position against Ugo Humbert of France. It's been a good, interesting, great ball striking match so far, but it's been Shelton who's just got that edge. Took the first set 6-3, pinched the second on a tiebreak after a nice comeback from Humbert late in the second. But it's on serve in the third, and Shelton's been cruising through his service games, but it's a good start from Umber as he slaps the forehand up the line on the opening point of the 8th game. Just look.
He just took that one on the rise, didn't he, Simon, and flattened through it very nicely. Great power, important for him if he's to try and extend this match to stick with Shelton.
Again, standing wider than most players would on the ad court to get that angle if you can. Serves really wide to Shelton, who hits a big miss hit. Almost lands in, but it's just long. Shelton was waiting over there, knew where it's coming, but didn't do enough with it. And it's 30-love. There is a sort of school of opinion. I mean, it'd be almost impossible to actually implement. Maybe you could do it in a UTS type of thing, but where left-handers should start their service game on the left. But I think the scoring would be quite tough for both players to remember and also the fans to understand.
Yes,
if they did that. But it would be quite a nice quirk if they could find a way to do it. Turn from Shelton's good, but Umber takes the ball early. Oh, that's a great pass from Shelton. Umber, brilliant hands on the half volley. It gets it into court. But Shelton was there in plenty of time to put it away.
He moved really well towards that. Just another bid for a short, sharp reflex volley there from the Frenchman. Not to be. It's quite a curious one, and it really did jag sideways, didn't it?
Yeah, it did well to get it even in.
He did get a racket to it as well, just having a look at that closely, but not able to come up with the goods.
Straight through his racket in the end. Right underneath him. Racing angle again from Umber. Shelton gets it back. Somehow reasserts his footwork. Umber's at the net, short volley, puts it away just. Oh, Shelton had a half chance, having shown amazing physicality to stop absolutely dead, whip a forehand and get back into play.
There was about four times in that point where you thought, there's no way he's actually in this point still. And each time he came up with a very quality challenge for Umber, who was good enough. He was up to the task. There were some really sharp volleys, particularly on that backhand side, and point goes his way.
He needed to be strong there. It's 40-15, serve down the middle. Shelton was waiting for it on the forehand side, moving into the return. Now he's got a forehand that he can slap cross court, and it's too good for Umber. In the net he goes. Still game point to the Frenchman. So much power when he decides to unload on the ball.
Yep. You don't see it all the time. Like, I think back in the day you used to see him, go harder more frequently, but now he tends to work the points a bit more from the baseline. Special occasion on that moment, though. He saw the opportunity, loved it.
Well, even though Umber was standing way wide on that serve, he then changes it up by hammering it down the tee. And he holds serve, and he's still fist pumping towards his team, towards his fans. He's mentally still there, even if he's 2 sets to love down, but he's 4-all in this third set.
Plenty of messages, Simon. A quick one from Rose, writing from Jamaica. Does a lucky loser get the additional prize money if he or she loses in the first round of the main draw? Do they get prize money for losing in the third round of the qualifying draw plus the prize money for losing in the main draw?
No. They don't get double prize money.
No, it's basically you get half the prize money, don't you? So, well, it depends on where it is, sorry.
Yes.
Yes, explain.
It's a tricky one. We'll get you the exact rule because it is hard. If you certainly don't get qualifying money and your first round prize money, because that would be more than a first round loser would get. Shelton fires a forehand cross court into the open court for a winner on the first point of his service game. If someone pulls out just before after the draw's been made, then I think you only get half the prize money and they get half. They're sort of rewarded for not playing a match injured. So they get half, you get half. If they pulled out before the draw was made, then a lucky loser can come into the draw and they will get full prize money.
Shelton continues his ace barrage with a lovely sliding delivery wide to move to 30-love, 4-all. We had a couple of instances. Thanasi Kokonakis, for example, withdrew just before the draw, so if there was a lucky loser that replaced him, they would have got the full prize money, $150,000 for the first round, $225,000 if you make a second round. Matteo Berrettini withdrew just the night before he was due to play. Alex Simonor Berrettini will pocket half that prize money. Similarly, Mackenzie McDonald, who came in as a lucky loser, will get the half of that prize money.
Ben Shelton, meanwhile, is disagreeing with the electronic line calling. He feels, as he carries on playing anyone on his second serve, puts it away. He thought he'd hit an ace down the middle, pulled out, and he said to the umpire, no, it isn't. It was definitely just in. So clearly thinks that his eyes are better than the AIs.
Very, very, very nice use of the alphabet, Simon.
That is handy when you're trying to speak. Do your best. 3 game points, Shelton, 4-all. 40 love serves. Ooh, just long, I think, onto the sideline, but a little bit on the long side. Second serve. Tries to kick it, hits the tape. When it hits the tape, all the spin comes off the ball. That ball was going to be spinning viciously. Here comes the second serve. It is high to the forehand of Humbert, who leans into it, swats it cross court, clean winner.
Exceptional return. That was outstanding angle. Pumps his fist. We talked about his body language deep in the second set, how he was trying to keep himself in this match, motivated, up and about. Yes, he's 40 love down in this game, but you never know what can happen. At 4-all, important to keep your spirits high.
No one's going to get that serve back. That serve
was dashed after that serve as Shelton moves to 5-4 with a 172 kilometre an hour kicking serve out wide. Another wonderful ace. I was checking on the ace tally from the American, which is well into double figures now. I'll bring that up in a second, but Sam in the meantime has written again from Winder in Georgia to say the unusual automated out call reminds me of how baseball umpires call a strike. They usually make a noise that sounds more like ha or hoy than strike.
Must be loud in my ear there.
Not an actual word, but you understand it all the same.
Yeah.
Aces, 13 aces for Ben Shelton. Just the 2 double faults, 4 aces from Humbert, 6 double faults. Been a very, very, very interesting game. Now, I think it's been very tight, but
yeah,
as a whole, Shelton's won 20 more points. So he's getting through those service games a little easier than what his rival is.
He's been cruising through his serves in this set especially. So the points differential probably going in his favour as a result of that.
Mayank from Delaware, when a player loses in a tournament, how early do they leave, Simon? For either the next one or for home? Do they stick around to keep practicing at these top-notch facilities if they're all lower ranked? Depends a little bit, doesn't it?
It usually depends on whether they can afford to stay.
Well, that's right. I know in New York, for example, ahead of the US Open, some players prefer to stay a little out of town because, of course, the accommodation in that fine city is quite exorbitant. So they prefer to find a destination, not too far away, but one which they can get acclimatised to the conditions, if possible, as close as possible to the Flushing Meadows side.
So Humbert serving to stay in this match. Starts with a forehand down the line. He's got another forehand to play, pulls it cross court. Shelton at full stretch, out of position. Now he's back in position, plays a forehand slice to the backhand of Humbert, and then a backhand slice from Shelton. Humbert up the line with a forehand, a good attacking forehand, but Shelton gets him back in position. On the backhand stretch from Shelton, that one's going to drift just long. Yeah, the thing is that, to answer the question, the players get their accommodation paid for while they're in the tournament, and usually for 1 day extra after, I think. So once that's out of the way, most of them will move on to wherever they're going next because they can't afford to stay. So it usually comes down to finances. But some might hang around if they have friends and family around or something like that and stay on.
And there's also, access to tournament physios and things like that as well. So if you're potentially battling with something and you think, okay, it might be better to just keep receiving some treatment from this physio who's aware of what I'm going through rather than arriving in a new city and thinking, okay, I need to try and organise something or someone.
Yeah. So from Humbert, miss-hit return from Shelton, 30 love.
30 love.
So very serve-dominated set, the third set after a series of breaks late in the second set. Both men far more comfortable on serve at the moment. Humbert will be touching wood, of course, because he is the man that is serving to try and stay in this match, trailing 2 sets to love and 5-4, but is leading 30 love in this game as he just gets a little bothered there by a butterfly floating around near his feet.
Yeah, Shelton has lost only 3 points on serve in this set, and Umber's only lost 7. So both of them ripping through service games. Great forehand return from Shelton, sets up an easy ball that he should put away. Well, the lob to be dealt with first, but it's easy enough for Shelton. Just carves away the smash, and it's back to 30-15.
And I've got to say, that's due to the quality of the serving. I think the quality of return has actually been quite good. It's just that so precise and so powerful, particularly is the Shelton serve, that it's hard to get a racket on it sometimes.
Yeah, returning's been fine, but the serving's been out of this world in this set.
And just the high percentage, as you touched on. You talked about that exhibition series that Shelton plays where it's only one serve. He's still serving at around 70% his first serve. It's exceptional average.
Umber at the net, plays a backhand volley. It's a good one. Lob goes up from Shelton. Umber's smash is good enough. Just about gets it away from Shelton. There's a nice volley from Umber to create the opportunity. And he's at 40-15. Looking to level up at 5-all. Shelton just wandering into the shadows at the back of the court. Now moving back into the sunshine, which is level with the Melbourne sign on the court, about 6 feet behind the baseline. As he stands and waits to receive the Umber serve, goes straight down the tee. The return is mishit by Ben Shelton, which goes long, and it's a good holder serve for Umber. Hangs in there at 5-all.
5 games.
I like this nomination for a player in the movie, Simon.
Yeah.
In part for a couple of reasons. Howard is written from Oz, which I'm guessing is Australia, but it could be Austria, who knows. Enjoying the coverage while working. My nomination would be John McEnroe's Jack Nicholson in The Shining. Enough said now. A couple of reasons I like that. I think John is
next
sitting
door to us,
directly next to me. Admittedly, there is a partition of, I suppose, a radio partition in the next booth. He's commentating. We can hear his voice coming through.
But it's a good one.
Menacing.
I like the idea.
The Shining. I like it, Howard.
Shelton serves. Massive serve to start the game. 221 kilometres an hour. With the backhand side. Wins the point. It's hard for Umber to make any inroads into this service of Ben Shelton when he's hitting them at that speed with the accuracy that he's hitting them to. 15 love. Shelton serves out wide, takes a little bit of pace off it, and Umber gets a great return into play. Chips a backhand into the forehand corner of Shelton, who has another forehand to go after. Up the line for a clean winner from Shelton. That's good from the American.
He sent that one away like a missile down the line. Beautiful shot making.
That's a good return in the first instance from Umber, but just stood his ground, unloaded on the forehand. And it's 30 love. Again, cruising through. Big kick serve out wide, comes forward, serve and volley, backhand volley into the corner. Nicely done.
Again, a demonstration of what you were wondering earlier. Why doesn't he do that more frequently? Reaped the perfect reward there. It just kept diving away from him. Inside out, backhand volley. The spin just sliding away. Lovely execution on that.
I know his dad, Brian, would love him to serve and volley more. He was much more that kind of style of player. But Ben has more weapons from the back of the court, and these players all back themselves when they're back there. They don't necessarily think they have to go and win points at the net. But forehand from Shelton, moving backwards, just viciously ripped right into the corner on the forehand side of Umber, but he had no chance of getting to it, and it's another love hold from Shelton.
That was an exceptional forehand, Simon, wasn't it? Because when you are moving backwards, the body weight is not going with the ball. You were moving backwards to be able to execute the spin, in part the amount of spin that he was able to put on that ball, but also the power to produce the power that he did. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 as he leant backwards off one leg and just ripped a winner. That must be so satisfying to be able to do that. It's impressive. And he had a look on his face as he looked towards his dad and said, "Not bad, old man, not bad. See what I can do there."
He's pumping his fists, and you can see the biceps on Ben Shelton. They're pretty impressive, and that's also what helps get that power, of course. Thank you for all your messages. It's great to know you're listening. Great to hear that you're enjoying the Australian Open. This is day 3. Remember, you can get in touch with us via the Ask the Booth form on ozopen.com, or you can email us at aoradio@tennis.com.au. Tell us who you are and where you're listening from, what you're up to, and we will endeavour to read your messages out if we can. So, for the second time, Ugo Humbert is going to have to serve to stay in this match. 5-6. Plenty of support for both players. Ben Shelton wants to get this done in straight sets. It's been 2 hours 26 of high-quality tennis.
It's been a really good match. I think if you've got this match on Rod Laver Arena Day, you are getting your money's worth well and truly. It's been entertaining, it's been lively. I think the shot making's been superb. Not surprising because Humbert has been a top 20 ranked player.
He's a top player, capable of really top things.
One of the most dangerous players outside the seeds. You certainly wouldn't want to have his name in the draw.
Absolutely not.
15.
Said he got to the 4th round on 3 occasions, including here last year. He lost to Zverev, but he's won some big tournaments. And very capable of doing big things. Shelton's had to be on his game all the way through. He's been very concentrated. There haven't been any lapses. Big heavy return from Shelton on the forehand side. Goes back up the backhand from the backhand of Humbert. Off backhand from Humbert's good. Shelton's so quick, he gets back in position. And he's got a backhand chance, but he wins the point because the forehand from Humbert is just long.
He's got quite abbreviated backswings, Humbert. It's a credit to him that he's able to, I suppose, produce the amount of speed that he does on his shots because, there's not a big backswing. He's really sweet timing.
Yep, that's why he's good indoors. He's in trouble here. 15-all, serving to stay in the match, make that 30-15 though. Off a good serve that's netted by Shelton. Shelton a bit annoyed with himself for that one.
He struck 40 winners for the match. Humbert 22, so just a demonstration of the little extra firepower that the American has.
Again, standing very wide on the ad court to the forehand of Shelton. Not very cleanly struck. Backhand is good from Humbert, and he comes forward, puts the volley away, catches the tape a little bit. And acknowledgement from Humbert, a quick apology, but it would have been a winner either way.
Sorry, not sorry.
Yeah, no need for that one. It was already, it was going to be a winner. Not like it changed the point. So 40-15, couple of chances to force another tiebreak. Serve down the tee is good, and the forehand return's going to go just long, and we are indeed going to have a second consecutive tiebreak. And Humbert's body language, I've said it a few times, has been very impressive in this match. He's waving his racket over his head, pumping his fist, still believing that he can get back into this.
He's played well. This has been it's been a really, really interesting match, and he'll want to start this tiebreaker a little more solidly than he did the last. Well, admittedly, he won the first point, but then dropped 4 in succession or 5 in succession to fall into a hole in that tiebreaker, in the second set tiebreaker, when he had done so well to retrieve 2 service breaks at different stages to force a tiebreaker. On serve all the way through the third.
Shelton serving to start this tiebreak. Humbert into the rally as Shelton pulls the forehand cross court and loads of spin on it. But that's a much bigger forehand from Humbert, flattened out. And the ball goes long from Shelton, and it's Humbert who gets the first mini break.
Well, great depth. Really had Shelton scrambling. Shelton a little frustrated after that. He delivers the balls back towards the ball kids at the other end, but one of them had a little bit more spite. Just a bit of a punch of the ball back towards the other end.
So the Frenchman strikes first in this tiebreak. One love he leads. Serves down the tee. Backhand return down the middle from Shelton. Big forehand up the line from Humbert. He's going to have a smash to put away. Lets it bounce. Shelton has a shot at it, but can't control it, and it's too low.
Yeah, directed straight at him, but of course the pace of that off the bounce smash was always going to be pretty tricky for Shelton. It almost handcuffed him, truth be told. It was like a body serve in one regard, just directed straight at him. It was the quality of the first serve that set that point up, and then he was able to pounce on the short ball. Again, the abbreviated forehand used the pace from Shelton, came in and in control. Impressive start this time around in the tiebreaker.
Ace from Humbert. Shelton was guessing on that return. He thought it was going to go down the tee, the slider. Instead, Humbert went back out with a flatter serve. Outfoxed Shelton, and it's 3-love Humbert.
196 kilometres an hour, but flat and wide and perfectly placed.
Yeah, a good choice as well. And that's often the serve from left-handers that catches a lot of people out, that flat one out wide or a kicker, depending on how you want to play it. So Shelton with work to be done. Love 3. Bangs a 218k serve straight down the middle. Humbert barely got his racket on. 1-3. Mini break behind. He will back himself to at least win all his service points here. Kick serve, and the return almost hits the umpire as it sprays off the racket of Humbert. Too much spin for him to handle. 3-2. Still the Frenchman ahead.
It must be nice to be able to rely on that serve to be able to think, okay, a couple of decent delivered ones, let's concentrate, and I am more than likely to win the point.
Yeah, doesn't even have to think about it too much. Very natural serve, clearly. One I'm sure that he's worked on an awful lot, but his own natural service action has been that way for a long, long time. So Humbert serving to the backhand of Shelton, who's across to his backhand side again. Little bunted backhand from the short backswing of Humbert. Now a forehand up across the court, goes wide, and a yell from Ben Shelton. He's back on track, back on serve in this tiebreak. And they're level at 3-all as they change ends.
Humbert makes the error, dragging the forehand wide, but his body language, whilst Shelton was excited by that, and understandably having come from 3-love down to square, Humbert, a brief shake of the head, but then pumps the fist, jogs to his chair. Still absolutely in this tiebreaker with a big chance of trying to extend the match to a 4th set.
Well, he's got to believe it, hasn't he? He's got to keep thinking, I can do this.
So Shelton's back at the baseline, just back and forth between the shaded area in the court and...
drenched in sweat.
He's blowing into his right hand, perhaps trying to dry that off a little bit, perhaps some sweat there. As Humbert takes a little bit more time to get back to the other end. They've swapped ends at 3-all in the tiebreaker. After 6 points, you swap ends in the tiebreakers.
So Humbert, the second of his service points, 3-all. Yeah, Shelton was reading that one. It's going to be on his forehand, but he's got a second serve to look at. Here it comes. Down the tee to the forehand of Shelton, goes with height and spin, flattened out by Humbert. He's going to run around his backhand, hit a forehand, goes inside in, catches Shelton by surprise, but he gets it back into play, and then Humbert finds the line with a forehand, and Shelton sort of puffs out his cheeks like, whoa, okay, if you're going to hit that kind of shot, fine.
Used every part of the court there, dragged him wide with a beautiful looping forehand, then flattened out superbly to clip the line with the off forehand.
No margin for error.
Outstanding tennis there from Humbert.
3-4, Shelton serving. Massive down the tee. Humbert gets a racket on it, gets it back into play. He's got a chance of the pass now as Shelton comes forward. Doesn't put the volley away. Lifted lob from Humbert, but that is great athleticism again from Shelton, and he got the angle on the smash. And it's 4-all.
Just the air Shelton.
Yeah.
His athleticism superb. We saw him getting back for a smash deep in that second set, which was extraordinary, or early in the third, more to the point. And then on that one, far simpler proposition, but he still had to get up in the air, and, well, I think he liked it.
I think he did. It's hard. He was, busy puffing out his cheeks again. 4-all. Oh, what a serve that is. Ace, Ben Shelton, 207 with a bit of whip.
And a big smile on his face as he looks towards his box. He's enjoying it out there. Brian going, great job, but 2 points away. If you can clinch this set, we might be enjoying a very nice evening in Melbourne.
Exactly. Otherwise, this match could still go on. Humbert serving at 4-5. Just waits a moment. The crowd settle. Serving from wide again on the ad court. Tries the angle, misses into the net. Shelton still standing a long way behind the baseline. Second serve, steps forward a little. Good angle serve from Humbert, and he misses the backhand wide. And it's 2 match points to Ben Shelton.
Just a little too impatient. The pressure of the Shelton movement from the baseline. Humbert can only come up with something that was very special. Overcooked it, dragged it wide. Now facing a big, big hole.
Rushed that backhand, caught the outside of the racket, went wide. And it's 2 match points. Shelton on the Humbert serve first. Starts with a big serve. He's going to save the first.
6-5.
Needed that. 202 kilometres an hour. Still, Humbert shakes his racket over his head. Still pumping his fist.
Dancing around. He's really trying to get himself up for this return. Russian roulette trying to face the Shelton serve. Can you guess the right way? Can you land the return?
Match point number 2 for Ben Shelton. His first round match at the Australian Open on day 3 at Melbourne Park. 6-5. Shelton serves. Match point. Just long.
I guess the right way. He was all over it. He clipped the return all.
Second serve to come. High kicking serve. Humbert gets it back though. The backhand goes cross court. Round it. Oh, inside in from Ben Shelton. What a way to finish the match that is. That is pure class from Shelton. Really enjoyable match between these two. All strikers supreme, and Humbert gives Shelton a nice warm tap on the back. Well played, he says, and Shelton through to round 2 with an impressive performance.
A great exchange of sportsmanship at the net. But also, I think the emotion that we're seeing from Shelton after that win. He knew how hard this test was, and he was truly challenged by the Frenchman, who pushed him deep in the second set, pushed him even deeper in the third set to tiebreakers. Really engaging match, exciting match, and I think it was a perfect demonstration of why Ben Shelton is a star. Great shot making in that last point to be able to dance around it. Firstly, the kick on that serve, it jumped and it jumped and it jumped. I'm not so sure how Humbert was able to get to it. He needed a ladder to try and get up for that backhand. But then for Shelton to be able to get around that forehand, great footwork, and to rip that winner up the line. Too good. Outstanding performance from the American, the number 8 seed through.
Yeah, great effort from Shelton. Great effort too from Humbert, who's going to get a warm round of applause, I think, from this Rod Laver Arena. Really played his part in a very entertaining match, and he would have beaten a lot of lesser players today, I think, playing the way he did. But he is making his way from the court. Nice little tap of appreciation from Shelton as he passes by. And indeed, he does get a very warm ovation from the crowd. But we're going to hear from Ben Shelton, the 6-3, 7-6, 7-6 winner. He's going to be speaking in a couple of moments to Sam Querrey.
Ben, on paper, that was one of the most difficult first-round matchup. Humbert, ranked 33 in the world, missed out on being a seed by 1 spot, yet you got him in straight sets today. What were you most happy with in your game?
Yeah, I thought I stayed really calm today. Obviously, I knew coming in on a court like this, anywhere, playing Ugo first round is a tough draw. But for me, it was just focusing on the things I've been doing, focusing on the areas that I've been trying to improve, and just try to get better as the match went on. I felt like I found some of my better tennis later in the match, and that's all you can hope for. So I'm looking forward to trying to continue this form and make it better and better throughout the tournament. But thanks everybody for coming out.
Second set, you're serving for the set at 6-5 and you lose your serve. What do you tell yourself after going through a tough moment like that before the tiebreaker starts?
Classic. I'd just been up a break earlier in the set and I got broken. So for me, breaking 2 times in that set, I knew I was returning well. I also knew I was serving well. Got a little unlucky with those 2 breaks. That's what I tell myself. But yeah, I thought that I just played a great tiebreaker, 2 great tiebreakers. And I've played a lot of tiebreakers here, a lot of experience, and I think that helped me a lot today.
Finally, I don't know if everyone's seen it, you've got a new docu-series on YouTube called The Long Game. The first episode came out about 3 weeks ago. I think the second episode maybe drops tonight. It's an insight, behind-the-scenes look at your life with tennis, your personal life. It's awesome. You guys got to check it out. What made you go about that, and why are you giving everyone an inside look at, what really goes on behind the scenes?
Honestly, you inspired me. I've seen all your videos on Instagram and the podcast, of course, and I just, want to be a little bit like you guys, the older Americans. I'm just following your suit.
All right, I appreciate it. Everyone, Ben Shelton, good luck in the second round.
Nice interview by Sam Querrey there. Fun stuff with Ben Shelton. That documentary sounds fun.
No doubt. No, and Sam Querrey had quite the serve as well.
Did.
He's exceptionally good on social media. I do like what he brings to the table, his entertainment.
So, Ben Shelton safely through to round 2. We will take a short break, and when we come back with you here on AO Radio, we'll be looking at the young Brazilian Joao Fonseca.
If you're looking to reclaim your game, try Cardio Tennis, presented by Chemist Warehouse. This high-energy group class is where fitness meets fun. No competition, just genuine connection. Set to great music, you'll mix tennis drills with constant movement for a workout that never feels like work. And no need to be a pro, qualified coaches tailor the session for everybody at every level, whether you're new to tennis or coming back to the court. An hour of cardio tennis is guaranteed to smash stress, lift your mood, and leave you feeling motivated and confident. Reclaim your game with Cardio Tennis, presented by Chemist Warehouse. Book now at tennis.com.au.
Kids making a racket at home? Nothing hits like getting outside and on court. With Hot Shots Tennis, kids gain confidence, learn sport skills, and make friends. Perfect for kids aged 3 to 12. Book your free trial at a participating club. Hit up tennis.com.au. Hot Shots Tennis. It's different.
Have you got your copy of the AO 2026 official program? Packed with player profiles, feature stories, stats and souvenir pictures. It's the essential guide to the Australian Open and all things tennis. Pick up your copy at the AO shop, in newsagents or at ausopen.com.
Message our commentators. Go to ausopen.com/AO Radio and click on Ask the Booth.
Live around the world, this is AO Radio.
Welcome back to AO Radio. Simon Chambers and Courtney Walsh with you on day 3, midway through the afternoon session. We're finished with Rod Laver for the afternoon. As Ben Shelton's beaten Ugo Humbert in straight sets 6-3, 7-6, 7-6 to get to the second round. The night session will begin at 7 o'clock there with the two-time defending champion Jannik Sinner up against Hugo Gaston. So we are switching our attention to the 1573 arena and the young Brazilian Joao Fonseca, of which great things are expected in due course, but he is involved in a tough match and he's got an uphill battle because he's trailing the American Elliot Spitzeri by 2-1. And it's a game all in the fourth set, and it's 2 break points to Spitzeri, 15-40 as Fonseca serves down the tee. Ball comes straight back down the middle, forehand down the middle of the court from Fonseca. Spitzeri pulls him cross court, forehand, good depth from Fonseca, then a chipped backhand. Backhand in the net from the Brazilian, and there is indeed the break, and Spitzeri takes the early break in this fourth set. He is the man in charge. He leads by 2-1 and 2-1 now with a break.
Former University of Texas graduate, showed some really, really good signs in college. So often, I suppose, a breeding ground for professional tennis players.
These days, yeah.
One of, just some superb play in 2023 and 2024, which saw him basically identified as someone who could be accelerated towards the pro ranks in a program that's sort of been instituted recently. A 4-time All-American in doubles, 3-time All-American in singles, 2-time Player of the Year in the Big 12, which we know is very, very big for those who follow American sport. First player in Texas history to win the award twice. And then just in terms of his singles and his progression into the top 100, well, we saw late last year he had a good result at the US Open. I think he managed to make his, had a wild card and had a first round win there, which was a big deal for him. Made his top 100 debut and made a run to the European Open as a qualifier, and then made a challenger final in Brest. So he finished off quite strongly, which indicated that he was on the way, and then made a quarter-final to start the season in Auckland. So clearly someone coming in form. Fonseca, we expect big things, and I absolutely expect things, but we know that he's had some concerns leading into this summer.
Yeah, he pulled out of the 2 warm-up events with injury, with a back injury. He's got some back problems. And he's worked very hard to get ready and get himself into this first round match, but clearly his preparation's not been what he would have liked. That doesn't help his cause against clearly a very good player in Elliot Spitzeri, who's, as I said, come through the college system as he rolls a forehand cross court. Fonseca gets there not very easily, but he does get there. He's got a chance at another lob, which he puts up. It's high, but it's going to go long, and it's 30 love. And a little look of sort of resignation on the face of Joao Fonseca.
He does look like he's moving stiffly, doesn't he? He doesn't look like he's moving overly freely here.
No, not at all. And
which is a concern.
Yeah. Well, these players obviously desperate to play in the Grand Slams, and first Grand Slam of the year, and you think, well, if I get myself close enough, I'll be all right. But I think he certainly looks a little stiff in his movement. And Spitzeri is taking full advantage as he kicks the serve down the tee. Backhand return down the middle from Fonseca. And it's a good off backhand, but Spitzeri's equal to everything he's facing at the moment. Pass from Fonseca, Spitzeri at the net. Nice angle volley into the open court. And it's 40 love.
Perfect demonstration of why it's important to have a good all-court game there. Very accomplished from the baseline. Set that point up well, but just looks so calm and confident at the net. And that's not a surprise, because we know in that system that he's come through, the college system, they play a lot of doubles, and that really helps sharpen your hands at the net.
Yeah, exactly. It's a good reminder to players that you've got to have all-round game. Otherwise, you're going to be limited, and you won't be able to win on all surfaces in all conditions. If you can learn how to volley just as well as you can hit a ground stroke or a serve, then you've got a much bigger advantage. Double fault from Spitzeri, but it's still 40-15. And it's a shame for Fonseca because, as you said, there's an awful lot of expectation on his shoulders. He handles it very well. He's got a lot of Brazilian support inside 1573. But yeah, a lot expected of him because he's already got himself up inside the top 30. He was 140 at the start of the year before. So his progression has been quick. But it's just unfortunate for him that he's not been physically 100% coming into this match. And Spitzeri is too good for him today. Ace out wide, takes it to 3-1.
It's still a long way to go because Spitzeri, as we talk about his experience, and he had that breakthrough win in New York only 4 months ago, but you've still got to try and close these matches out. So Fonseca, whilst on the court, will be doing all he can to try and extend it. You've spoken to him a couple of times, Simon. You've had one-on-one interviews with him for extended feature articles. What have you made of the young Brazilian?
Just a really nice guy, really down to earth, which is amazing given the fact that his father is a very prominent businessman in Brazil. He grew up very close to, I think, a country club where he learned to play tennis. So he's had some privileges, but he's a genuinely really nice guy. And we've seen already, haven't we, the shot-making ability that he has as he wallops a backhand cross-court. He's got such power, easy power. I think Andre Agassi talks about how quickly he can turn defense into attack, and he's learning all the time. He won matches at all the Grand Slams last year. Got himself inside the top 30, or 25. He finished at 24, I think, in the rankings at the end of last year. So I think there's no question that if he's fit, healthy, then he is a top player in the future. And we hear, you hear Jannik Sinner, etc., say exactly what he thinks of him, that he's going to be up there. And Carlos Alcaraz knows how good he is. Played him in an exhibition recently. I mean, you saw there just with that serve, he's just rolling it in. He clearly can't use that back properly.
No, and just even the gate, we're seeing him sort of after the point that he won. Beautiful lob that was able to open up the court for that backhand, the powerful backhand, the easy power he talked about. But he was very awkward in his gait, and that 139 kilometres an hour, that first serve to the backhand side.
Yeah, he goes big on a forehand as he tries to get into this third point, but it's not going to get it done because the forehand from Spitzeri is too good. Off forehand. It's 15-30, dangerous times for Fonseca. Yeah, I think it's just, if he stays fit, it's a matter of time before he gets in the top 10. And from then on, who knows? He's certainly got the ability.
But physical ailments are a concern, and we've seen young players who can promise the world and then get cut down. So let's hope he can make sure he gets on top of that. And this is all part of the education, part of the process as well.
Well, and
how do you deal with it? What do you choose? When do you take a step back and try and give yourself time? They're not easy decisions to make because there's so much riding on it.
I'm sure that if he does lose today, he'll probably say, yeah, maybe I should have not played it. But you just don't know. And if he's not going to actually make it any worse, that's always the key. I don't think he is, because he's still striking the ball very well as he wallops the forehand inside out for a winner.
And, you know, pumps the fist. He's absolutely a competitor.
Yeah. Has
the crowd off their feet.
Still in
fact.
Yeah, he's still in there mentally. It's just very tough when you're not 100% against clearly a fine player in Elliot Spitzeri, who's showing that he deserves his place in the top 100. Ranked 85. Not bad at all.
And again, he's in the infancy of his professional career, having come through the collegiate ranks.
Yeah.
So I think to be able to break through, I mean, that American cycle of challenger events late in the season, there's generally some very, very good players going through, and then they have another one post the Sunshine swing, the double at Indian Wells and also at Miami. Some good tournaments after that at a lower level, and Spitzeri's shown good results, good toughness in those, and now making that transition onto the regular ATP tour, showing enough to suggest that he's absolutely a top 100 player who we will see more frequently. And at this stage, the upper hand, Fonseca a game point here for 3-2.
Yeah, he's showing some good resolve here, Fonseca, trying to at least stay in touch in this fourth set. And he trails 2-1. Spitzeri in control. Body serve from Fonseca's good, but it's a better return from Spitzeri, and he follows the backhand return into the net to punch a volley away. It's Juice.
Be very, very keen to see if he can secure a double break here, the American.
Yeah, when you're an inexperienced player, you need a bit of extra help, trying to force these things over the line.
Particularly mindful of the firepower of his rival, even if a little inhibited in terms of what he can do.
Yeah, I mean, his serve is way down in speed, so that was 146 kilometres an hour, which is a long way below 100 miles an hour. There's a bit more on that one. A lot more on that, in fact, 218.
Yeah, to that side he's been able to actually club it. It's serving to the advantage side.
Strange, isn't it? This must be that particular movement. It's a big forehand that's chopped back by Spitzeri. Fonseca gets there, but the rolled passing shot from Spitzeri is too good.
And clearly inhibited in his movement, without taking anything away from Spitzeri here, because, as said, you've got to be good enough to be in this position, and then execute. And it can be tricky playing against someone that is inhibited or injured. But it's also a fact that when we've seen Fonseca play, we know what he's capable of, and this is not where he's at. So trying to battle through, trying to find solutions. It's a 5-minute service game.
Got a break point to face first. Puts a bit more on that serve, but it goes long. Spitzeri waits to return. Second serve is good and deep. The backhand returns too deep. That was a much better second serve from Fonseca. He's urging himself on still. Still trying to fight through it, which is good to see. Don't want him to just drift away mentally, but he's still fighting.
152 kilometres an hour, that second serve.
After this game, we'll catch up with Kate to find out what else is happening around the grounds. It's Juice, 1-3, Fonseca serves. Makes pace off the serve again, or has not much pace on it. Mishits the forehand, but it lands in. Just. Spitzeri waits and then plays it deep to the forehand of Fonseca, who pulls it cross court. And he's got a backhand to play, goes down the middle of the court. Not much angle for Spitzeri to do anything with. Both men just sort of feeling each other out in this rally. Inside-out forehand from Spitzeri is good, and Fonseca's movement there was clearly hampered. And he just dumps a backhand slice in the net.
And the anguish afterwards, just the disappointment. His left hand has gone down to his left knee. His coaching team, well, they'll be frustrated. They'll be, well, disappointed, I think would be more to the point, wouldn't they?
I think the thing is they'll know, won't they? They will have known what kind of shape he was in and known that it was an uphill battle, even if Spitzeri doesn't have much experience at this level. They would have been hoping for the best, as Fonseca still is, as he hits a good serve down the tee and then plays a little dink of a forehand which sets up for Spitzeri to attack on the backhand. He's got a forehand to go after, puts it to the backhand of Fonseca, who then runs across the court really well to get a forehand back into play on the lob. It's a bounce smash for Spitzeri. He should put it away, and he does. Great court coverage, great effort from Fonseca, but Spitzeri in command and very much in control of this match now, leading 2-1 and 4-1.
It's intriguing. He looks to me to be able to move better to the forehand side than the backhand wing. We see him serving better to the juice court than to the advantage court. And Spitzeri, as we see a trainer coming out, 1-4 down a double break. Let's see if we can hear what he says.
Cramping a little bit? No. Feeling a little bit. Okay. Did something like one minute happen or anything? No. Just following through a little bit. Yeah. Okay. You don't feel anything else, handling or anything like that. Can you hold here? Can you test it? It's fine. It's okay.
Trainer asking if he was cramping. He said no, it's my back.
You just go a little bit longer, then push down into the ground. Push, push, push. Push down. Do you feel anything there?
The trainer is flexing his left leg.
And that would suggest when you push into the left-hand side why there's an issue.
Put a little bit of cream on it, if you want to do like a hot cream or something. And then if you want to do a little bit of compression or something.
He's offering him some hot cream.
It's fine, just a little massage.
Just wants a massage instead.
Hot cream is fine. To do a medical? Yeah.
He's going to have a medical timeout.
Down a little bit for me.
So while that's happening, let's see what else is going on. Kate, how are the other courts going?
Yeah, lots of great action happening on the outside courts, and we've got a number of matches that are going the distance. Hachinov, the 15th seed, in a real dogfight with Alex Milkson. We're 3-2 in the fifth. It's on serve, although Hachinov is love 30. Mickelson struggling just on this surface, but in the previous game, Hachinov really had to dig deep to win his serve. So it's an intriguing match playing out there. Sweeny, the qualifier, up against Gael Monfils at Kia Arena. Monfils took the first set in the tiebreak, 7-3, and we're on serve in the second. O'Connell and Basaviretti, well, they've been on court 3 hours 35 minutes. As I said, we're into a fifth, and very early stages there. Basaviretti has just managed to hold serve, and he's 1 love up. And then Karina Busta is up against the 16th seed Mensik, and that was also in a fifth set on serve. No, sorry, Mensik has actually broken Karina Busta in that first game of the fifth set, and is looking to consolidate with a 40-30 advantage in the second game of the fifth.
Thank you very much, Kate. Yeah, a lot still to come as well. Dimitrov and Mahatch and Shramkova and Ostapenko due to come on in the afternoon session on a couple of those courts. James Duckworth involved, Hubert Hurkacz too. And the reminder of the night session, Jannik Sinner against Hugo Gaston and Naomi Osaka up against Ruzic of Croatia. I think we've got a few messages coming in.
Yeah, we might just get to a couple of messages while we can. Remember, you can get in touch with us via the Ask the Booth form on ausopen.com or on email at aoradio@tennis.com.au as the players make their way back. We'll just get through one quickly before the play resumes. Mark has written, I think from South in Brisbane, I would put Medvedev in Despicable Me 5. Medvedeval Mayhem, he'd call it. Will we have After Midnight Madness? Medvedeval Mayhem works. He's written it's a totally unofficial but wildly creative concept where, he goes into an entire script. It's outstanding. He's the perfect blend of brilliant, bizarre, sarcastic, deadpan, and borderline cartoonish. So there you go, I like it.
He would fit well in a Despicable Me film.
Medvedev Mayhem. The minions would treat him like a giant, bendy action figure.
Well, we've got Midnight. We have Midnight Mayhem here. Medvedev Mayhem's even better.
He doesn't steal the moon. He still spotlights attention and occasionally snacks. I love it, Mark. That's outstanding from Rochedale South in Brisbane.
Thank you very much for that.
Wonderful.
That's going to test the judges. Excellent entry into the competition. A reminder of that competition as we go on the afternoon. Yeah, get your entries in. So it's 4-1 Spitziri in this fourth set. 2-1 he leads on Joao Fonseca. 15-all he's serving. This is wide with the first serve. Fonseca waiting just on top of the baseline, trying to attack the return on the backhand side. And then puts the forehand in the net. Again, a little bit laboured movement and just sort of berating himself a little.
Well, the frustration is evident, and it must be so disappointing for him because we know what he can produce. He knows what he's capable of, and he just doesn't seem given the compromised movement to be able to bring it today.
Yeah, he's looking pretty good, Spitziri, as he tries to close this out. He's got a 40-15 lead now because Fonseca's backhand drops just wide.
He was able to roar back into the match in the second set after dropping the first set 6-4. Quite convincing in the second set 6-2, but from then it's been all the American. Spitziri 6-1 in the third, and now leading 4-1 with 2 game points for 5-1. So effectively he's won 10. He'll have won 11 of the last 13 games of this match.
Yeah, he's in total control. Fonseca's a shadow of the player that we know he is. He's trying his best, but he's 5-1 down now as the forehand is put away by Spitziri, and the young American is a game away from a place in the second round of the Australian Open for the first time. 5-1 he leads.
A big moment in his career, similar to New York. It's if you can follow up a second round performance with another movement here, and then there might be more to come for him as well.
Exactly.
It's an indication that he's doing the right things, Elliot. Good to see. Daphne quickly is written in from Blackheath in southeast London. She's saying, good morning. Having listened to the Ashes at the back end of 2025, it's good to be back in Australia. Good to be back in Australia listening to the Open. Thanks for your coverage and no doubt the commentator banter to follow as the tournament develops. Lovely to hear from you, Daphne, and it's just a pleasure to be sitting alongside Simon,
I don't know
having known what unfolded in the Ashes that you're referring to.
I didn't even know there was a series on this past winter.
For those
we only play in England.
For those that are listening elsewhere around the world, it's a cricket competition held effectively every 4 years in Australia and every 4 years in England, between Australia and England. Well, Simon, what happened just quickly? About as one-sided as what the last 2 sets of this match have been, unfortunately, for Fonseca.
We only played properly for a little bit of each match. Well, including we did win one, which is, to be honest, better than we've done in most of the last Ashes series down here. So if anything, it's an improvement. It's more the manner of the defeats and the play that is concerning for England fans. But, you know, England have a very good record against Australia in the last 20 years at home. They just can't really do it over here very often. That's the problem. Well, it's one of the problems.
By very good record, we mean they're drawing the series.
Drew the last one to retain the Ashes in one of sport's most ridiculous rules. But that's, neither here nor there. As Fonseca's just trying to hang in there in this set. He's 40 love. I've made that 40-15 at 1-5. At least ask Spitziri the question of serving it out. Yeah, I don't... That retaining the Ashes thing is like, what I mean by that is if you won the last series and then you draw the next one, you keep the Ashes. You're still the Ashes champions, effectively. I just think it's a bit of a nonsense. And the Ashes themselves, for those of you who don't know, non-cricket fans, when England and Australia first played in the late 1800s, they burned the urn. It's sort of symbolic of like, take away the Ashes if you go. And so they call it the Ashes. Well, Fonseca has held. So Spitziri will have to serve it out. 5-2 he leads.
As Simon's trying to rewrite the rules to a sporting competition to suit himself.
No, that's not to suit me. That would have suited Australia. I think you'd have deserved more than losing the Ashes, effectively.
a message from Zach, who's writing from Melbourne. I'm sure, hopefully you're enjoying a great day, Zach. Do you guys sit in one of the boxes or suites at each arena? What we do is we have a great little bunker, for example, on Rod Laver Arena, which is right down the bottom. If you look at the baseline, look at the singles line and the doubles line, towards the MCG end of Melbourne Park. Basically, if you're looking from centre court, we are effectively on the level, or about, what, 1 metre above the court, would you say? Half a metre above the court? And it gives you a spectacular view when you're on Rod Laver Arena. We have, if you are on the grounds at Melbourne Park, please feel free to come by. Give us a wave as you walk past our studio office, which is in Kia Arena. Lovely setup that we have there. We'll have, I think in the morning, coming up not too much later today, we'll have Nat Edwards bringing the evening show. We've got Craig Gabriel in the morning bringing the morning show. There's some great interviews in those shows, very informative. As Spizzirri starts
with a missed forehand.
Missed forehand as he's trying to serve out the match.
A little bit of a tight forehand. This is where the nerves will come, no doubt. Whether or not Fonseca has the physical ability today to get back into this remains to be seen. Love 15 as Spizzirri serves for the match. Forehand from Fonseca, lifted deep. And he goes back with a backhand to the backhand of Spizzirri. And then Fonseca just doesn't get his feet in the right place and misses the backhand. 15-0.
It's similarly, when you have the double break, you want to try and close it out as swiftly as you possible. You want that double break desperately. And then when you're serving for it, just get it done now, because the more it extends, it can get awkward, particularly if you're relatively inexperienced at any level, truth be told, as you're trying to close out matches.
Absolutely. Desperate to finish it off, doesn't want to get the nerves heightened any more than they already are. Second serve, picker to the backhand of Fonseca, who pulls it down to the backhand wing of the American. But then Fonseca again nets the backhand.
It's just it's dispiriting for the young man. But again, these are the type of lessons that players will go through. Just some frustration. He looks really disappointed with what's unfolded here at Melbourne Park today. It's a long way to come to not quite be physically right to go.
Cursing his luck, perhaps. 30-15, Spizzirri misses with the first serve.
And I'm sure he felt, like as in preparation, etc., you feel ripe at the I suppose, the rigours of competition.
Yeah, or he was always a race against time as he tried to get back into shape up with back injury that affected him in the last 2 or 3 weeks. He's playing a forehand really deep to the Spizzirri backhand. Then he pulls a wild forehand almost outside the doubles lines. And it is 2 match points for the American, Elliot Spizzirri.
He's played with such composure, really impressive to see him doing this. As I said, his results last year suggested he was a player on the rise, capable of enjoying some good moments on the major stages around the world of tennis, and here he is serving for a big win.
2 match points to the American. Chip back return by Fonseca. The forehand inside out from Spizzirri, goes cross court with a backhand. Chip backhand into the corner from Fonseca, who now attacks the backhand up the line. It's a good one. He's at the net, is Fonseca, and puts the volley away. And match point number 1 is saved.
And the fans in the stands around the courts, up off their seats, banging the sponsorship audience. They would love to see some more from the young Brazilian talent.
It's about as good a point as Fonseca's played since we started covering this match. Just desperately trying to hang in there. Still match point, though, to Spizzirri.
And on 1573 Arena.
American serves. Kicks it to the backhand of Fonseca. It's just long. Second serve. Kick serve again to the backhand. It's a good return from Fonseca inside out. Then he goes down the line again with the backhand back behind Spizzirri. Hits a big forehand inside out. Fonseca, and he's going to win the point because the backhand drifts long. And he reaps the reward for some aggressive attacking play as a Brazilian.
And again, the fans off their seat in 1573, banging on the side of the sponsorship hoardings. They want more, and that was a really nice response. Redirected the ball off the second serve, good pace, and set himself up.
2 good points from Fonseca to get back to deuce. Spizzirri serving for the match at 5-2 in this 4th set. Serves. Down them tee, but it's long. Missing these first serves all of a sudden. Second serve. The forehand of Fonseca, who just blocks it back because he had to run around his backhand to hit it in the first place. Forehand inside out from Spitzeri, flirting with the baseline, just lands in. Backhand cross court from Fonseca, then he plays a slice up the line. Spitzeri gets to it. Another forehand, he goes back behind Fonseca. That's a good play. Fonseca at full stretch, chips it back. Forehand again behind him from Spitzeri. Fonseca almost falls over, and he is wrong-footed. And Spitzeri has a third chance to finish it off.
Yeah, four forehands of good pace, good weight, good depth directed to that forehand wing of Fonseca. On each occasion, he had to use the squash shot to try and stay in the point, not able to put any pressure on the on the American, who was dictating proceedings.
Third match point for Elliot Spitzeri to finish off Joao Fonseca. Takes his time, takes a moment. Bounces the ball a few more times. Then goes, ooh, he's going for the big serve out wide. It's just too wide. Second serve. It's to the backhand of Fonseca, who pulls it down. Now he has to chop a forehand back into play, scrambling for position at the baseline as Fonseca goes back to the backhand side. Slice backhand from Fonseca down the middle. Spitzeri inside out with a forehand. The backhand's in the net from Fonseca, and that is it. Job done for Elliot Spitzeri, his first Australian Open win, and it's a big one over the number 28 seed, Joao Fonseca. He wins 6-4, 2-6, 6-1, 6-2.
Very impressive performance from Spitzeri. What a performance. He walks back, he's clapping his hands, he's raising his racket. Big moment. 2 Grand Slams in a row now that he's reached the second round. He'll be confident, given the way he performed, particularly in the latter stages of that match, that he can take it further. He can extend his stay in Melbourne. But for now, a celebration. And for Fonseca, just time to reconsider and perhaps reflect and know that he will be better. He'll take a lesson from this. It was a very, very difficult to watch him, knowing what he can do, to see him restricted in the capacity he was. But he gritted his teeth, he fought that out, showed some signs even at the end that he's capable, even when hindered, of really threatening damage in tennis. And he'll learn. We'll see him back for bigger, brighter and better things.
Yeah, Fonseca just needs to take a little bit of time, get back to full fitness. And when he does come back, hopefully he'll find the form that we know he's well capable of. But Elliot Spitzeri through to the second round of the Australian Open for the first time. Held his nerve under pressure there at the end. And he will take his place in round 2. Right, we're going to make our way across to the Kia Arena very shortly, where Gael Monfils is playing his first round match against Dane Sweeny of Australia. Monfils has taken the first set 7-6. It's 5-4 Monfils in the second on serve. Sweeny at 30 all. We will go across there shortly, but first we'll take a break and we'll be right back here on AO Radio.
Downtime hits different with Tennis Court Hire. Whether it's a friend you want to see, a bit of time for me, or just finding an hour free. Whatever you're into, get out on court. Tennis.com.au.
Kids making a racket? Nothing hits like Hot Shots Tennis. Perfect for kids aged 3 to 12. Book your free trial at a participating club. Hit up tennis.com.au. Hot Shots Tennis. It's different.
Australian Tennis Magazine has been serving up news, features and game insights for 50 years. Pick up your copy of Australia's only tennis publication or subscribe to have every issue delivered at tennismag.com.au and keep up with all things tennis via our social channels.
If you're looking to reclaim your game, try Cardio Tennis presented by Chemist Warehouse. This high-energy group class is where fitness meets fun. No competition, just genuine connection. Set to great music, you'll mix tennis drills with constant movement for a workout that never feels like work. And no need to be a pro, qualified coaches tailor the session for everybody at every level, whether you're new to tennis or coming back to the court. An hour of cardio tennis is guaranteed to smash stress, lift your mood and leave you feeling motivated and confident. Reclaim your game with Cardio Tennis presented by Chemist Warehouse. Book now at tennis.com.au.
Family time hits different with Tennis Court Hire. From less eyes on screens to more time with your teens or smashing fitness routines. Whatever you're into, get out on court. Tennis.com.au.
The sound of summer. AO Radio.
Well, as we bring you back inside Kia Arena. Mike Cation, Jill Krabus, the All-American shift.
How are you, Mike?
Blessed to be in your presence, Jill.
I'm super blessed to be with you, too. Yeah.
And blessed to be a part of the Gael Monfils experience here on Kia as he takes on the Aussie Dane Sweeny. I don't know that you could have a better venue for this right now. This is amazing. It is 7-6, 5-all in the second set right now. Monfils with an all-speed chipper. Now is going to go big forehand inside out off the net. Good. Sweeny rolls a backhand to a Monfils. Again, a chip forehand. Sweeny backhand up the line. Misses long. 15-love for Monfils, who's serving at this moment from the far side.
I think we knew this was going to be a very highly entertaining match. I actually was commentating the match before this where Pliskova came through in her first match ever in 18 months, I think, after being away with a couple ankle surgeries. And anyway, when that finished, she won. There were lines out the door waiting to watch this match.
Backhand here from Monfils, goes cross to a Sweeny, backhand cross, good angle. Monfils backhand to a Sweeny, backhand cross. Monfils backhand up the line to a running forehand Sweeny. Monfils forehand up the line to a backhand Sweeny cross. Monfils backhand cross, misses a little bit long. 15-all. I haven't been able to pay attention, but I imagine this is a very split crowd. Probably 60-40 Monfils, I think, just because.
Oh, you think so? I think there'd be a lot of. I think the majority would be for Sweeny, the local. I know Monfils has a massive following. Everybody loves him. How can you not? He's super entertaining. Maybe. I think maybe 50-50.
Yeah, that's probably about right. Monfils serving 15-all. Serve T is netted. Second serve for Monfils. Good. Sweeny way out in the corner. Drop shot coming from Monfils. Sweeny there. Forehand cross. Monfils can't track it down. And a little bit of trouble here. 15-30. And Monfils is bent over. This has been an issue for multiple players through these first 3 days, is just the heat causing some problems. And yes, surprising to see this from Monfils so early.
Yeah, that was a little bit surprising. I mean, sometimes I see him do this where he looks a little bit tired, and then all of a sudden the match continues and goes for a very long time. And he's able to come through, but he definitely took a lot of breaths there.
Backhand here goes cross from Sweeny. Monfils digs it out. Sweeny run around forehand inside out to a Monfils. Backhand up the line into the net, and that looked out of gas on that backhand.
It does, and you don't want to show that to your opponent, right? Even if you're feeling that way.
And especially against Dane Sweeny.
Especially against Dane Sweeny, you feel like he could just go forever.
Exactly. 2 chances for Sweeny, who is 1 of 4 on his chances so far. Monfils is sucking air through his mouth, not going through the nose, so he is clearly feeling it in this moment. 2 chances for Dane Sweeny. Monfils serve T good. Sweeny back in to a Monfils forehand that goes cross. Sweeny chip up the line. Monfils back into an open court. Sweeny gets to it, trips over himself. He stumbles, doesn't get the ball over the net. That is typical Dane Sweeny. He has hit the ground. I don't know if we have a count.
But pops back up immediately.
Right.
It's good to see that he's okay. But the excellent point from Monfils, just so calm, makes it look so easy sometimes. Was break point, and he just handled it like a pro, Monfils.
Definitely hear the Aussies in full throat out there right now. Chance once again for Dane Sweeny. Monfils the serve, far side. T serve, forehand Sweeny, forehand Monfils through the middle. Sweeny goes inside out forehand to a Monfils backhand that is netted, and Dane Sweeny has the break. He leads 6-5 deep in the second. You and I both kind of just looking at Gael Monfils right now, both of us.
I was waiting. He's walking fine,
yes.
But my immediate thought was that first set was 64 minutes, a tiebreak. This one, 59 minutes so far. And if they split sets, you just got to be thinking the amount of time that they've both spent on the court, and that would be at least 2 more sets to go if Sweeny is able to serve this second set out. I mean, that's a lot of time on the court. Both of these guys, so physical. Just watching Monfils, he was standing up, just took a seat now, and almost looked like he had to hold himself up with his arm for a moment, getting some fuel in.
Yeah, it might be. Is that a pickle shot?
I don't know.
Or is that just an energy gel? Could be one of each, but
should probably take multiple electrolytes.
Frankly, you and I probably should at this point too. Absolutely packed stadium here, Kia Arena, and understandably so for this particular match. Good to see that they put this match here, putting Stan here yesterday.
I love Kia Arena.
I do too.
It's such a great stadium. It has an amazing atmosphere. It is completely packed. And I feel like it just feels so intimate. It's a little bit sunken down. I think that's a popular style of stadium in a lot of players' minds.
Yes.
It's great.
It does, however, create a little bit more heat, right? Just because of the fact it's a sunken bowl. There's just that focus on it.
Yeah, and I think because it's more open, sometimes if it gets really windy, this wind can swirl inside. But today, it's beautiful. It's nice and still.
Forehand to forehand we go. Sweeny forehand, Monfils forehand rolled to a Sweeny forehand. Up the line, Monfils tracks down a backhand cross. Sweeny backhand up the line, in behind it. Monfils forehand, volley, Sweeny into the net. Just enough there of clearance from Monfils to find some feet. And it's love 15.
That's the thing about these types of matches is you have to work hard for every single point. I mean, especially Sweeny. He's not the tallest guy. I mean, he's not going to.
It's a nice way of putting it.
He's not going to get easy points off the serve. He has to work for every single point. And if you're a little bit nervous trying to serve out a set, that can feel like a mountain to climb sometimes.
Sweeny goes big inside out forehand serve +1. No problem. He heard you, Jill.
We got a short reply there. Good placement on the serve. Monfils' return just past the service line, so didn't have a lot of depth with it. And Monfils again taking his time, his hand on his knee before he goes to return this serve.
Got shade covering about a quarter of the court right now. Sweeny serving 15 all, serve good. Monfils backhand through the middle. Sweeny backhand right behind him. Forehand Monfils up the line. Volley from Sweeny is perfect. 30-15, 2 points away from the set.
He looks fresh. He went half dove for that volley on the stretch. It was a good approach. He got it deep into the corner. He actually got Monfils moving in the wrong direction, and good coverage took that line away from Monfils.
Again, Monfils in that uncomfortable crouch right now. 30-15 serve into the body, forehand Monfils. Sweeny goes forehand cross. Monfils rolls a forehand through the middle. Sweeny forehand rolled up the line to a backhand hop from Monfils up the line. Sweeny tracks it down, squash shot. Monfils inside out forehand. Sweeny lob, good. Monfils backhand, he missed it long. And Dane Sweeny throws a fist in the air. This crowd right behind him as he grabs 2 set points.
That is an incredible effort from Sweeny, and he's just giving a little smirk right now, smiling with how much he was just fighting to get that ball back in play. Unbelievable effort and hustle.
The crowd settles. Sweeny with his first set point. Slider wide, misses just wide.
Wait, please.
Oh. Ball kid had not cleared the ball yet, so Sweeny actually contacted the ball and served, and it will be a second serve. Go again with this second, which is good. To Monfils backhand middle. Sweeny backhand cross. Monfils throws up a lob that will miss long, and Dane Sweeny with a mock celebration, having just won a set against Gael Monfils, and we're headed to a third at 1 set apiece.
Incredible. I mean, when you listen to the crowd now, it seems like they're
Agreed.
so behind Dane Sweeny right now. I think just appreciating how much he's just running around the court and forcing Monfils to go for more. The trainer has just come on the court now for Monfils. It looks like it might just be a quick visit. There was no announcement from the umpire saying the trainer called maybe just to get some extra salts, some electrolytes, something that you wanted to get into your body pretty quickly.
Well, let's allow us to kind of settle in here for a minute, and we've got Kate doing some around the grounds for us because there's been a lot of action, some really dramatic matches, and some of them have just come to a close here in the last couple of minutes. Kate, give us an update on what's going on around the grounds.
Yeah, shall do, Mike. You take some time, get some water into you guys, because I think you're in for a big match. It's going to be a long one. Cain Arena. Karen Hachinov, the 15th seed, has got through in 5 sets, just a touch under 4 hours, 3 hours and 55 minutes against Alex Mickelson, the American. 4-6, 6-4, 6-3, 5-7, 6-3. And I have to say, he did struggle just to serve that out. And doesn't matter how much experience you have and how many times you find yourself in these situations, it's difficult to serve out the match, especially when you've been out there for, well, as I said, just a touch under 4 hours. And of course, Chris O'Connell and Bassavaretti, the qualifier and the wild card, have gone to 5 sets, and we're on serve in the 5th. It's 4-3. They've been going 4 hours and 3 minutes. My word, they'll be earning a cold drink and a big meal this evening. So we'll keep an eye on that one. It's going all the full distance. And Mensik, the 16th seed against Karina Buster. Once again, into a 5th, 4 hours, 1 minute into that match, and we're on serve. No, Mensik has actually broken. He actually had an early break in this 5th set, and then Karina Buster broke back, and Mensik has just got the break. He's leading 4-3 in the 5th and is coming out to serve.
Well, thank you so much, Kate. Yeah, some of the results, Jill, you and I have been calling some other matches around the grounds. There are two that I've been paying attention to with some of the next gen on the men's side. Obviously, Elliot Spizzirri beating Joao Fonseca just a little while ago in 4 sets, 6-1, 6-2 in the 3rd and the 4th. We knew going into that Fonseca was dealing with a bit of a back issue, was probably not going to be at his full flight at this stage. Disappointing because the Brazilian fans were out at 10 o'clock this morning to get ready for that one, but it's a good win for Elliot Spizzirri, who's now
10, huh? They're usually there.
Well, I mean, the grounds didn't open until 9:30.
I mean, they are supportive, yeah.
But yeah, good win for Elliot Spizzirri,
yes,
who's moving towards the top 50 now, a guy who came through the college system in the States. And then the match that I was really wanting to watch.
What I have to do, so blisters, it's a medical blisters. It's blisters. I had blisters. He helped me. You saw it, what I was doing. I was doing this.
Letting Gael Monfils express some frustration. I think he might be getting called for a time violation here, Jill.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I think he was trying, it sounded like he was trying to explain why the trainer came out.
Yeah. So, yeah, the chair is...
Unfortunately, we missed the beginning of it.
Yeah, but the chair is basically saying he was not informed of the blister prevention. Yeah, get back to that match. But yeah, Rafa Hodar is, I think he's a top 20 guy by midway through next year. That's a top 20 player right now. Has a set and a break lead over Ray Sakamoto, another guy very, very strong. So yeah, Gael Monfils was out on court after yelling at our chair umpire. Now was in his return position, went back, got a different racket, and is now preparing to serve to start this 3rd set. Very odd couple of moments here for Monfils, who serves long, so no time violation, otherwise he would have lost his first serve in that. Well, I guess it's the warning.
You get a warning,
and then loses the first serve. We'll try again with the second here, Will Monfils, the Frenchman. 39 years of age, second. Off the net, does roll over, so another second serve coming. Vacation, Jill Krabus, here on AO Radio. Second serve, good. Sweeny forehand to Monfils. I don't even know what to call that. Slice forehand, inside out now. Now Sweeny goes backhand cross. Monfils backhand up the line. Running forehand, Sweeny back up the line. Into the ad corner, clean winner. And it's love 15, and this is Dane Sweeny. He will be out there for 4 hours and have no problems.
Yeah, and it looks like he's been out there for 5 minutes. Yep. That's how fresh he looks, that's how he's moving. That's one of his best shots, that forehand down the line. When you feel like you sort of got him on the run, he's able to change direction so effortlessly.
Serve Monfils into the body. Backhand Sweeny will miss long. Sweeny looking for his first main draw win. Has qualified now a couple of times in his career. He also has his YouTube series, Life on the Tour, with Callum Puttergill. And all serve body. Backhand Sweeny. Monfils goes inside out forehand to a Sweeny backhand slice that floats. And floats a little bit too much for 30-15. Have you watched any of the series?
I saw snippets of it, but I didn't watch like a full series.
I've gotten in there a couple times because I do a lot of challenger commentary.
Of course,
so I've called both of their matches. So every once in a while, my voice just pops in.
How is is a vlog? Is that what it is?
I mean, they call it a video series.
Video series.
Yeah.
How is it?
I think it's
What have
fun.
you learned about Dane Sweeny? That's interesting.
That's a great question. Forehand to forehand we go. Sweeney's going to step in, inside out, forehand for a clean winner into the ad corner again, and 30 all. Listen, I think the thing I took out of it most was Dane had to take a mental health break. And he was really honest about the fact that it's incredibly difficult to go through futures, go through challengers, and especially he's not a guy who gets a ton of free points, so he has to work for it as Monfils hits a backhand cross. Sweeney tracks down that backhand through the middle. Monfils backhand up the line, too good. Backhand winner for 40-30, and it's a real honest portrayal of how difficult it is to play at those lower levels consistently.
It's so difficult.
Yeah. We have it's great to be playing at these slams, everything taken care of. It's harder.
I mean, I think it's great that he's expressing that, because I think when people watch or listen to tennis, they think about the slams, of course. They don't think about the small tournaments in between to get to this stage.
Exactly. Forehand from Monfils to a backhand slice Sweeny. Monfils steps around, inside out forehand. Sweeny tracks that down, slice up the line. Monfils forehand cross. Sweeny there, pokes it up the line, but will miss long, and Monfils has an opening hold to start this third set.
First game, third set.
Yeah, I've gotten to know Dane. I've gotten to know Callum. They spent a good amount of time over the years here, in the States with us at the USTA Pro Circuit level. And yeah, you have to work hard. You have to be consistent. You have to just realize it's a stepping stone to get to where you want. And we're seeing Dane Sweeny get to where he wants.
I think, I love that he's doing that and showing people, the grind behind the scenes. That it's not just, coming into the slams. You have to work at it. And I think also you have to remember, financially, it's not the easiest thing to do when you're traveling. I mean, tennis is an expensive sport. It's the player's responsibility to pay for themselves, their coach, everyone's hotel, the airfares, everything. So, I mean, it can add up. So the fact that Sweeny qualified, I mean, that's a massive deal to be able to get he could still win this match, but even the first round alone could help fund him for quite a part of the year. I mean, it's awesome to see that.
And he had to do that by winning 8 futures titles back half of the year just to kind of get to a point where he got the wild card. We've got a quick update from over on ANZ. And yes, I said Zed. Aren't you proud of me? We Americans, we struggle with that. But it's Kate Burton giving us an update. Kate.
Well done, Mike. It's Basaveretti, the qualifier, who's got through against the Aussie Chris O'Connell, the wild card, in 5 sets. He's won 4-6, 7-6, 6-7, 6-2, 6-3. So tough match. 4 hours and 9 minutes on ANZ Arena, and it has been a warm day today. So they keep saying it's like 28 degrees, but it feels warmer.
Yeah, I think that's been the case all through the day. We look at the numbers, but what it feels like on court is a completely different beast. Sweeny here, 30 love, but a good win for Nishesh Basaveretti, resident of Indiana.
Yes, he's a fighter too. Talking about someone that can move exceptionally well. I think we all just got a glimpse of him more so in the fans, especially last year when he came out on Rod Laver Arena to play Novak Djokovic. Got to set off Djokovic, and that's where I feel like a lot of fans became aware of his name, and now following him. Now he's working with the former coach of Daniel Medvedev, Gilles Savara.
That's a big hire for him.
Pretty good coach having it in his corner.
So for Sweeny into the body, we'll get a forehand, rolls it through the middle. Fees back into a Sweeny forehand. That's just a clean winner. Monfils doesn't put a lot of effort into tracking that one down. It was down 40 love, so it's 1-all. Yeah, Gilles Savara going to Nishesh Basaveretti surprised me a little bit. Especially with Basaveretti right now outside of the top 100, going from a guy who's been a number 1 in the world just a couple years ago to somebody outside the top 100. That's a tough thing in terms of pride.
I almost feel like when you have a coach like that, like Savara, who becomes available, you snatch him when
that's a good point.
Snatch him when you can.
It's a valid point. Forehand to a backhand for Sweeny, sliced. Monfils backhand cross. Sweeny slices that back. Monfils backhand again into the net. It's love 15.
Love 15.
Yeah, that previous point that you mentioned from Monfils, it was interesting. He didn't even make a move for that first shot from Sweeny. I mean, it was a good ball, but it wasn't that far away from him, especially with his wingspan. So we're just going to pay attention a little bit to the physicality of Monfils.
Sweeny goes for an inside out. Drop shot from Monfils to the ad side, but it misses wide. Some trouble here at love 30. location. Jill Krabus joining you here on AO Radio. Don't forget, you can get in touch with us via the Ask the Booth form. AllsOpen.com. Backhand slice from Sweeny as Monfils runs around inside out forehand to a Sweeny backhand into the net. You can email us there or just directly aoradio@tennis.com.au. Beautiful day for those of you back in the States. 81 degrees right now. Monfils serve 15-30 out wide. Lob return from Sweeny is short. Monfils there. Overhead right above the, what is he, 5'7"?
I think he's 5'7".
I think that's right. 5'7",
Yeah,
Dane Sweeny.
Dane Sweeny, yeah.
Into the stands. We're at 2 hours and 20 minutes on this. Already extremely physical. Fans in the front rows are making sure they are on the television cameras as much as possible.
I love it. I absolutely love it.
Gotta fill the Instagram reels, you know.
Exactly.
30 all serve into the body. Chip return up the line. Monfils inside out forehand. It's sprayed both wide and long. Great chance here for Sweeny.
Completely lost control of that forehand. That was a good chip return from Sweeny. Not much pace on that, forcing Monfils to come up with his own pace on that shot. Just wasn't able to control it, and now break point for Sweeny.
Serve is into the net. Sweeny starts the return positions about 3 meters, maybe 4 behind the baseline. He's going to get a forehand, goes through the middle. Monfils forehand inside in is smoked well long. Not even close to the court. And Dane Sweeny breaks first here in this third set. And Monfils, those shoulders are slumped. Dane Sweeny, shoulders are broad.
Yeah. I mean, that looked like a little bit of a sign of frustration from Monfils, the way he slapped at that last forehand. It almost felt like a little bit frustrated that he hasn't been able to get the ball past Sweeny with his power and his pace, because Sweeney's just been able to get so many balls back in the court. We know he knows that about his game. He knows that that's a big threat when you're playing someone that can hit a big ball, and so he trusts his movement so much. That was great.
Dane Sweeney's team just sent him a ton of energy gels and granola bars and all of the snacks.
You got to keep the fuel up. You can't wait till you're actually feeling not good out there. You got to get it from the first moment. Just like how you see the players use the ice towel in the first game, even though it's just started, you got to get on top of it early before it hits you in the wrong way. It actually starts from the night before.
Yes, correct.
Yeah.
We had
got to hydrate.
One of the matches I was doing earlier today, Luciano Darderi, who did actually come through in straight sets over on 15-73 over Christian Garin, 6-5 and 6. He was up a set and two sets and a break at 4-3, and his body just shut down, and he was having stomach cramps to a point where we were wondering if he was going to have to vomit, if he was going to have other issues, and in fact, he won the match in a tiebreak, shook hands with Christian Garin and sprinted off the court. All of his stuff back on his bench. But it's just sometimes
amazing. He's amazing. He was able to hold it in until the end.
Well, yeah, as we get into this 2-1 service game, at one point, Garin late in that match actually took a medical timeout for a blister on the heel, and it allowed Darderi to leave the court for 5 minutes for a bathroom break, and then was able to come back and just finish the match.
I hope he's okay.
I hope so too. But yeah, several Italians struggling a little bit right now. Sweeny serve up the tee, forehand up the line for Monfils. Sweeny lobs it back. Monfils forehand cross. Sweeny chips it back, but into the net. 15 all.
And Sweeny can't believe he missed that. He was there. Monfils trying to back foot him, but it just took one step in the opposite direction, and Sweeny was just almost had too much time on the ball. Hit that in the bottom of the net.
Monfils freshly shaven on the face right now.
Looks so young. Looks like he got younger.
Don't know how that's possible. Forehand from Sweeny up the line. Monfils tracks it down. Squash shot off the backhand side. Volley from Sweeny. Monfils gets it with a backhand. This time Sweeny able to put that volley away into the deuce corner. It's 30-15.
I mean, he's enjoying himself after all these points. Even the shot that he missed, he's smiling out there. That's when you know that he's in a good place.
Yep.
I mean, he is loving the challenge of every single point out there, of trying to get the ball past Monfils.
Well, this is what you go through the life on the tour. This is what it's for. The opportunity to play a guy like Monfils. I mean, that's massive.
Yeah, he's loving it. I love it.
Second serve here for Sweeny. 2-1, 30-15, third set, one set apiece. Sweeny goes backhand middle. Monfils the same. Sweeny slices that up the line. Monfils forehand, inside in. Good. Lob return from Sweeny. Catches the baseline. No, just a tad bit back. 30 all.
Monfils' best forehands that he's hit so far. Really heavy into the corner.
Yeah.
Just surprised Sweeny.
And Monfils again just bent over with one hand on his left knee, the racket kind of bracing him.
I can never tell with him, though.
I know.
Because sometimes he has that position a lot, especially when he's returning serve.
Sure.
And then all of a sudden he runs like a fiend.
Yeah, right. Serve T long. I mean, it's a little bit of Muhammad Ali rope-a-dope kind of a thing, you know? You just kind of make your opponent think you're dying, and then all of a sudden you've got something. Second serve, Sweeny, good. Monfils backhand middle. Sweeny, short forehand, inside in, good for a winner, and 40-30.
That was an excellent serve. Use the kick serve a little bit more. It's not easy to get that ball up over the shoulders of Monfils. It just kicked a certain way, and Monfils completely got off balance. Very short return that Sweeny took care of easily.
2-1, 40-30. Game point serve up the tee. Monfils forehand. Run around forehand for Sweeny is inside out to a Monfils backhand middle. Sweeny forehand inside out again. Oh, it caught the line.
Oh, wow. I thought he missed it.
I thought so too.
Wow.
Oh, no, he did miss it, but he gave himself a fist pump. Okay, so yeah, it's inside out forehand that he hit really well. He initially says, oh, I'm disappointed.
He knew he missed it.
But then he pumped his fist. That was a really good swing.
I think because he knew it was the right shot to go for, and he knew he struck it well.
Yes.
Yeah.
So at deuce, forehand return through the middle. Sweeny forehand up the line, this time clean as a whistle. And less of a celebration on the make than the miss on the point before.
But I mean, that's incredible, though.
Yep.
I mean, like we mentioned earlier, you know he's in a good place when he's doing that. But I don't know if I've ever witnessed that before with a miss and then a fist pump after that. Like, yes, I missed it.
Coaches got to be thrilled. I mean, that's exactly what you want as a coach.
Yeah, exactly.
I made the right decision. That's what you fist pump.
Yeah.
Game point here again for Dane Sweeny. Serve into the body. Monfils backhand is going to be short. Sweeny there, overhead, right into Monfils. Another one, a volley from Sweeny this time. And he fist pumps appropriately this time towards his team as he's put that away into the deuce corner and consolidates to 3-1.
I can't help but to smile because he's having so much fun out there.
It's so funny because this is what coaches talk about all the time. Play with joy, play free. Focus
Not the
on
easiest thing to do, but
focus on the decisions and the swings rather than the results.
Well, it's always, right, exactly, rather than results. But it's always better to commit to a shot, and if you miss it, then find out later, okay, maybe I should have chosen another shot.
Right.
But stay committed to that shot, and then figure out if you maybe made the wrong decision after.
Exactly. The shadows have moved quickly. They're right around the center hash right now. Monfils is at the near side and has just thrown in a double fault. Should point out Elena Svitolina is out there, towel over her head.
In the stands,
in the stands, in the player's box. Her husband, as Gael was the other night. Serve for Monfils off the net and long, trying to go out wide. Second serve for Monfils has to pause as the ball needs to get cleared. 2:27 into this one. Second serve, good. Sweeny goes backhand cross. Monfils backhand cross, good angle. Slice back from Sweeny through the middle. Monfils inside out forehand is into the net. He appears for the moment very disinterested in what's happening in the court.
That looks like a little bit of a lazy forehand. Yeah, I mean, he was on his back foot and didn't really look like he was fully committed to that one.
Serve of 30 is just a bit long. Actually, it looks like Svitolina's just left. She was there about 5 minutes ago. Second serve, Monfils good. Sweeny forehand up the line. Monfils backhand cross. Sweeny there. Backhand slice. Cross will miss wide. 30-15 now.
That's a great combination, that slice out wide. I think he can use that a little bit more because Sweeny, he gets stretched easily because Monfils has that great slice, really drifts away from him. And then it's just an easy open court for Monfils on the backhand.
Serve out wide. Sweeny gets it back and play through the middle, but short. Monfils in behind a forehand. Has to put away one volley into the ad corner. Sweeny tracks down one more ball, as he does.
It's just amazing how easy sometimes Monfils can make it look.
Yeah.
It is very routine for him, those last couple points.
39 years of age, 110 in the world. Serve out wide, and Sweeny almost into Monfils' player box. Can't come up with the goods there. 13 ATP titles for Gael Monfils over the years. 37 and 19 here at the Australian Open. Sweeny rumbling, bumbling, stumbling, hits the wall. Serve out wide, and it's another ace for Gael Monfils, who just love 30, no problem. I'll come through
like
in 4 straight
sometimes
points.
he just decides that I don't want to rally, so I'm just going to hit a few aces.
I mean,
we
why
have
not?
a couple messages, Mike.
Great.
A very complimentary one for
Oh,
you
goodness.
from Lachlan, who lives in Brisbane, Australia. Really love your work, Mike and Jill. Especially appreciate Mike's work as well on U.S. Open Radio with his
Thanks.
flair and the enunciation of "You're listening to U.S. Open Radio."
Yep,
You do it very well.
There's another line that comes along with it, but
There
it's
is-
not
well,
it's not a sponsor here, so I'm gonna
Exactly, and he did write that, so that's why I didn't say it.
I appreciate that,
on
Lachlan,
air.
yeah.
Yes. So anyway.
Yeah, listen, I'm such a big
You're
believer.
famous.
Please tell my daughter that.
I will, Marnie.
She listen. The radio product is so important. You know, I don't think enough people really appreciate how important this is for so many different reasons, right? It's hard nowadays with all of the different streaming options, and especially in the States, you know, you and I talk about it a lot. It's often hard for fans to find, you know, where the tennis is being played, where it is on television. So it's great to have another venue for people to
It's awesome. And
listen.
also, especially if you live in an area where it's bumper to bumper traffic for 3 hours
Absolutely
straight.
right.
We can entertain you on the radio. That's what I think. Where I live in Southern California, there's
Yep.
traffic everywhere.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Yeah.
A lot of
That's where I listen to all my radio.
Same. Listening here on Australian Open Radio, AO Radio. Happy to be with you. Mike Cation, Jill Krabus joining you here inside Kia Arena this afternoon for Dane Sweeny and Gael Monfils. Rest of the stadium starting a little bit later in the afternoon and into the evening. We should be getting Roya and Fritz coming up on John Cain Arena shortly. Sweeny second serve at 3-2 is good. Monfils backhand to a Sweeny backhand cross. Monfils backhand middle. Run around forehand for Sweeny to a forehand middle. Monfils that will miss long. Both Rod Laver Arena and Margaret Court Arena are on pause until 7 o'clock tonight. Gaston Sinner on RLA. Bolter Bencic on MCA.
Yes, great lineup tonight.
It is.
And then after that, after Gaston Sinner, Osaka and Rusic.
Yes. Backhand from Sweeny will miss just a little bit long. And I'm actually really curious about Mochizuki and Tsitsipas.
I am too. That's on Margaret Court, the second after 7, yeah.
I have
After you
no
Bolter
idea what
Bencic.
Steph is going to have in store for us. No clue. And
Yeah.
Mochizuki on a fast court is really,
Yes.
really good.
Yeah, and we've been actually, that's been a topic of conversation of how much more quickly these courts seem to be playing this year. I mean, I think across the board, the players have been saying it was fast last year, but I
Yep.
think they're saying even quicker. And you can see it with the flight of the ball, how
Yeah.
much it's flying through the air. And then you think about a match like this with Sweeny and Monfils. Sweeny has 3 matches under his belt. He's gotten used to these conditions,
Yep.
similar to last week as far as temperature and humidity. It's been pretty nice for the last 6-7 days.
Backhand miss here for Monfils. It's a great point because we have seen over the first 3 days, Jill, you and I have been calling all sorts of matches and seeing players sometimes midway through the first or even early in the second, that's when they're making the adjustments to their string tension when they're in match
Yeah.
speed versus practice speed.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Seen a lot of rackets go off court to get
Same.
restrung.
Same.
Luckily, the stringers are amazing. It only takes them
Yep.
about 15 minutes to restring a racket.
Yep. Maybe 15, a second serve coming here for Sweeny. And it's really just the players having to make that adjustments themselves. You can't really replicate a match speed sometimes in practice. Second serve here, 3-2, 30-15. Dane Sweeny to Monfils, who goes backhand cross. Sweeny goes backhand cross. Monfils backhand up the line, running forehand for Sweeny back up the line. Monfils backhand middle. Sweeny slices a backhand short. Monfils backhand slice. Run around from Sweeny, squash shot. Monfils backhand cross off the baseline and good. Now Monfils with another backhand cross, another line caught. Sweeny backhand cross. Monfils backhand up the line. Squash shot again from Sweeny lanes, good. Monfils forehand cross. Sweeny throws up a lob from deep in the deuce corner. Monfils a little touch volley. Sweeny there. Monfils volley. Sweeny cross. Is it good?
Yes! Oh my God!
Oh my!
Wow. Unbelievable court coverage. I think Monfils cannot believe it. This point here is the point of the match so far, how Monfils was able to spread the court, and Sweeny was just everywhere. I feel like this is what Monfils usually does to his opponents.
Yes.
That was incredible.
So game points here for Dane Sweeny. Serve into the body. He'll get a forehand. Goes inside out to a Monfils drop shot. Sweeny there with plenty of time forehand. Up the line. What a hold. 4-2. And again, looks completely nonplussed. Just a subtle fist pump towards his team. Callum Puttergill, his close friend, gets up out of his seat.
Well, I think it helps that he's got so much of the crowd behind him that you don't even have a moment to think if you're thinking about the score. And Monfils just having a little bit of chat with his coaching team. They're trying to pump him up and get him in the right place. But with Sweeny, I mean, he's just playing on adrenaline right now, not even thinking about the score line.
Yeah, just been phenomenal stuff from him. Monfils serving far side, 2-4, return through the middle. Monfils backhand cross, Sweeny there, backhand cross, but it's into the net for 15 love. Monfils is -12 in the winner to unforced error count right now. 36 winners, 48 unforced. Serve, key, good. Sweeney's return short. Monfils forehand off the baseline, good. Now Monfils backhand cross. Sweeny there, slices it back through the middle. Monfils forehand cross, he misses it wide. One more ball every single time.
Yeah, and there's a moment that I don't think he's going to get it. I mean, he's so quick, but that was such a good shot to hit too. He was on the stretch, he went for the slice, and that could easily pop up, but he went really low over the net.
Big return winner from Dane Sweeny. The sweat dripping off of Gael Monfils right now, playing very fast. And Sweeny gets it to 15-30 on the Monfils serve.
I think that was so unexpected. I mean, Monfils barely even made a move for that. Sweeny was on top of the serve so quickly, took it on the rise.
Serve into the body, forehand Sweeny. Monfils forehand inside out. It's not even close to the court. And he immediately bends over and he's stretching out, the left leg, the left knee.
I think there's a part of him that can't believe so many of these serves are coming back, too. He's making so many returns, Sweeny.
Monfils is laughing right now. Yeah, he was trying to adjust his left knee a little bit, but now turns towards his team laughing and just can't believe it.
I think he can't believe another return came back.
15-40, serve Monfils, tee, good, and off the frame of Sweeny, 30-40. And so, yeah, listen, this is close to 50-50, this crowd right now, no doubt.
I mean, I feel like this crowd, they feel like they could sit here all day and just watch this match.
I don't think Monfils could. He's got to serve at 30-40, out wide. Sweeny chips it in. Monfils forehand into the deuce corner. Sweeny can't track that one down. Deuce now.
What a great serve. Such a pressure moment.
Two great serves.
Incredible.
Match is just getting underway right now. Herkach, Bergs. Fascinating one over on ANZ. Roya, Fritz just about to hop on court. Monfils serve at deuce, out wide, good. Lob return's going to be short from Dane Sweeny, and a game point for Gael Monfils.
He looks a little bit better, I would say, Monfils. He's kind of walking more slowly, taking his time, not rushing through this game.
Wants to relish every moment here. Final AO. Serve Monfils tee, misses just long. 192 on the gun. Second, good. Backhand Sweeny up the line. Monfils runs to a forehand. Sweeny goes backhand middle. Monfils backhand inside out to a Sweeny forehand cross. Monfils forehand cross. Sweeny chips that up the line. Monfils backhand back up the line. Lob from Sweeny. Monfils jumping overhead, puts that away into the ad corner. Well, he was in some real trouble, but comes up with the goods to dig out of it, keeping it tight here in this third set. Sweeny still leads with a break, 4-3.
And great composure there, I think, because he just felt like so many points were going Sweeney's way, and he was feeding off the crowd, and Monfils did well just to settle back down.
Elena Svitolina has come back out, so left for just a couple of minutes.
We have a message from Alex, who lives in Perth, Australia.
Okay.
I don't know if you were part of this conversation yesterday, but says, "Hi, AO Radio. I was wondering if we would have more Pokemon chat after the wonderful conversation from yesterday."
I was involved in that yesterday.
Yeah, so
explain. Are you a Pokemon person at all?
No.
Yeah, see, this is the problem.
But I've never... I don't know if I would be, because I never really tried to invest in it. I think maybe if I tried to invest in it, I would be. I don't know.
This is where your problem is. And you're talking about investing. I mean, this is supposed to be fun, Jill. Pokemon is a card game for children. Yes,
I know, but
there is an investing component.
No,
if you're, that's
I
what
know
you're
a
trying.
lot of adults that get addicted to it.
I mean, it's just fantastic. I mean, you've got Snorlax, Charmander, Mew is one of my favorites. I actually
You know all this because you have a daughter. How old is she, 11?
11. I mean, we have a giant Snorlax in our house.
Okay, so what was the chat?
We were just kind of talking about it because we were talking about Terrence Atman, the greatest Pokemon collector in all of France.
Yes, that gave Sinner a little Pokemon card before
That's
they
exactly
played each
right.
other in Cincinnati. That was great.
Yeah, so we were just having a little chat. I mean, it's great to have an outside hobby.
It is great to have an outside hobby. Absolutely.
Some of us make chocolate.
True. What's your outside hobby?
Oh, no. I'm a parent. I don't.
Right, you know that.
I don't have time for hobbies.
That's true. That takes a lot of time.
Forehand to forehand we go in this first point of the 4-3 service game. Backhand from Monfils now. Slice back from Dane Sweeny. Run around forehand from Monfils up the line. Running forehand. Sweeny misses long. But it kind of goes back to what we were talking about with Dane Sweeny, right? You have an outside interest for him. It's this web series that he's learned how to do video editing and how to shoot things in terms of using a camera. And
I think it's, in my opinion, I think it's healthy.
Agreed.
I don't think you should be thinking about tennis all day long.
Same.
And some of them get so obsessed. Like, yeah.
we need to talk to some of our coworkers about that.
Yeah.
Stop. You don't have to watch tennis all the time.
I think there's a ton of players, though, that have outside interests. Monfils likes to dance.
Yes.
He's an amazing dancer.
Amazing dancer. Yeah. Ethan Quinn likes to go thrifting.
What's thrifting?
He'll go to thrift stores.
Oh, thrift stores. Yeah. That's fun.
That's his thing. As soon as he gets and lands in a city, he will just pick out thrift stores to go
that's
to.
Cool.
Yeah,
you should ask him where to go.
Yeah, it's actually, his wardrobe is fantastic. Forehand right now from Sweeny up the line to a running backhand. Monfils back up the line. Forehand from Sweeny back up the line. Cross from Monfils. Sliced back from Sweeny. Monfils run around forehand through the middle. Sweeny forehand middle. Monfils goes forehand cross. Sweeny forehand cross. Monfils forehand cross. Sweeny forehand up the line to a backhand Monfils. Sweeny run around forehand up the line to a forehand cross from Monfils that will miss wide. It's 30-15.
Yeah, a little bit more injection and pace there from the last forehand from Sweeny. He ran around, got into the backhand corner, and knew he was in such good position, ball away from him, that he could release a little bit more on the last shot.
Those shadows are moving really, really quickly here at Key Arena. The entire court should be covered by the end of this set. Forehand from Monfils to a Sweeny backhand cross. Slice up the line from Monfils. Sweeny forehand cross to Monfils running forehand. Up the line is perfect. Laced forehand from Monfils. He's into a return game. It's 30-all.
That's excellent ball striking from Monfils and good variety as well. He was able to get the slice so deep in the court to have time on that next ball because Sweeny had to hit up so much off of the slice.
Big moment, and again, Monfils is just holding that left knee. That's the one that seems to be a little bit of an issue for him. Serve into the body is into the net. Second serve for Dane Sweeny, 4-3, 30-all. Serve good, Monfils waits for it, forehand middle. Sweeny forehand up the line to a backhand Monfils middle. Sweeny drops back forehand inside out. Monfils inside out forehand to a Sweeny forehand up the line. Running forehand Monfils, Sweeny inside out forehand short. Monfils has to slice that back with the backhand. Sweeny forehand inside out, Monfils backhand up the line. Just pushed it wide by the thinnest of margins.
Oh, he had the urge. He saw the line open and cut it a little bit too fine there, Monfils. It's unforced errors from Monfils just because he knows Sweeney's so quick, he can get so many of these balls back, so just went for a little bit more in that scenario. Game point now for Sweeny.
Tucks in his chain, apologizes to Monfils for a slight delay. 4-3, 40-30, serve into the net. Second serve upcoming for the diminutive Aussie. That serve is good. Run around forehand for Monfils, inside out to a Sweeny backhand middle. Monfils inside out forehand. Sweeny tracks down a backhand cross that misses just long.
Interesting change up there from Monfils.
Yeah.
A little bit higher. Just really jumped up on the shoulders of Sweeny. That one is so difficult.
Well, that's
It's so difficult to constantly be aggressive on that.
Looks like the physios are courtside right now. Yeah, there's two physios courtside as Monfils again is holding his left knee. So I imagine at the next changeover he will be receiving some treatment.
It's amazing. I mean, just every single point is lengthy. I mean, there's not many quick.
Serve T. Chip return lands short, but good. Sweeny forehand cross. That's clean. Winner off the forehand side for Dane Sweeny, his 34th winner of the day, 18 of them coming off that forehand wing.
One of his best serves. Yeah, his forehand's outstanding.
Yep.
Yeah. His whole game is designed to try and be aggressive on that forehand and construct it in a way where he can attack.
And that has been a work in progress over the last several years to be much more offensive off of that side. Game point for him again at 4-3. Serve out wide. Monfils backhand to a Sweeny forehand. Laced up the line. He does hold to 5-3. Do you want to, I'm just going to throw this at you. Do you want to guess what his record was across all levels last year, Dane Sweeny?
He played a lot of matches. I know. Was it like 45 and 20 or something?
73 and 25.
I did not realize it was that high.
73 wins. And yes, granted, a lot of them at that futures level. But
that is a lot of matches.
He gets winning, and it just creates a really positive, healthy mindset, no doubt about it. 3-5 for Monfils. Serve off the net and into Sweeney's body. So another first serve coming. This first serve missed into the net, trying to change it up, go T. Now a second serve, just a sliver of sun left on the court. That second is into the net. Double fault for Monfils. That is number 6 on the day. 10 aces, 6 doubles, serving 59%. 3-5, love 15. Serve Monfils, long, trying to go forehand body. Second serve for Monfils, good. Sweeny goes back in middle. Monfils forehand up the line. Squash shot, Sweeny. Squash shot, Monfils short. Sweeny forehand inside in. Monfils pokes it up the line. Volley! Sweeny finishes well to the ad corner, and again Monfils immediately reaches for his left knee. There will be treatment upcoming.
I can't figure out if he's reaching for his left knee or just trying to catch his breath, and he just keeps leaning that way. I mean, we'll find out. We'll see what the trainer comes to attend to, but. You saw him rubbing it or something?
It's consistent with the left knee, yeah. Serve out wide, chip return, good. Monfils backhand cross. Sweeny there through the middle. Monfils forehand inside in. He's missed it long. And it's set points, 3 of them for Dane Sweeny.
That looked like a tired shot from Monfils.
Dane Sweeny will start this set point 3 meters behind the baseline. Serve, good. There's nothing on it. Short forehand for Monfils. Good into the inside in corner. Sweeny tries to lob it back, misses long. Very awkward point from Monfils. He did not care whether he won that point or not.
I mean, I think he almost knew, like, he looked like he knew that he won the point. But yeah, it was just a strange reaction. Just didn't even make a move.
15-40, second set point. Serve good up the tee. Lob returns, gonna miss long.
30-48.
Third set point now for Dane Sweeny. Monfils waiting for Sweeny to get into a return position. Sweeny has slowed things down smartly.
Those 2 points very quick.
Yeah, okay, now into his return position. Monfils ready to go. Serve, T, good. Chip return line short. Monfils forehand off the baseline and good. Sweeny back into a Monfils forehand cross. Sweeny lobs that back. It's good. Monfils forehand cross. Sweeny there. Forehand middle. Monfils goes inside out forehand to a Sweeny backhand cross. That misses just long. 3 set points saved. Deuce now.
Yeah, you could tell throughout that point Sweeny was trying desperately to get depth on the ball and finally stretched on the backhand and knew he had to go for so much, so just missed it long. Good pressure from Monfils.
Deuce now. 3-5. Serve netted. He had made those 3 first serves on those 3 set points. Now a second for Monfils. Good. Sweeny forehand up the line around the post. Backhand Monfils. Sweeny backhand cross. Monfils goes big backhand cross. Lobs Sweeny. It lands good. Monfils has a forehand inside out to a Sweeny backhand that goes cross. Monfils backhand up the line. Running forehand Sweeny. Running forehand Monfils goes cross. Sweeny forehand through the middle. Monfils forehand cross again, and this time Sweeny can't catch up. My word. Forehand winner from Gael Monfils. And a game point.
It's incredible ball striking from Monfils, and he just kept Sweeny on the run once again. Sweeny could not open the court there. Every single ball that he was retrieving just down the center of the court.
With the game point, the serve out wide. Sweeny back into a Monfils, backing up the line, running forehand. Sweeny. Monfils gets to it, chips it back. Sweeny in behind a backhand. Monfils lobs. Sweeny has to retreat. He runs around it. Now squats a forehand. Monfils goes backhand cross. Sweeny backing up the line. Oh my word! Are you kidding me?
Wow!
What a shot from Dane Sweeny. Backhand on the hop. Good. Back to deuce.
I mean, Monfils cannot believe he lost that point. He was in such control throughout that rally, and Sweeny, out of nowhere, just decides to unleash, goes for broke on that backhand down the line. Incredible hustle once again.
Oh my. I'm exhausted too. I'm reaching for my left knee. I don't know why, but serve, tee, net from Monfils. Again, 3-5. Split set so far. Second, good. Sweeny, forehand goes cross. Monfils, forehand through the middle. Sweeny slices a backhand. Good. Monfils' backhand is into the net. An exhausted looking backhand. And another set point number 4. Again, reaching for that left knee is Monfils.
Slice just floating, and that ball just did not come to Monfils off the bounce, and he just waited on it. Set point. Number 4 for Sweeny.
He's ready. Monfils, the serve out wide. It's an ace. Number 11.
Must be so nice to have a serve like that.
Oh, come on. You had that, right?
Oh, no.
Did you have 11 aces in your career?
I was lucky if I broke 99 miles an hour once. I got to 100 miles an hour one time in my career.
Serve good. Sweeny backhand goes middle short. Monfils inside out forehand. Sweeny backhand cross volley. Monfils into the deuce corner. Sweeny throws up a lob. How did he get to that? It lands long. I don't know how I can't fathom it.
How he got to that ball? Yeah.
The speed is off the charts.
But it's constant.
Yes.
There's no look of any slowing down. It's a good volley from Monfils right in front of him.
Serve Monfils tee, chip return through the middle. Monfils forehand inside in. Clean winner. He has fought off 4 set points, and he has a smile on his face finally as he walks to his bench. The physios are on the way. Is this a full medical timeout? We'll stay here for the moment. So he's got 2 physios on him, with Gael Monfils, and obviously they're also bringing out electrolyte packets for the players to make sure, and they're leaving, so no medical timeout here. Monfils with a smile on his face. Is that pickle juice? Looks like it is for Monfils there to help with the hydration. Scotty Moore, our chair umpire, just asking and making sure everything is fine and okay. Indeed it is. I would imagine once this set concludes, Jill, that Gael's probably going to get the physio, maybe a full treatment, and also probably going to leave the court, you think, right?
After the set, you would think so. Yeah, you should take advantage of it. I'm surprised actually he didn't take the timeout now, but I mean that's a good sign. He obviously must be fine, and maybe just needs a little bit of energy.
Taking one last sip of water is Gael Monfils right now. We're also inside the Rod Laver Arena bunker. Naomi Osaka is about to get in her warm-up. She's in action a little bit later tonight. Second match on at Rod Laver Arena. Indeed, it was Pickle Juice that...
Is that why? That was good eyes, Mike. I didn't see that. It happened so fast.
Yeah, Pickle Juice shot that Monfils took there. He's taking an extra second to get his racket out of the bag.
So just to be clear, Pickle Juice helps with cramping, if you're out there cramping. Pickle Juice and mustard. Do you know about mustard?
Yeah, because of the salt content in both of them.
True.
Thank you. You had to think about it a little bit.
No, I knew that, but some people just throw salt packets in their water, but it just doesn't taste as good.
No, it tastes terrible.
No.
Speaking of which, have you ever had steak marinated in mustard and then cooked?
I don't think so, but I love mustard. Dijon mustard.
Serve is good for Dane Sweeny, who's serving for the set. Backhand from Monfils. Sweeny inside out forehand to a Monfils backhand cross. Sweeny slices the backhand to a Monfils backhand. Goes through the middle. Sweeny slices again. Monfils runs around this time. Forehand inside out to a Sweeny hop backhand. Monfils backhand up the line. Running forehand. Sweeny is yanked wide. It's love 15.
Yeah, slipped a little bit there, Sweeny. Just panic thought because of the extra power there from Monfils. Tried to go over there so quickly and his foot just slipped underneath him.
It's hard to close out sets, Jill.
It's very hard, especially, I mean, Monfils lifted actually to be able to hold serve in the last game.
Serve good into the body. Looks like he's going to get a free point there. Yeah, the backhand return misses wide, 15 all.
I think it's also tough. I mean, Sweeny had 4 set points, and not to be able to convert and then have to almost reset in your head. Okay, I didn't get that set point. I was close, and now has to almost start over again.
Yep. 5-4. 15 all, set a piece. Sweeny, Monfils. Sweeny serve, Monfils backhand middle. Sweeny short forehand inside out. Monfils digs out a backhand. Sweeny slice on the backhand side. Monfils backhand middle. Sweeny forehand inside out. He's pushed it long. It's 15-30. Tight moments right now for Dane Sweeny.
Still hit it well. I mean, he was in such good position. He was well inside the baseline. He got up to that short ball so quickly. And that's one of his favorite shots, that inside-out forehand. Perfect time to go for it. 15 all, you want to go for your clutch shot at that moment.
Monfils has never lost to a qualifier here at the Australian Open. Perfect 6-0. Sweeny served good. Monfils forehand to a Sweeny forehand inside out. Monfils has to throw up a lob that is going to miss long. Cleaner this time from Sweeny on that inside-out forehand for 30 all.
A better target. Just well inside the baseline, well inside the sideline. Didn't try and go for too much. So important in these big moments to still go after it, still accelerate through the ball, but just bring in your margin a little bit more.
So a tester, this crowd will hush for the moment. 5-4, 30 all. Serve Sweeny near side, good. Monfils forehand lands, good. Forehand Sweeny. Monfils rolls a backhand, good. Sweeny inside out forehand to Monfils backhand middle. Sweeny forehand inside out. Monfils goes backhand up the line. Sweeny has a squash shot back up the line. Monfils backhand cross. He's pulled it wide. And Dane Sweeny will have set point number 5, this time on his terms.
Again, just so comfortable, just chipping that ball back in play. He trusts his movement so much, Sweeny, that he feels confident, okay, just to chip that ball deep back in the court.
Yeah, Dane Sweeney's taking a little extra time here. Monfils again hunched over that left knee. Sweeny now finally toes the line. Looks over at his opponent, the veteran Frenchman. Now the serve. Set point into the net, trying to go backhand body. Second serve, Dane Sweeny. Black top, black cap. Serve good. Monfils backhand cross. Sweeny goes backhand cross. Monfils backhand up the line. Running forehand Sweeny. Monfils forehand through the middle. Sweeny backhand cross. Throws up a lob. Does Monfils. Overhead Sweeny. Good! And Dane Sweeny 2-1 over Gael Monfils here at Kia Arena.
Sweeny leads 2-1.
Sweeny waiting for Monfils to pass. And Monfils does go take a seat at his bench. Sweeny coming to talk to Scotty Moore up in the chair. Looks like he might be taking a break here, possibly a wardrobe change maybe. But I tell you what, why don't we take a wardrobe change as well? We'll take a short commercial break.
Sounds good, Mike.
Come back for the 4th set here on AO Radio.
Kids making a racket? Nothing hits like Hot Shots Tennis. Perfect for kids aged 3 to 12. Book your free trial at a participating club. Hit up tennis.com.au. Hot Shots Tennis. It's different.
If you're looking to reclaim your game, try Cardio Tennis presented by Chemist Warehouse. This high-energy group class is where fitness meets fun. No competition, just genuine connection. Set to great music, you'll mix tennis drills with constant movement for a workout that never feels like work. And no need to be a pro, qualified coaches tailor the session for everybody at every level, whether you're new to tennis or coming back to the court. An hour of cardio tennis is guaranteed to smash stress, lift your mood, and leave you feeling motivated and confident. Reclaim your game with Cardio Tennis presented by Chemist Warehouse. Book now at tennis.com.au.
Downtime hits different with Tennis Court Hire. Whether it's a friend you want to see, a bit of time for me, or just finding an hour free. Whatever you're into, get out on court. Tennis.com.au.
Player features, exclusive interviews, game insights, and much more. That's Australian Tennis Magazine. And this AO, Australia's only tennis publication, turns 50. Join us in celebrating our special milestone by picking up a copy or subscribing at tennismag.com.au.
Message our commentators. Go to ozopen.com/AO Radio and click on Ask the Booth.
You're listening to AO Radio.
Gosh, that voice is soothing. That just makes me feel so comforted listening to AO Radio.
It was beautiful.
Very good ASMR.
Yeah.
Are you into ASMR?
No,
Ever watch any of those videos on YouTube?
No, I haven't. No. Should I?
Yeah.
Okay, I will.
It's really soothing.
I always listen to your suggestions.
I don't think
I don't know if the voice was too soothing because now I'm really almost too relaxed.
Yeah,
but Sweeny and Monfils will get me fired up again.
I mean, with that kind of speed that Sweeney's throwing into it, and no breaks at all for either player here, no physio for Monfils, who's serving to start this fourth set, uses a really good slider out wide to start things, 15-love.
Yeah, that was interesting because we saw Sweeny talking to the umpire. We thought maybe he was just going to go off for a little bit of a break, but neither player needing it or ready to go.
I think they need it. That's the crazy part. Serve is long from Monfils. Second serve upcoming. It's good to a Sweeny backhand middle. Monfils forehand middle. Sweeny forehand cross. Monfils has to squash shot lob. That's going to miss long. He's not moving well. We have to just say it that way.
He didn't move well. He didn't move well on that point, no. I mean, normally he's one of the quickest out there.
Sure.
But he didn't move that well to that point. You would think Monfils almost would try and hit a little bit harder. I mean, I don't think it looks like he wants to play very long points right now.
Sure.
So, I mean, he's trying to get free points off the serve. He keeps smiling. Smiling right now.
Did just have a chat with his wife. They seem to smile a lot together. Forehand from Monfils. He hit it off of his shoestrings. And he barely made a move, just a redirect with his
incredible hands.
And he's laughing about it. It was absurd. I don't know even how to describe that. It was a good rocket return into his body. Just kind of flicks it, drop shot off the shoestrings.
He looks mega relaxed.
It really does. Serve up the tee, short response. Monfils forehand into the deuce corner. Big slap forehand from Sweeny into the bottom of the net.
Which could be dangerous for Sweeny.
Yes, absolutely.
If you have a relaxed, very loose Monfils, I think that's where he can even just unleash even more and just play better.
Serve out wide, well wide, also well long. Second serve here from Monfils with game points. Good. Sweeny backhand middle. Monfils just blocks a backhand. Sweeny backing up the line. No effort there from Monfils to track that down. Another winner for Sweeny, this time off the backhand wing.
I think also sometimes Monfils, he can conserve energy, right? So I think because he feels like he's starting to serve a little bit better, especially at the end of or in the middle of the second set.
Serve is long.
Just long, yeah. But I feel like he's serving better, so now he's okay to maybe let that point go and maybe conserve energy.
Second serve good. Sweeny backhand cross. Monfils backhand middle. Sweeny slices a backhand to a Monfils backhand cross. Sweeny slices a backhand again short this time. Monfils has to slice it to a forehand from Sweeny cross. Monfils forehand middle. Sweeny forehand inside out to a Monfils backhand cross. Sweeny backhand cross. Monfils goes backhand into the net. There were multiple times where I think you and I both thought he was going to pull the trigger, and he just didn't.
Yeah, and I was surprised that previous backhand landed so short. He had so much time on the ball, and you're right, I felt like he was going to hit that with a little bit more depth, a little bit more pace. It landed right just behind the service line.
I think he actually just was kind of, I couldn't tell what he was doing there as we've crossed over the 3-hour mark, almost mocking Sweeney's just getting those balls back and back and back. He's having to generate all the pace at times, right?
Yeah.
And that can be challenging. Second serve here at deuce. Sweeny forehand middle. Monfils backhand cross. Slice back from Sweeny. Monfils has a backhand. Goes cross. Sweeny backhand up the line. Just a bit back.
Not a bad one to try and change direction on. Just it's tough to try and create rotation on the ball with the type of ball that Monfils hit, which was so flat and hard. It stayed so low off the bounce.
Monfils does have another game point. On the far side, serve T. Sweeny forehand to Monfils, block forehand. Sweeny forehand inside in. Monfils squash shot lob is going to miss long. Another deuce. This is exhausting.
Yeah, I mean, the points in the games are even so close and long. I mean, neither one have really had a very easy service game in a while.
Deuce number 2. Serve Monfils long. Now a second. Second is good to a Sweeny forehand through the middle. Monfils blocks a backhand to a Sweeny forehand cross. Monfils forehand cross. Sweeny forehand up the line. Misses long. He's missed 2 changes of direction here late in this game, and a game point for Monfils.
But that's the one that's been working for him, and he's just motioning to himself to be a little bit closer to the baseline when he tries to change direction. That's what he did so well. A step forward, angle it off, cut the ball off a little bit sooner, so it's more in his strike zone.
They close on this game point. Serve for Monfils, good. Sweeny back into Monfils, forehand inside out. Sweeny backhand middle. Monfils rolls a forehand middle. Sweeny forehand inside out. Monfils backhand up the line. Sweeny forehand cross. Monfils had stopped playing. He stopped playing in the ad corner.
He definitely looks tired. I mean, definitely looks tired.
And he's laughing at the absurdity. He had stopped playing and is just laughing and talking to his wife and his team. We're partially amused. I don't know what the joke is, though. I mean,
I don't know. Yeah, it's tough to read right now.
Yeah. Another deuce, number 3, serve long. Kate Burton's been waiting patiently to do an around the grounds update. Return through the middle. Monfils drop shot to the ad side. Sweeny there, but he misses. He misses a return dropper after a dead sprint to the ad side. I just keep this game in mind because it's felt like Monfils is disinterested at the moment.
And now he's grimacing.
Yes.
After that. I mean, that was a short point. It's a very well executed drop shot.
And Sweeny just, is not able to take advantage. In fact, he misses a return. So Monfils leads 1-love to start this 4th set. Another grimace, but we will never grimace when we hear the voice of Kate Burton.
Never.
Who's going to give us an around the grounds update. Kate?
Oh, you make me laugh. Cain Arena, we've got a very interesting start to the match between the Frenchman Royer against Taylor Fritz, the 9th seed from America. And Fritz is yet to hold serve. Royer's out to a 4-1 lead in that first set. So keep an eye on that. Ostapenko, 6-4 up in her match against Shrimkova, and she's also got a 3-love lead in the second set. So she's rolling along. She's on serve. She's serving at 40 love. So looking like a bagel if Shrimkova can get back into this second set and back into the match. And Hurkacz has started his match against Zizou Bergs, the German, on ANZ Arena, and it's on serve 5-4 in the first set. James Duckworth, the wild card, is also playing out on court 6. The lucky loser, of course, is playing Prismic, and they're 3-all in the first set. Also on court 13, lucky 13, Sorana Castella, the Romanian, against Eva Lies, the German, who is, what can't she do, this young girl from Germany? She is hitting winners from both sides of her body. She won that first set 6-3. She's got the break in the second and leads 3-2.
She does a lot of TikToks as well, Kate. I don't know. Are you familiar with her TikToks?
I am not familiar with her TikToks. I don't TikTok. Should I TikTok?
I mean,
everybody's TikTok.
Oh, no, I don't. I'm just kidding.
We need you folks to get on the Pokemon, on the TikTok.
I know, Kate, we need like a lesson or something. We need some education.
Well, that's going to take a while.
Yeah. We might need to have a class later.
Continuing education is important for all of us, you know?
It is indeed.
You can lead the class, Mike, because I'm with Kate. I need to learn about all this.
Actually, I had a pretty decent question from a person in New Delhi, India.
Yes, exactly. Madhumita. I hope I said that all right. In New Delhi. Hi, AO Radio team. Thank you for the wonderful commentary and fun vibes. My question is, why do players who perform well the week before Slam often lose in the early rounds? Is it because they have less time to get used to the conditions?
I'm going to let you answer that as a former player yourself.
I don't necessarily feel like that's always the case, actually.
Okay.
I don't think they always lose. I mean, if you think of last year's Australian Open champion on the women's side, a case in point, she won the lead-up tournament to the Australian Open and then went on to win the Australian Open, which is Madison Keys. So that's an example where that wasn't the case. I think it's a great question because sometimes that does happen. And then, and I remember Caroline Wozniacki, another one that would play before the U.S. Open every single year, and she would win New Haven, and she always did well at the U.S. Open. I mean, she didn't win it, but she always did well at the U.S. Open. So someone like a Wozniacki loved playing the week before. I think it's a personal preference. Some players prefer not to. They prefer to have that week to train and to get ready to the conditions in that slam or whatever may be the case.
This tournament also is a little bit different, right? When you're talking about the other three, you've already played a good slew of matches leading up to it.
In the calendar year,
right. So this one just is a little bit different because this is week 3 of the season. So it's just, slightly different. 30 all right now in the Sweeny service game. Volley Monfils, Sweeny there. Pokes a forehand up the line. Monfils another volley. Sweeny backhand pass, and Monfils can't come up with the touch volley on the ensuing volley. Sweeny with a game point. But yeah, I think...
You make a lot of people want to play at the start of the year.
Yes.
They just want to play matches at the start of the year.
Have to get matches to get battle tested for this.
Yeah, for this case scenario,
On the other hand, the players who are ranked a little bit lower, say outside of the top 35, Sweeny does have a game point here. They need those 250s there because that's where a lot of them have the opportunity to be seeded and go deep. But without having to face top 10 players.
Yeah.
Backhand to backhand we go. Backhand Sweeny. Monfils tracks down a backhand, goes cross. Sweeny backhand up the line. Forehand from Monfils will miss long. Sweeny does get a hold to 1-all.
Well done. Important for Sweeny to get on the board right away. I think Sweeney's been doing a great job of not paying attention to what's happening on the other side of the court as well. You can get caught up in the fact that Monfils keeps falling on his knees, keeps trying to take his time, and some balls he hasn't made a move for or a run for, but it hasn't distracted Sweeny at all. It hasn't deterred him from just staying within himself and staying on his side of the court.
Serve from Monfils. It looks, I wish I could describe it well for you guys at home, it looks lax. I don't know how else to say that. It looks very relaxed on these service motions. Backhand cross from him. Sweeny throws up a lob off the backhand side that will miss long. That doesn't mean it's not effective. It just, that's the visual from my end, is that he looks like it's almost practice service.
He doesn't look like the most energetic.
No. Serve T wide. Second serve from him. He's on the near side is Gael Monfils. That's second. Good. Sweeny backhand middle. Monfils forehand rip through the middle. Sweeny forehand. Monfils forehand inside out to a Sweeny backhand through the middle. Monfils backhand inside out. Sweeny there. Squash shot cross. Monfils forehand up the line. Slice back from Sweeny. Monfils runs around. Forehand inside out. Great angle. Sweeny backhand slice. Monfils forehand inside out again. Sweeny there. Backhand cross. Monfils backhand up the line to a Sweeny forehand swatted at Monfils. Backhand into the net from Gael Monfils. It's 15-all.
I'm still surprised at just that type of point from Monfils, because if he's actually feeling like he's lacking energy, I mean, you would think he would try and rip a few more, earlier on in the point, but that point in particular he didn't. He was just guiding the ball, trying to get an error from Sweeny.
Serve out wide, chip return into the net.
He's definitely getting more free points off the serve.
Yes. But it's only 160 km. I mean, that's nothing for Gael Monfils, right? He's hitting angles.
Yeah, I mean, we know he could really get a lot more pace on the serve.
Serve good. Sweeny forehand to a Monfils backhand up the line. Lob from Sweeny is going to be nowhere close to the court. Both a grimace and a smile from Gael Monfils as he has points for 2-1. Should point out Taylor Fritz has gotten the break back against Valentine Royer. John Cain Arena, serve good. Backhand Sweeny. Monfils inside out forehand, that's blistered. Huge forehand inside out, and he gets it to 2-1.
Monfils leads 2 games to 1.
I mean, he's so good.
I know. Look,
I mean, they're both very good. They're both amazing in different ways. But, I mean, Monfils, the way he finished that service game, he's so good. He can make it look so easy.
What do you think about his career? What will it matter to?
I think he could have gotten a slam.
You do?
I do think he could have gotten a slam, yeah. I mean, I think That's not the right way to say it, because he's also in an era where there was Federer and Nadal and Djokovic that basically just dominated.
Followed immediately by Sinner and Alcaraz,
yeah,
too.
exactly. So he was in a tough stage. That's why I think it's incredible that Cilic got one, Del Potro, Wawrinka got a few. I mean, it's just incredible that those guys were able to push through that at moments.
Yeah, it's so
but
tough.
I think he's so talented,
Yeah.
and I feel like his game, I mean, deserves to win a slam, but it's so hard. It's so hard.
The one thing that I think is pretty notable, though, is he won't be forgotten. You know, there are a lot of
course not.
I know, but there are a lot of players, right, who maybe had great careers, but maybe are not spoken about as much. That won't be the case for Monfils, right? He's kind of set a standard for what tennis entertainment can be.
Yeah, I think so.
You know,
I think
he really has.
He loves that atmosphere. He loves getting the crowd involved, which is, I mean, that's why you got to bring up how well Sweeny has played in this match, being up 2-1. And I think it's just been. I think that's why we're getting some smiles from Monfils with how much Sweeny's been getting the ball back in the court, scrambling.
In fact, he's smiling right at his team right now as he does get it to love 15. Odd discussion points. I would love to be able to listen in on all of that right now.
He said at 43 hours 15, the guy is not even tired.
Exactly.
3 hours and 15 and the guy is not even tired, if you couldn't hear that at home. That's really funny. They're right.
And
They're
he's
very
qualified.
Right. Yeah. Serve here at love 15, good to Monfils, forehand up the line, running forehand Sweeny. Monfils forehand inside out, smacked, missed just long. Yeah, he's upping the KM per H a little bit
That
here.
one he did, yeah, definitely.
In the last game as well, a couple of those bigger swings. $15-all in this 1-2 service game. Turn through the middle. Sweeny goes forehand through the middle. Blocked back from Monfils. Sweeny backhand line, missed it long. He is struggling to control those linear balls, is Dane Sweeny. So some trouble here for 24-year-old. 1-2, 15-30.
But just, right? I mean, he's been executing on those all day so far, and it's just been maybe in the last couple games that he's misfired on the down the line.
So a little bit of tension here for Dane Sweeny. 1-2, 15-30, 2-1 lead for the 24-year-old Aussie. Serve, tee, just missed wide. Second serve here for Dane Sweeny. Black top, black cap, white shorts, white shoes. Good. Monfils backhand floats up the line. Sweeny forehand cross. Monfils squash shot back. Sweeny forehand back behind Monfils, but he's pulled it wide. And now real trouble as Gael Monfils has two break chances, playing loose and relaxed and in clearly some pain. Break points on the day. Monfils just 1 of 9. Getting some encouragement is the Frenchman from his wife Elena Svitolina. Yeah, break points conversions right now woeful for both. 1 of 9 from Monfils, 3 of 13 for Dane Sweeny. Serve wide. Monfils forehand to a Sweeny forehand up the line. Monfils goes backhand back up the line. That's perfect. Monfils breaks first here in this fourth set. A grimace on his face, but he is leading here in the fourth at 3-1. Mike Cation joining you here. Jill Krabus has had to leave to get over to 1573 Arena, where she'll be on the television call for Sigmund and Samsonova. So Mike Cation just sitting in, holding down the fort for just a little bit of time. Monfils serving up the tee. Forehand now from Monfils into the deuce corner. Lob, Sweeny. Monfils comes in, overhead. Good, Sweeney's there. Pops up another lob. Another overhead from Monfils. Has to hit into the deuce corner. Laughing at the absurdity of Dane Sweeney's speed. Gets it to 15 love. Remarkable stuff. once again from Sweeny, just forcing the issue over and over again. And quickly serving now is Monfils off the net long. Second serve for Gael Monfils. Good. Forehand Sweeny inside out to a Monfils backhand middle. Sweeny forehand inside out. Lob from Monfils. Sweeny retreats to the baseline. Overhead there. And he's pushed that long. All falling apart right now for Dane Sweeny as Monfils is, again, just having a good time. He looks up into the stands. There are some French fans right behind him in the far side of the court. And they're loving it. You can hear them in full throat right now. 30 love, serve, tee, just a bit back. 3 hours, 19 minutes into this one. Second serve, good. Sweeny goes backhand middle. Monfils inside out forehand to a Sweeny backhand cross. Off the baseline and good. Gets a forehand now. Goes up the line. Monfils backhand back up the line. Will miss long. It's 30-15. Jill and I were talking about it. Just maybe a 60-40 split going the way of Sweeny in terms of this crowd noise. Get you updated on all the other scores coming up in just a little bit, along with the evening serve with Matt Edwards. Coming up at 6:30. Monfils serve, tee, long. Sweeny retreats even farther to the back Key Arena. Second serve, good. Sweeny forehand inside out through the middle. Monfils backhand to a Sweeny backhand cross. Monfils backhand middle. Sweeny inside out forehand to a Monfils backhand middle once again. Sweeny inside out forehand, good. Now we'll step into a backhand, goes cross. Monfils backhand cross lands, good. Sweeny has to lob that back. Monfils runs around a forehand inside out. Sweeny chips backhand to a Monfils forehand up the line. Sweeny backhand cross as we've reset the point. Sweeny slices a backhand to a Monfils backhand that goes cross. Sweeny slices again, but it's into the net this time. Disappointment for Dane Sweeny as that is a shot. He needs to get back in play there with Monfils gutted from the physicality. 19-shot rally as Monfils gets it to 40-15. Yeah, there's a group of about 20, 25 Frenchmen right behind Gael Monfils right now, and they are loving this performance from the Frenchman who serves with game points. Serve good, chip return. Monfils goes backhand cross, but swats it into the net.
40-38.
Again, Monfils hunched over, grabbing at that left knee. Loses the ball that the ball person had given him. 40-30 at 3-1. Now ready to go with this serve. Good up the tee. Chip return lands good. Monfils goes backhand cross. Sweeny digs it out. Backhand slice to a Monfils backhand cross. Sweeny backhand up the line. He's missed that long. Well, Gael Monfils has turned things around early in this fourth set. Up 4-1 here, but down 2-1 to the young Australian, Dane Sweeny. Speaking of young Australians, Nat Edwards coming up next. She's going to bring you the evening serve, and then we will bring you back to this matchup between Dane Sweeny and Gael Monfils. You're listening to AO Radio.
Australian Tennis Magazine has been serving up news, features and game insights for 50 years. Pick up your copy of Australia's only tennis publication or subscribe to have every issue delivered at tennismag.com.au and keep up with all things tennis via our social channels.
Kids making a racket at home? Nothing hits like getting outside and on court. With Hot Shots Tennis, kids gain confidence, learn sport skills and make friends. Perfect for kids aged 3 to 12. Book your free trial at a participating club. Hit up tennis.com.au. Hot Shots Tennis. It's different.
Have you got your copy of the AO 2026 official program? Packed with player profiles, feature stories, stats and souvenir pictures. It's the essential guide to the Australian Open and all things tennis. Pick up your copy at the AO shop, in newsagents or at ozopen.com.
Family time hits different with Tennis Court Hire. From less eyes on screens to more time with your teens or smashing fitness routines. Whatever you're into, get out on court. Tennis.com.au.
Player features, exclusive interviews, game insights and much more. That's Australian Tennis Magazine. And this AO, Australia's only tennis publication, turns 50. Join us in celebrating our special milestone by picking up a copy or subscribing at tennismag.com.au.
Message our commentators. Email aoradio@tennis.com.au.
The sound of the Australian Open. This is AO Radio. On AO Radio, this is the Evening Serve with Nat Edwards. Hello and welcome to the Evening Serve. On tonight's show, all the winners and losers as Madison Keys kicks off her title defence. We focus in on the Brits tonight. Plus, we will preview a blockbuster night of tennis. There is plenty of action coming your way on Rod Laver Arena. This is the Evening Serve.
And it goes long, and that scream was from Madison Keys. And that's one that she endured. Certainly in that first set. 4-love down in games, saved 2 set points, a really warm embrace at the net. And Madison Keys overcomes the first hurdle, but in the first set, it really was a hurdle.
High kicking serve. Umber gets it back though. The backhand goes cross court. Round it. Oh, inside in from Ben Shelton. What a way to finish the match that is. That is pure class from Shelton. Really enjoyable match between these two.
Well, welcome to the Evening Serve. It's great to have your company on day 3 of the Australian Open. The sun is out once again and it's pretty hot conditions, as you can expect from Melbourne at this time of the year. My name is Nat Edwards, and tonight on the show, it is our absolute thrill to have with us PA Media tennis correspondent, Eleanor Crooks from the UK. Eleanor, welcome to you.
Thank you very much. It's lovely to be here.
Now, you've covered over 30 Grand Slams. How many Australian Opens, though?
Oh my goodness, that
Can
makes
you
me
count?
sound really old.
No, not old at all. Experienced and well-travelled.
Yeah. So, do you know what? I'm not quite sure. I think about 8 or 9.
That's pretty good.
Yeah, I have to admit, this is the one that I'm like, whatever else I'm doing in the year, I am coming to Australia in January.
Drop everything. Do you have a favourite slam? I mean, Wimbledon's obviously got the tradition, and then you've got the AO, which is the happy slam. The US is a little bit different. The French also.
This
acquired taste? Oh, this one.
Yeah, this one.
Right answer.
Just, yeah, I mean, obviously it's fantastic, but yeah, just getting to leave winter behind and come here in January is the best thing. And but no, I absolutely love Melbourne, love this tournament. So, yeah, always super happy to be here.
Well, we're happy to have you here. Now, before we dive a little bit deeper into the big stories of the day, here's what's making news at Melbourne Park on day 3. Defending women's champion Madison Keys has survived a scare in her opening round match, rallying late in the first set to set up a straight sets victory. The American found herself love 4 down in the opening set against her Ukrainian opponent, but eventually found her hitting zone to progress through to the second round.
Definitely some nerves at the beginning, but overall really happy that I was able to work myself back into that first set and then get it done in 2 sets.
And you felt really comfortable in the second set out there?
Yes, definitely felt really comfortable in the second set, and I feel like being able to kind of finish on the note that I did was really important. It's amazing being defending champion, something that I am incredibly proud of. Definitely added to some of the nerves today, but happy to be able to get that first round.
And thanks to Fiona Darmody for that interview with Madison Keys. American and 8th seed Ben Shelton also got through the first round unscathed, while other seeds to advance today include Italians Lorenzo Musetti and Luciano Darderi, as well as women's 5th seed Elena Rybakina. On the Aussie front, it was a mixed day with top-ranked woman Maya Joint bundled out in straight sets by talented teenager Teresa Valentova. Chris O'Connell lost a marathon 5-setter to American qualifier Nishesh Basavareddy, while wildcard Taylor Preston broke through for her first ever Grand Slam win with a shock 3-set victory over China's Zhang Shui. Let's take a listen, though, to Maya Joint.
Honestly, the seeding didn't really feel anything different than to a normal tournament. I wanted to do really well here. I thought I had a good chance. So it's definitely a bit disappointing after today. Can only get better from year to year. Disappointing for sure. I think I'll learn a lot from this match.
And those are the headlines. Plenty more still to come on AO Radio, so stay tuned throughout our coverage.
Maya Joint, though, Eleanor, just sounding so disappointed, came in. She was seeded at the Grand Slam, also still a teenager, just so young. But today just wasn't her day.
No, and maybe, as she said, I'm not sure that seeding really helped. It just heaps a bit of unnecessary pressure, for somebody who's still so early in her career. But look, she will have many more Australian Opens to come. So I think she just needs to chalk this one up to experience. And next year when she comes back, hopefully she'll feel slightly more able to handle the situation.
It was kind of a false ranking, if you like, when it came to Teresa Valentova, given that she jumped 200 places.
No, and I mean, that was a horrible draw, wasn't it? Nobody wants the, the sort of bright young thing who's playing with nothing to lose. So, and is obviously a superstar in the future, probably. So it was tricky, but I say I think she'll be better for having gone through this experience.
Did you catch much of Madison Keys' match this morning? Because at the start I was going, what is happening here to the defending champion?
I know. I mean, I have to say, having watched Madison Keys a lot over the years, I wasn't entirely surprised that she didn't find it easy at all. I think what's great about Madison Keys is she's so relatable. Yeah. You can absolutely see that she's super nervous and she doesn't go out there and just make it look easy all the time. Coming back, defending champion, she obviously hasn't had that many wins recently, so it was a tricky one. And then playing somebody she has probably never seen play before, who plays a pretty tricky style. And I have to say that first set tiebreak was possibly the most nervous tennis I've ever seen in my life. But when it really mattered, she managed to find herself and to step in. She played those brilliant 4 points to finish the tiebreak, and after that, it was all plain sailing. So,
and that's what a champion does.
Exactly.
The ability to dig deep in those moments, even if you're not having your best day, to kind of scrounge out some kind of win. So at least she's got that one done and dusted. She's through to the second round, I'm sure, breathing a little bit of a relief there for her camp. Now, we want to talk about some of the British players with you, of course. We'll put the Brits in focus. And I guess we'll start maybe with Arthur Ferry, because he caused a little bit of a stir in his opening round match when he upset the 20th seed Flavio Cobolli. The Italian, unfortunately, was very unwell, but that doesn't matter because Ferry still had to make his way through qualifying and he played really well. And it was great that his mum had made the mad dash over to Melbourne to watch him win.
I know. No, I mean, it was great. It was a great occasion for him. And I think, I can't say I know Arthur super well, but I've seen him play a fair few matches and he's a very, very confident individual. So I wasn't surprised, actually, that he went out there and he wasn't overawed at all by the occasion. He really does feel like he belongs at the Grand Slams. He likes the big courts. As you say, Flavio Cobolli, unfortunately, wasn't feeling very well. But you know what, Arthur, he handled it really well. He went out, he did exactly what he needed to do. He played his game. He didn't worry about what was going on at the other end of the court. He took advantage. And in the end, he came through very comfortably. And I have to say, I thought his run through qualifying was even more impressive. The third round match he played against Dino Prismic, who's a really, really talented young player, was exceptional. So Arthur feeling good, playing great, and it's really exciting for him.
Well, that confidence hopefully carries through because he plays Argentine Thomas Echeverry, who had a 5-setter in his first round match. But when you got nothing to lose and you got a little bit of confidence and momentum, anything can happen, can't it?
Yeah, I mean, Echeverry's a really, really solid player. Again, very experienced. But yeah, Arthur, as I say, he's not overawed. He'll go out there, he'll play his game. I don't know if you've seen much of him, but he's not a tall guy at all. But he's got a fast arm. He's got good power for somebody of his size.
Seems quite athletic.
Very athletic, moves really well, and loves the net. Loves coming to the net. Hits a really good volley. So I mean, hopefully he just goes out there and shows what he can do and gives himself a shot. I mean, it'll be a tough one, of course it will. But I wouldn't be surprised if he's close, for sure.
Cameron Norrie's first round match was a 5-setter. He got through that one. Now, he's Britain's leading man at the moment because Jack Draper, as we know, is out with that arm injury. Just unfortunate because he had that in the US Open, then he pulled out in that second round and we haven't really seen him since. Just an update on him. Do you know much about how he's tracking at the moment?
I believe he wasn't far away from coming out here. He just decided in the end that it was a little bit too soon. Obviously, it's a big trip to make, and maybe going straight into a Grand Slam isn't the wisest move. So I think, even though it would have been a hard decision to make, I think probably the right one if you're not quite there. So at the moment, he is supposed to come back in Britain's Davis Cup tie against Norway in a couple of weeks' time. So hopefully that happens. I think we've sort of, unfortunately, got used to Jack maybe not coming back from injuries as quickly as we had originally thought. And this bone bruise, it's been really difficult for him. And slightly worryingly, Arthur Ferry actually has also struggled with a bone bruise, and for several years now. I mean, it's better, and he's playing and he's managing obviously to play really well and to rise up the rankings. But I think it's not an easy injury potentially to completely get rid of. So hopefully it won't be something that Jack has to play with. But we need to see him back on court, and hopefully that will be very soon.
So Cam is the number one British man in the absence of Jack Draper at this tournament. And Cam had a pretty strong end to the season last year. Do you think he can carry some of that momentum into 2026?
Yeah, I think so, definitely. You know, he came close actually to dropping out of the top 100 early last season, which, again, he had this great rise and he'd managed to stay there. And then suddenly he dipped a bit, but he backs himself and he managed to turn it around, got back into the top 30. And Cam, he doesn't have the biggest weapons, so he really relies on that grinding and the confidence to just play one more shot every time and to back himself. And he's got that back now. I mean, the first round was a struggle. Sometimes I feel like he would much rather win in 5 sets than 3. He's never happier than when he's grinding away in hot conditions and making it through. But he was really, really bubbly the other night after he'd won. I think that was a really good result for him. So yeah, he's feeling great.
Now, the one Brit that's been making all of the headlines since she arrived in Melbourne on Friday was Emma Raducanu, the number 29 in the world. And she arrived and she was a little bit miffed that she'd been put on that, I guess, well, you call it graveyard, but she was on the second match on MCA in her first match, seeded at a Grand Slam for the first time in 4 years. But now she's got this super fan as well, James Bray, a Sydney sider, and the news just dropping in the last hour or so is that Emma has now given him free tickets to all of her games, and she's got a new nickname, Rado. What did you think about all of that?
It was funny being out on Margaret Court the other night, and this guy who we now know is James, yelling out Rado all the time, and giving her sort of advice on her serve and her forehand, and I think we weren't quite sure how she was going to take it, but then actually at the end you saw that she really liked it. I mean, I guess, having somebody cheering madly for you, it's got to feel great, hasn't it? So, great for him. Good that her team managed to make contact with
really
him
nice.
and get in the tickets. So, but I feel like he maybe has to up his game now. He's done the Rado. I'm sure Rado will feature again. But what else has he got to offer?
Maybe he needs a special chant or a song. He can get the whole crowd involved. So James Bray's got some homework to do. He really needs to lift his game if he's going to help his favourite Rado get over the line in her next match, which is up against world number 55 in Anastasia Potapova. She didn't have the best preparation, Emma, coming into the Australian Open with that foot issue really hindering her. Is that something she's just going to have to really manage over the next couple of weeks if she is to go deep?
Yeah, I mean, I have to admit, at the start of her match the other night, I was pretty worried because she really wasn't moving very well. But then actually she improved a lot. So I think perhaps it was more a bit of rust than the foot necessarily causing her problems. She doesn't seem too concerned about it. Certainly publicly, she's not saying she's concerned about it. So I think this match will be a much better test. The girl that she played the other night was making her Grand Slam debut and obviously wasn't at the same level as a Potapova. So I think this one certainly will show more, where Emma is fitness-wise. But kind of unfortunately, she's actually very used to not having a good pre-season. I don't think she's ever had a good pre-season. So coming into the season on the back of not having put in the work that you wanted to put in is something she's very familiar with. So, and she did well here last year. She got to the third round. So, yeah, she will hope that, I think having had the 2 days to prepare for the next match, I think that helps. That was the benefit of playing on Sunday. So the more time she gets, the better. And she is somebody that has an aptitude for finding a way through a match. So, yeah, if she can beat Potapova, get through potentially to a third round clash with Aryna Sabalenka, you know, that will be a good result, I think, whatever then happens.
I'm always curious about the Brits, in particular the highly rated ones. And as we know, she won a Grand Slam at the age of 18. So that was the US Open back in 2021. The pressure, the immense and pressure that comes with that, and the intense scrutiny that she does get in the British media as well at times. Can you give us an insight into what that has been like for her, and if it's, I guess, hindered her more than it's helped her?
Yeah, I mean, I guess only she can answer that, can't she? But yeah, I mean, for sure it's been difficult for her. I mean, I think it would be difficult for anyone, wouldn't it? You know, I mean, I remember after she won the US Open, which still sort of seems unbelievable, really. Yes. When you think about it now, you kind of think, gosh, did that really happen? But I remember thinking, actually, you know, I wouldn't be surprised if she now sort of goes on and does really well, but I also wouldn't be at all surprised if she now has a real, you know, dip and finds it very difficult, because I think most tennis players would tell you, you know, you need to put in the steps, you need to meet the targets as you're going up, and then you've got a base from which to build from. But she didn't do that. She went from the bottom step to the top step
straight away
in one giant leap, and then she basically had to go back and fill in the other steps that she missed out on. But obviously she had to do that in the full glare of everybody's focus and expectation, and with people thinking, well, hang on, you've won a Grand Slam, you know, why can't you now go out and win these matches? And she thought that herself, you know, why can't I now go out and win these matches? And obviously she wasn't helped by the physical side. I think, again, she didn't sort of dedicate her whole teenage years to tennis. She stayed in regular school. She took time out to do exams. She hadn't built up that bank of physical work.
She was also 18.
Exactly.
Still developing.
Yes. So that's also been a big challenge for her, and we've seen her have a few injuries that have set her back. So that definitely hasn't helped. Obviously, she's struggled to find consistency on the coaching side. I think she's struggled a bit to find consistency on how she thinks she should play the game. She's a very smart girl. She's very analytical, but maybe sometimes that doesn't actually help. I think you can lack a bit of clarity, and then obviously if you're having different coaches and they're telling you different things, then sometimes it's felt a bit muddled, you know, that she just hasn't had that consistency of approach that maybe would have helped her sort of establish that base level earlier. But I mean, she's super talented.
Very talented.
She's gritty. She fights. You know, she loves tennis. So hopefully, you know, if she can stay fit, we seem to say this every year, if she can stay fit, then I'm hoping that, you know, she has now established that base level, and now she can really see, okay, what can I achieve?
Well, tonight we have a Brit in action, and that is Katie Boulter up against Belinda Bencic, who is the 10th seed here. Now, with Katie Boulter, I mean, at the end of 2024, she was heading towards that top 20 ranking, but 2025 was such a challenging one for her. She had a string of injuries. She was also the victim of some horrific online bullying and threats as well, but she's hired a new coach at the end of 2025, Michael Joyce, who is Maria Sharapova's former coach, also coached Victoria Azarenka as well. 2026, bit of a reset year for Katie Boulter, who's now ranked outside the top 100. What do you make of her chances tonight against a very good opponent in Belinda Bencic?
Yeah, that's really tough, isn't it? It's not the draw that she would have wanted, but at the same time, we've actually seen Katie play some of her best matches against really high-ranked players. she goes in with nothing to lose, really. So I hope that she'll enjoy it, you know. She was very bubbly when we spoke to her the other day. As you say, she's had a bit of a reset for 2026. I think she's parked 2025, right? Okay, start again. Where do I go from here? She played in Auckland a couple of weeks ago, had a good win, and then really pushed Alina Svitolina, actually. So she does go in here with a little bit of confidence behind her from those wins. I mean, obviously, Belinda Bencic, as we know, had a brilliant United Cup.
She did, and beating Iga Swiatek.
And is obviously a player in great form as well.
Yes.
So it will be really tough, but I say hopefully Katie can at least go out there and show what she can do and put on a good performance.
I think the Australian crowd will be behind her as well. For those who don't know, Katie is engaged to Australia's Alex de Minaur. So they're getting married this year. So I dare say the Demon might be in her box tonight and make an appearance on MCA. We had one of our roving reporters here, Jordan Zock, catch up with Levi Huddleston, who's an AO Lab analyst, and he gave us a little bit of preview of this tonight's match.
Jordan Zock reporting here for AO Radio, and I'm joined by Levi Huddleston, a AO Lab analyst. Levi, how are you going today?
Yeah, really well. Second day of the AO, and it's just full on right now. It's awesome.
So if we're going to look at some night matches now, we've obviously got Katie Boulter up against Belinda Bencic. I really like this as a matchup for the fans. How do you see this one going?
I think it's really going to be about the ability for Katie to control the point off of her first serve. So she's got a really great first serve. She's averaging much higher than the WTA 100 in terms of speed. She's about 173 kilometers per hour. So she's hitting a great first serve, but it's going to be about keeping the rally short, dictating off of that, and closing it out. She's won one of the last 5 matches. So she's coming off not such a great record, and she's going up against Bencic. So she's won 5 out of the last 5, and some of those were pretty big matchups. So she beat Iga at the United Cup. So it's going to be, I think, a pretty difficult matchup, but it's going to be a really fun one to watch, and it's not a usual first-round matchup.
You talk about dictating the point and wanting to finish the points early. When the players come to the Australian Open, we obviously know the weather's quite warm here. Do you think that plays a factor in even wanting to speed points up more and more, because the courts can get so hot and they want to spend as little time out on court as possible just to get out of the heat?
These Grand Slams, you have to play so many matches, and it's so tough for people who qualify too, because they've already played 3 matches. But luckily for these players, they didn't go through qualifying. So the heat's gonna play a role. It's been quite hot here. The last 2 AOs, first couple rounds, it was quite cool, actually, rainy. So this is a bit of a difference for these players to deal with. They might not have played in Australia during these conditions, in Melbourne at least. So I think the heat's going to play a factor.
Heat always plays a factor here in Australia. That match on Margaret Court Arena tonight, we'll be covering that throughout the evening here on AO Radio. I do just want to give our listeners a score update, because before the evening serve started, we were with the match between Frenchman Gael Monfils, of course, his farewell tour. It's going to be his last match at the Australian Open if he doesn't get through against Australian qualifier Dane Sweeny. Now, it was Monfils who took the first set in a tiebreak 7-6. Then Sweeny took the next 2 sets 7-5, 6-4. Currently, it's locked at 5 games all in the 4th set, and it is tight at the moment, isn't it, Eleanor? And everyone, I can hear the crowd from where we're sitting in our broadcast position, but everyone in the crowd is going absolutely berserk for Dane Sweeny.
Yeah, and he's just broken, hasn't he? And he's going to serve for the match. So, yeah, I mean, amazing opportunity for him. Obviously, Gael Monfils, a bit like Stan Wawrinka.
I know. I love Gael.
Yesterday, on his farewell tour, hoping for a final win here. But, yeah, Dane Sweeny looks like he's got the crowd crowd with him there, obviously, and huge moment now, isn't it?
Yeah.
Whether he can make it across the line.
Oh, those nerves serving for the match against someone like Gael Monfils, who is such an entertainer and has provided us with so much joy over the years. He has been just an absolutely terrific player to watch. Now, taking a look now at what's to come on Rod Laver Arena tonight. So the first match is between Hugo Gaston from France up against the world number 2 in Jannik Sinner. That's a pretty daunting task if you're Hugo Gaston, but the head-to-head there, Sinner leads 2-0. Both of those encounters previously were in 2021 on hard court, but Jannik Sinner, obviously the two-time defending Australian Open champion, returning to Rod Laver Arena tonight. He wants the three-peat. Arina Sabalenka wasn't able to get that three-peat last year. Do you think Sinner can get it done?
Well, I mean, it's sort of tough to bet against him, isn't it, in some ways? I mean, obviously there's Carlos Alcaraz out there who has made no secret of how much he wants this title. He's hungry. He wants to be the youngest man to complete the career Grand Slam. So he's got that in his head for sure. But Sinner's the one who's done it here, isn't he? You know, Carlos hasn't made it past the quarterfinals yet. Sinner's won 2 titles last year. Obviously it was a difficult time for him with the doping suspension hanging over his head, and yet he still came out here and he won the title. So he's shown, I think, enormous mental strength to be able to do that. And these courts just suit his game so well. I think that the heat helps him as well, although I mean, he doesn't like the heat so much, but in terms
playing at night will suit him.
Yeah, but in terms of the pop on his ball, I think it really helps him. I mean, it's hard to make a case, I think, for Hugo Gaston causing too many problems for Jannik Sinner tonight. Although I might be wrong, but I seem to remember Hugo Gaston having a decent run here one year. But yeah, I mean, it would be a surprise, wouldn't it? I think if Jannik Sinner doesn't win that one in straight sets and get his campaign off to another good start.
Well, as I mentioned, Jannik Sinner chasing a 3rd straight Australian Open title. He is aiming to become the 4th player in history to win 3 consecutive men's singles titles here. So Jack Crawford did it in 1931-33, Roy Emerson in 63-67. That was 5 in a row, in fact, which is quite remarkable. And then, of course, Novak Djokovic has done it twice, 2011-13, then 2019-2021. And as we know, he is the king of Melbourne Park. So that's the first matchup on Rod Laver Arena. Just a quick score update for you between that match between Australian qualifier Dane Sweeny and Frenchman Gael Monfils. And it is Sweeny who is serving for the match, 6-5 up with the break in the 4th set. And he now has 2 match points, which is quite incredible. I'm looking forward to this. I'm going to have to commentate this, aren't I? This is going to be ridiculous, Eleanor. Have you commentated tennis before?
No, I've only summarising, so you can take the lead.
Oh, great. I should get our producer, Josh Herriot, to jump on, and Sweeny serves out wide and hits a winner down the line, a forehand winner, and he's fallen to the ground. Has Dane Sweeny. What a moment for this young Australian who has knocked out the Frenchman Gael Monfils in 4 sets, 6-7. 7-5 as the score just disappeared on me. I'll get that back up on my phone in just a moment as Gael Monfils crosses the net and gives Dane Sweeny a massive hug. And this is the last time we will see Gael Monfils at the Australian Open. And we take a look at Dane Sweeney's box. They're just overjoyed and overcome with emotion as well. It's quite an incredible moment for Dane Sweeny. The final score there, 6-7, 7-5, 6-4, 7-5. So Dane Sweeny through to the 2nd round. And the crowd just erupted there on Kia Arena. We could hear it, Eleanor.
And you could see how hard he was fighting there to try and keep cool, keep his nerve, to not think about the occasion. But yeah, what an amazing moment for him to be able to do that in front of your home fans. So, and yeah, as you say, your family, friends. No, fantastic. But yes, a shame for Gael Monfils that he couldn't get a final win
I know, he
here.
did really well here last year as well, and his wife, Elena Svitolina, of course, still alive in the tournament. The final, just before we wrap up this edition of the Evening Serve, the second match on Rod Laver Arena is between Naomi Osaka and Antonia Ruzic, I should say, from Croatia, who's ranked number 65, and then, of course, Naomi Osaka, the 16th seed here, a two-time Australian Open champion. She had a little bit of illness at the United Cup, but hopefully, fingers crossed, she's fine, and this one's a pretty routine match for her.
Yeah, I mean, I can't pretend I know too much about her opponent.
I don't either,
to be honest. But yeah, I mean, Naomi Osaka obviously knows how to play really good tennis at Melbourne Park. And yeah, having watched her have that great run at the US Open, it was so good to see her back playing that type of tennis, you know, really believing again that she could win another Grand Slam.
That confidence is back, isn't it?
Because it had been a long time since we'd seen Naomi Osaka like that, and she's such an exciting player to watch, I think, and she's just got that X factor about her, and the way that she can strike the ball and just her presence.
Yeah, certainly. She's got a new coach as well. So let's hope Naomi Osaka goes well tonight. That game, second up on Rod Laver Arena. This has been another edition of the Evening Serve. Eleanor, it's been so great to have you on. Thanks so much for joining us.
Thank you very much. I've loved it.
Make sure you tune into the morning show with Fiona Darmody on AO Radio tomorrow morning at 10 a.m. Australian Eastern Daylight Time. They've got a massive show coming your way with tennis legend Rod Laver featuring. That's it from us at the Evening Serve. Enjoy tonight.
On 99.7 FM around Melbourne Park and around the world on the official Australian Open app and OzOpen.com, this is AO Radio.
Well, welcome to AO Radio and the night session for day 3, now night 3 of the Australian Open 2026. Simon Chambers and Kate Kearns with you for the next couple of hours. Very much looking forward to the debut appearance this year of Jannik Sinner, the two-time defending champion. Hello, Kate. How are you?
Hey, Simon. I'm great and really looking forward to this match. As you said, we haven't seen Sinner play in 26, so who knows?
I know. He's,
well, I think we do, don't we?
Well, we probably do. He's not played a warm-up event, so we haven't seen him on court. He did the same thing last year, and that seemed to work out pretty well. Exactly.
And they are such superstitious creatures, aren't they, these tennis players?
Oh, my God, yeah.
So whatever works, if that's winning a winning formula, let's stick to it.
Yeah, absolutely. He's up against Hugo Gaston of France this evening, a player who, well, you're going to see it, we're going to see, and we're going to describe a lot of drop shots.
That's great.
That's what he loves doing.
You'll be ready for them, though.
I'll
Not
be
going
ready
to catch
for
you out,
them.
but will it catch Sinner out the back of the court, who loves to play from there, doesn't he?
He does. He'll have to move around pretty quickly and be on the lookout for them. But the thing is, he's playing a drop shot. You've got to be playing it at the right time. And playing against someone like Jannik Sinner, who's not going to give him any time. He's going to be pummeling that ball from the baseline, serving big, hitting the ball big. It's going to be a tough assignment for Gaston. That's absolutely for sure. We would love to hear from you wherever you're listening all over the world.
Of course, you can get in touch with us here via the Ask the Booth form on OzOpen.com or email us at aoradio@tennis.com.au. I am on the computer tonight, so I will get to all of your messages. That's a promise.
And we also have a competition for week 1. You can win a $50 voucher to the Australian Open shop. We're looking for the listener who has the most creative response to this question. We've talked about which actors would play tennis players if they made a movie of their life. Well, we're turning the tables. We want to know which tennis players would play famous movie characters and why. It can be any genre, any era. Who'd be a great Marvel character, for example? Be as creative as you can with your response. The movie could be from any era and anywhere around the world, although you might want to give us some more information if the movie's not so well known. The voucher can be used online, so you don't have to be from Melbourne to come into the shop. You can use it from anywhere around the world. And as with getting in touch with us, you can enter via Ask the Booth form on OzOpen.com, or you can email us at aoradio@tennis.com.au. Please remember to give us your name and where you're listening from. Entries close 5 p.m. this Sunday, Melbourne time. And the winner will be announced on the Evening Serve with Nat Edwards that evening. And while you're at it, you can check out all the merchandise available on AustralianOpenShop.com.
you notice in terms of the merchandise what people are getting around the grounds. You know, whilst we're sort of moving between stadiums and getting into the bunker and what have you, you do actually see what people are carrying around. I mean, obviously...
What's the popular...
Well, I've seen a lot of cushions, seat cushions.
Oh, well, I don't blame them. It's a long time to sit down, isn't it?
It
You need
is.
a bit of comfort.
That's right.
The seats are pretty comfortable, but it does help to have a cushion. Interesting. Yeah, last year, what was the thing last year? There was... I've got to say, some things are pretty expensive.
Yeah,
so you want to find some value in there. So the cushion's probably good value.
The large tennis balls, of course, a lot of the youngsters get those and then go for the signatures and spend all day running around trying to get the tennis players to sign them. And I tell you what, the tennis players are very good with their time and their fans. So I think there's some sort of... I wonder, is there a competition as to how many signatures you can get? Probably amongst friend groups.
Oh, absolutely, yeah. Well, the players are getting ready to come out. There's a long walk way through the corridor of champions, tunnel of champions, whatever you want to call it. Jannik Sinner, we can see on our monitor, we get to see a little bit behind the scenes.
We do.
Loosening up a little bit. Just getting ready. And his opponent, Hugo Gaston, is almost half his size. Much shorter than Jannik Sinner.
He looks quite eager, doesn't he?
He does. He does. It's a big stage.
Move.
It's a big stage.
Yeah,
isn't
it's great.
For these players. 25 years old. Hugo Gaston, a year older than Sinner, but Sinner with those 4 Grand Slam titles. World number 2. Twice champion here in a row. Looking to become only the 4th person in history, man in history, to win 3 in a row. Novak's done it twice.
I know, crazy. I was having a look at those stats today. It's what he's been able to achieve, especially here at the Australian Open. Everyone knows just how he has dominated this court for so long. How did you think he went last night?
Oh, he was good, wasn't he? He looked very sharp.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
He did say afterwards, I played great. It was great fun, but I won't know till later when I want to wake up next morning, keep going, play every match, get a little bit more tired, a bit more fatigued. You never know.
Yeah, the 2 weeks. That's the big question mark around the body being able to last that long.
Okay, where do you put, where is Sinner for you this year? He's won it twice in a row. Alcaraz number 1. They've got this good head-to-head going.
They really do. And what I find very interesting about those two, they share the plane to come to Australia. They're
very friendly.
They are very friendly, and why not? I mean, you can be, can't you?
Yeah, you can. I mean, if you have to be able to. I think tennis players are pretty good at compartmentalising stuff. So why not share a flight? There's no point in taking 2 private jets.
That's right.
Whatever it is, it's much better for the environment.
I wonder what the chat was on the way out. Well, I had 24 hours to kill, so
he probably said something like, is there anyone else apart from you and me who can beat each other? Because no one seems to be able to do it right now.
No, that's right. No, I think Sinner will win the championship.
Yeah. I think I make him favourite too.
For some reason, I still haven't quite bottomed it with Alcaraz, and maybe it's just because he hasn't proven himself here in Australia, and not that he has to prove himself. He's number 1 in the world. I mean, it's a ridiculous statement.
You're right,
but quarter-finalist here, he's been his best, and Sinner, he's got 2 of those trophies. So
Alcaraz split with his coach, Juan Carlos Ferreira.
Yeah.
So there are some question
Interesting
marks.
times.
The players are walking down the corridor right now, past our commentary position. Not that they know it. We're down underneath them. But they are making their way out, and shortly they will be making their way onto Rod Laver Arena, which is filling up fast as people dash in. They've got their food and drinks.
There may have been a lot of people that were out watching the match on Kia Arena.
Yes, Gael, Monfils.
If you could get a seat, lucky if you could get yourself a seat there.
Monfils' last match sadly ended in defeat. He had a point for a 2-set-to-love lead. It could have been different. So close, but still provided great entertainment as he always does. So the players, when they walk down this walkway, they split.
Yes.
And they come out different entrances.
That's a new thing for this year.
Yeah, that's quite sort of boxing-like, isn't it? A bit more gladiatorial.
That's right. At least we don't make them come down through the stadium.
Oh, that would be interesting.
The question is, how would you get them from those seats actually onto the court? Quite the step.
Jump down.
Action.
Here we go.
Please welcome to Rod Laver Arena, from France, Hugo Gaston, and his opponent from Italy, Jannik Sinner.
Big ovation for Jannik Sinner in particular, as you might expect. Very popular here, having won 2 titles. And as he likes to say, I'm even more popular because we've got an Australian coach.
Well, it does help. Killer Gael.
Yeah.
I thought they actually split for a bit.
Well, yeah, they were, this time last year, Sinner let slip that Darren was going to finish at the end of 2025. But then halfway through, there was this talk of a bet between them that if Sinner won Wimbledon, then maybe Darren would stay on. And then...
Hang on, who put that out there? Was that Darren saying that, or was that...
Well, it was a bit of both.
Jannik.
Bit of both. I think it was Jannik again. And then, yes, I checked with the Italian press here, actually, because we had Jannik Sinner's pre-tournament press conference, and he was a little bit vague. He said he said Darren was staying with him, but he didn't say how long. And the Italian press informed us that it's at least for this year.
Okay, because I know, in the past, Darren's spoken about that, it's hard, isn't it, on tour? It's time away from family. Home is Adelaide. In South Australia.
He's also, he says that there's a finite... He's going to be helping me out today? We'll just listen to the coin toss, we'll come back to that.
Jannik, he's going to be helping me out today. All right, guys, just a few reminders. Live ELC, we have the video review. Anything that's my judgment can be reviewed. Ask after the point for it. 3 per set, 1 extra if we get to a tie break. Clocks are in all 4 courts. All 4 corners, time starts when I announce the score. Besides that, take the blue, please, for your towels. White, please. White, yeah, for your towels. After the toss, a quick photo facing that way. Any questions? AO or player? AO? Okay, go ahead, buddy.
That's the toss.
It is AO. Receive. Okay, quick photo that way, please. Thanks.
Nice photos with the boy who's a mascot for the
Hot Shots
match,
tennis
Hot
player.
Shots.
Good match, guys.
Did they get to keep the coin?
I doubt it. Well,
I noticed that Jannik picked it up, and then I was watching very closely to see what he did with it, but no, he didn't keep it.
Yeah, he
gave it to the umpire.
Quickly gave it to the umpire. Yeah, just to finish my point, Darren Cahill says, and has said a few times, that he thinks there's a sort of optimum length of time to be with a player, and you've effectively told them or help them as much as you can.
Imparted as much knowledge as you can, yeah.
And it tends to be sort of 3 years-ish, which he's obviously reached. But why would you actually leave
I know.
one of the very best players in the world who's probably going to win a few more Grand Slams? So that's the point. While the players are knocking up, we're going to check in with Candy. Candy, what else is happening around the grounds?
Hi, Simon. Yeah, watching a little bit of Taylor Fritz, the 9th seed from the USA. He's taking on Valentova. It was a very close first set. Fritz hasn't been in the greatest form due to injury, but he has taken the first set against the Frenchman on a tiebreaker, and currently midway through the second set, and we're on serve. We'll keep you posted.
Thank you very much, Candy. Lots of other matches about to start. Belinda Bencic, the Swiss former Olympic champion, who's in great form, having played so well at the United Cup. She plays Katie Boulter of Great Britain. After the Sinner-Gaston match, it's Osaka against Ruzic. And Tsitsipas will follow the Bencic-Boulter match. Dimitrov also on court against Thomas Mahatch on Kia Arena, which promises to be a really interesting match. It's great to see Grigor back after injury that he picked up against Jannik Sinner at Wimbledon last year, and Mahatch has all sorts of power.
He had the lead, didn't he, in that match, Wimbledon?
2 sets to love. Yep, really great match. He was
the pectoral, is it? That's been the problem.
Very unusual injury.
It is. Usually shoulders with the players, but the pecs, it popped.
Yeah. I'm not sure my pecs are capable of popping, but his were. But
They're always popping, Simon. What are you saying?
I can do it on demand, let's face it. I saw Grigor the other day, and he seems in very good spirits, so it's nice to see him back. So here we go. It's Sinner and Gaston. Third meeting between these two. Not surprisingly, Sinner leads 2-0, having won both in straight sets, both on hard courts, but they were 5 years ago.
I was about to say, it's quite some time ago since they last played.
But to be honest, that just shows Sinner was only 19 then, whereas Gaston he's only a year older, but he was more established at the time. But Sinner has had that pretty, I wouldn't say meteoric rise to the top, but steady but you know, he's come every year, and he's improved a lot in the last 2 years.
He has, and he's a player that we didn't see. He didn't play as a junior at the Slams, did he?
No. I'm going to ask you, Kate, to describe what on earth Jannik Sinner is wearing.
Well, it's khaki is what how we describe it. And I know the English say khaki.
Yeah. Well, we do
somewhere in
both.
between?
Yeah, probably.
Okay.
Either or.
Okay, well, tonight it's khaki, which is an army green.
Yeah.
And then it's a mustard stripe down the side of the short. I think it's just on one side, though, isn't it?
Yes, it is.
What is khaki?
Oh,
it's khaki.
Thank you.
Well, hang on. No one says khaki on, in normal life.
My mother does.
It's khaki, isn't it? No, are you saying khaki's not good?
No, that's fine. That's fine. They're all the
I
same.
wouldn't even normally say khaki.
I would say
let's say army green.
Actually, I wouldn't say anything. I don't know how to describe it. And he's also wearing mustardy colour shoes.
It's definitely khaki.
I've got my car keys. No, actually, a couple of years ago, I took my car keys to Australia by accident.
Oh, did you?
That was a mistake.
How did you?
Luckily, we had a spare set.
Did you go off? Like you went through security?
Yeah, they're in. Yeah.
Were they in
I
your
only
jeans?
discovered them when in a jacket or something. Not a very wise move.
I usually do because I take my car to the airport.
Oh yeah, exactly. Unfortunately, it wasn't just me who needed the car.
Are we going to go into four candles
And the kids were in the back seat, so that was a problem.
Candy, are you suggesting that I come up with sort of dad jokes here? That's Britain's favourite joke.
4 candles.
Voted favourite joke.
Well, of course. So now we've got another one, khaki and khaki. Just let's not
we're
hope
we're
for
off
a khaki.
We're off to a very good start.
Well, I mean, frankly, Jannik should be wearing something a little bit more nice. Then we wouldn't have to describe that word. Unusual
Simon
kit,
has spoken.
I'd say. Mind you, I mean, he's not one for fashion.
I wonder is that his evening kit, because we do have that situation where a lot of players, particularly the top players, get an opportunity to wear something different at night compared to a day match. I'm not sure how often we'll see him play during the day, however.
Well, that's true. It does tend to be that the very top players play late at night. He might play 1 or 2 in the daytime, and then as the second week goes on, all those leading matches do tend to be in the evening.
That's right.
Before we get to Jannik, let's bring you a little bit of information about Hugo Gaston, left-handed, of course. Bidding to reach the second round here for the third year in a row, and that is his best run here. Lost to Yuri Lehechka with an injury last year. Best result in a slam, he got to the 4th round as a wildcard on his Roland Garros debut in 2020 when he beat players including Stan Wawrinka when he hit 54 drop shots.
Wow, okay.
And Stan was fuming as the match went on, just running forwards and backwards. Absolutely drove him nuts. And then he did almost the same thing to Dominic Thiem in the 4th round, but lost out. So we'll see what he can do. He's a box of tricks, but he's playing against one of the best players in the world. He hits a great return to start off the Sinner serve. There comes a little drop shot, and it's a winner.
Well, it's very quick up to the net.
Great return. Took the ball early, fended the backhand down the line, and just a little soft hands. Dropped the ball over the net.
He's got nothing to lose this evening other than the first round of the Australian Open. But, go after those shots early. Put some pressure on Sinner serve. Don't allow him to get into any rhythm at the back of the court.
Yeah, and I suppose if you're going to play Jannik Sinner, first round is as good a time to do it as any when he's not fully warmed up, not fully adjusted. First match of the year, competitive match. Misses the first serve. Second serve from Sinner. Into the body of Gaston, who again is right on top of the backhand. Takes it early, hits it flat. Now Sinner gets into his ground stroke groove. Gaston goes back to the backhand of Sinner. Left-handed Gaston pulls the ball wide. Sinner cracks the ball. The ball makes such an unusual sound when he hits it. Forehand inside out. Forehand up the line from Gaston. Doesn't have to hit it because the forehand's out from Sinner.
Yeah, it's gone long from Sinner, but you're right on that. He really injected some speed on the backhand side then. Sinner didn't win the point. Finds himself 30 down early.
Simon, does your forehand not sound the same as that? Is that what you're telling us?
Well, only if I make the noise at the same time as I hit it.
You got the effects.
Exactly, yeah. That's what I need. Bit of extra pop. Yeah, he's an unusual sound, real sort of crack when he hits it, like a whip. Love 30 though. Half a chance perhaps for Gaston to get an early break. Serves very long. Well long. Sinner just spins his racket in his right hand. Bounces the ball a few times and then That's a big kicking second serve into the forehand of Gaston, but it's a good return deep at the feet of Sinner. Gaston really quick across the baseline, and the backhand again goes wide from Sinner. He's at the end of his coaching team of, we already mentioned Darren Cahill, and the other half of it is Simone Vagnozzi of Italy, who formed a fantastic team, and Vagnozzi already getting in with the clapping. Darren sitting back a little more laid back with a nod.
Too early to get worried.
Exactly. Best of 5 sets, remember. But work to be done. 3 break points faced. Love 40. Sinner serves. Massive serve out wide, ace. Make him feel better.
Yeah, absolutely. 196 kilometres an hour. Just looks over at his crew. Says that's better. Felt nice. First serve is always good.
Yeah, need plenty of first serves. Just want to get in a rhythm early on. Well, you know, we can't underestimate the fact that it is his first match of the year.
Yeah, absolutely.
There might be a bit of rust. You can practice all you like, but there's a big difference to getting on the match court. Tries to thunder a serve down the middle. Catches the tape. Second serve, 15-40. First game. Into the body goes Sinner and gets a good return from Gaston, which is really deep. In comes the Frenchman. Oh, he's pushed a volley long. What an opportunity that was.
Yeah, that's a real shame from Gaston. He was so attacking on that second serve, but Sinner knew where he was going and he went straight into the body. Made it hard, but he did have that opportunity coming to the net.
I was actually a little surprised he didn't play a little drop volley, because, you know, that you would think that would have been in his mind, and that would have been the shot.
Yeah, that's a rush of blood right there.
Yeah. He was in a very good position, did get a bit cramped. So 2 break points saved, 1 still to face, 30-40. Sinner serving. Oh, there's that huge serve out wide again. Second ace, just like the first one. And all of a sudden, those chances are snuffed out.
Yes. You may not see too many tonight. But I like the way that he's come out early, Gaston. Said attacking that second serve, taking his opportunities.
Deuce, first game. Crowd filling up. Fill up a little bit more after this game. There's another ace